So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted to offer my skills. So I said to my friend, I don't know what to do, and I was thinking about my next steps. And she said, Maria, did you think about applying to a job at the city of Northport? They have a different vibe here. And she said, I'd love it. And I said, oh, I didn't think about that. So I applied, and
Good morning, everybody. Today's Monday, June 16th, 2025. It's 9 a.m. There we go. Today's Monday, June 16th, 2025. It's 9 a.m. We're in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission Workshop meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner DeVal, Commissioner Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emmerich, and Commissioner Petro. There's a quorum present for the meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, City Clerk Faust, Board Specialist Lane. I think we got Captain King back there and Fire Chief Titus. Caitlin, you want to do us the honor?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Righty. City Clerk, any general public comments?
John Krespach, followed by Susan Balmer and Pam Tokars.
Good morning. Commissioners, City Manager, gentlemen and ladies. My name is John Krespach. I own property in Northport and am not a resident. I cannot vote on referendums, but I am financially affected by commissioner and staff decisions. I have the following comments. The new ULDC was approved in late 2024. The main reason for this approval was to increase tax revenues by converting 9,000 residential and duplex lots in southeast Northport to commercial zoning, an area now designated Activity Centers 6 and 10. Are the commissioners aware how many commercial projects have been presented to the Northport Development Review Committee for AC 6 and 10 from November 2024 to May 15th, 2025? 2. And after talking with those two applicants, I believe the actual project count is less than 2. At this rate, AC 6 and 10 will be fully developed in 2,250 years, or in the year 4,275. Now, I understand that the city of Northport needs to pay for deferred maintenance and new projects. 2, Northport homeowners want property tax relief. 3, Northport vacant lot owners want to develop their property rather than incur a 22% average annual tax hike with idle property. I believe all parties will benefit if the city of Northport implements a variety of common sense ideas, which will be discussed at a later time. Right now, though, the ULDC rewrite for AC 6 and 10 creates the opposite effect on city revenues by banning residential development and making it cost prohibitive for commercial development due to costly mandates and tighter restrictions. What I see is a lose-lose-lose path for the city of Northport homeowners and lot owners? Why not choose a win-win-win path? Commercial Landowners Association has a number of solutions to offer. 2,250 years, or 32 generations from now, is a long time to wait for Northport to be fully developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. You asked us to try to be more, to work with you on budget. So we reached out to citizens. And just like to say, as you look at the budget issues, I'd like to ask you to think about how you can better educate and involve citizens. What else can we do to give citizens, and what can citizens do to help you with tools that examine the budget, like from home? Some citizen concerns we heard were the short time that commissioners have to review the recommended budget, only 6 days, in order to ask questions and make informed decisions. Two, the significantly lower 8.68% property taxable value, and that was brought up in the city manager's editorial. Three, commercial revenues projected by the ULDC. The changes are significantly based on infrastructure that's not in near future plans. Four, property tax increases. Five, truth in population projections and needed increases in services. Six, millage rates. Seven, funding projected by increases in budget items covered by surtax. Eight, the reclassifications of jobs and the speedy salary increases that have been happening recently. So we're looking at what is justifiable. What happens if funding is not there for projects on the basis of companies that just don't happen? These are all very valid concerns. Something else I think you might need to think about in the future is to revisit and review current health insurance coverage. Northport's new hospital, Sarasota Memorial, will not be accessible to city employees with the coverage that you have now. This seems kind of embarrassing. Maybe it's time to look at new options. I ask you to work this year with the perception that what puzzles me in understanding the the budget also needs to be explained to the citizens. How can we in the future work together with citizens on the budget? How can we help each other? Thank you so much for all the work that you are doing.
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Tokars. For the gentleman with the Activity Center 6 and 10, I don't know if you're aware that there's a infrastructure meeting next Wednesday, the 25th. Yeah, because we need FDOT to get that exit in, and then you guys are good to go. We had a group of people that got together, and we reviewed the budget as best we could. We took an Excel spreadsheet, and I sent we whittled it down, you're welcome, to a few questions that we had. And we took into consideration the year-to-date and other future projects that the city had. So those were some of our questions that we had. In regards to the benefit package, I used to work at a nonprofit hospital. It's a hard conversation to have because healthcare is usually the biggest increase in the budget. And I believe that Cigna, that does the administrative, because we're self-funded, is going up 15% this year. So like Susan mentioned, Cigna's not taken at Sarasota Memorial Hospital, has not been taken since I think either 2019 or 2020 was when they had the contract dispute, and they've never renewed it since then. So there's Aetna, Blue Cross, and United Healthcare. I know you guys can't do it for this year, but next year maybe considering going to a cheaper health insurance, and I believe Aetna might be the way to go, and United Healthcare is a close second for that. And some of the other things to consider based on the healthcare is maybe in the future the city might want to look at increasing the cost that the employees contribute to the health insurance, and also maybe prorating it on salary so that someone that's making less than another person in the city that makes more won't be as affected with that. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Moving to general business, A 25-2391, discussion possible direction regarding the fiscal year 2026 city manager's recommended budget. City managers, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a PowerPoint that we're going to walk you all through, but first of all, we want to say good morning and thank you for being here. And I know that this is a lot of information for our two newest commissioners. It is certainly maybe more than you had expected, but it's a lot of good information. There's a lot going on with the city. We're at a critical point in our life cycle, and I think that the information that we're going to share with you and some decisions that we have made to move the city forward in the very limited and constrained circumstances that we have are very well worth a good discussion. But as we know, there's consequences of all of our decisions, so we just need to make sure that we're as comfortable as possible as we move forward and lead the city to the next phase. All right, if I can get the PowerPoint up. Oh, thank you very much. And so as it relates to our mission and our vision, you as a commission determine the vision of what we want our community to be, and it is our job to go execute on said mission and provide exceptional service for the entire community while we do so. Your vision is based on the strategic pillars that you have decided upon. If you recall, when you had a retreat, with Doug Thomas from SGR in the winter, we had 6 pillars. We added the disaster response pillar, and it's very timely we added it since there is some uncertainty at the federal level as to how our disaster recovery will be handled going forward. When you start to look at our pillars, safe community, priorities to provide efficient and effective staffing to ensure a high level of services and response time for our public safety. Pretty straightforward. One of the most important pillars as we consider life preservation, one of our top duties as a government. When we talk about quality of life and its pillar, we always want to make sure that we encourage cultural, musical, entertainment activities. We want to make sure that we can have resources to expand our amenities. And we also want to protect and preserve environmentally sensitive lands as well as our resources. So our quality of life is the reason why our citizens love to be here and why our community keeps growing. Economic development and growth management. This pillar has gotten more attention in the last few years. I think we're heading in the right direction. Still have work to do as we talk about making sure that we have programs that are in partnership with those who share a similar outcome. And we'll talk a little bit about more of that as it relates to small business as we go forward as well. The environmental resiliency and sustainability pillar is highlighted by our natural resource division. What they've done, they just briefed you recently here in the chambers as to their efforts and what we expect out of them going forward in the next fiscal year. We know that the revenues are there to support the division and its efforts. So we're confident that the community will continue to benefit from their existence. Infrastructure and facilities integrity. This is a challenging one, not one that we haven't discussed over the last year or so. We know that whether it was the referendum items that were included, whether it was the 20-year CIP plan that we've discussed, whether it's the 10-year CIP plan that you'll review over the next day or so, it is a priority. Deferred maintenance is not something that is unique to the city of Northport or any city government, but at some point we have to stop and pay and take care of the infrastructure that we need to service the citizens. And unfortunately, the cost of everything has increased, so the cost of us doing what we need to do to take care of the city will feel that as well. Good governance. We always want to make sure that we provide convenient, modern, and using technology to help both inside and outside of your government. This pillar of good governance is one that we do not take lightly. We always want to make sure that we not only continue to have the highest levels and the quality staff for those who work in the office, but for those who work outside the office. And those come with different challenges, and we'll talk about some of those as well as we move forward. But we also want to make sure that we recognize that we have put together a budget for the last 6 years, including this one, with a millage rate that has stayed the same. So you take that and you add that with the growth that we've had as a city, and then you have a combination of where your good governance starts to show itself. The disaster response and recovery management, completing a post-Hurricane Ian review and emergency program and procedures has been very important. Ms. Alicio has done well in the months where we were not in hurricane season. And now that we are in hurricane season, everyone is preparing and bracing for what may be a similar season to last year. We hope not in terms of volume, but as far as damage goes, I'll remind everyone that we were very fortunate last year during the 3 storms that came through our area to not experience as much impact as our neighbors to the north did. So as we start this budget process, we want to highlight that we are celebrating our history. We celebrated 65 years last year, which was a milestone for the city. And as we move forward, we're excited about the things that are going to happen, but we are very proud of how we got here today. We believe that our community engagement and our services that we allow to empower our citizens are going in the right direction. When you think about the North Point University, it just received a national award, which was great, by the National Association of Government Communicators. We're very proud of what our communications, their team did and their vision in order to make sure that we lead the way with how we interact with our citizens. One thing that growth will bring you is the need for improving our roadways. We improve our roadways to ensure that people can get through the city as much as possible. The widening of Price Boulevard is just one way our roadways are improving, but you have to have a daily maintenance and a constant maintenance budget for our roads, which we have in the past and kept up this year so that people can get to where they can as soon as possible. So as I go through these next few slides, you're going to see some things that are included in our budget for conversation and good discussion, but I'll explain to you why I put them in there and how they should benefit us all going forward. One of the things that we needed to highlight was, what does this process look like? Because there has been conversations to say that, well, he completed the budget, but he didn't get your approval or he didn't bring it back to you. That is what this process is right now. What you have in front of you are my recommendations, and what you will have the time and obligation to do over the next couple of months is to give us your recommendations and input from that. And we will act accordingly based on what the board direction is. But these are the steps, and we are only on the recommended portion now. The time between June and July, we will meet with you as often as you like in order to make sure that you understand everything that you're looking at. And we pride ourselves on making sure that we answer your questions so that you feel comfortable, because the budget is the single most important document that you will look at the entire year. So we want to make sure that you're comfortable with what you're voting on. Our city is like many cities that receive the DOGE report from the Governor DeSantis, and we received it and we reacted to it, and that was in March. And some things that were highlighted in our statement back to the governor was the strength of our credit rating of AA2, and that means we have a high quality credit position as well as a very low credit risk. The steady millage rate, which is at the 6th year being at 3.7667, is impressive for a city that has continued to grow. I do believe that, as I have said since I've been here, a small but regular incremental increase in that number would help us get to the point where we don't want a big number asked of our citizens later. And I believe that we may have seen that in a few years in the past, and we definitely don't want to repeat that. Maintaining your fund balance requirements is important, because the state and those who look at your credit want to know that you have the proper levels in your coffers. And you have been able to do that as a city, even regarding Hurricane Ian, which put a huge dent in that savings. But We have recovered in the amount of time, and that goes to the strength of the city and the staff and those who made sure that everything was replenished the way that it should. We have 6 departments with state or national accreditations. So what that says is that an outside independent source has verified and confirmed what we believe that we are doing, which is leading the city in the right way. And that's exactly what you want. You want to be able to say that regardless of the times that are outside of the city's control, outside of your control, outside of my control, that we're still moving in the right direction. When you looked at the actual letter that was sent, they were looking for areas and situations of financial distress, none of which apply to the city of Northport. That doesn't mean that we are working at 100% optimal operation or efficiency. I don't know that anyone is, but I would love to strive to get there. But we know that we're doing the right things. And I believe that when people look at us and see what we've done as a city, internally and externally, I believe that they're going to see that we're doing the right things. But as they go through their process, the state is pretty large. And there were some municipalities that received a second notice from the state. And I believe they got those in April, and they were due back at the beginning of May. We were not one of those municipalities, but if the state wants to come in and look at anything that we have, we will cooperate and provide any information that they need and ask, and we will be able to explain, hopefully, some of the things they may ask that are either policy-driven or circumstantial that they may not just grasp from looking at numbers or on paper or whatever we see them. There's a lot of things that we have to be ready to explain, and we stand ready for that challenge. So some things that we want you to consider in the very beginning is that we have not funded all of the positions that were included or recommended from public safety. Fire had 6 positions that I removed from their budget, and they were able to work through their own budget and make some decisions as it relates to replacement of some of their equipment that they thought that they could actually defer and make up at a different time and allow these positions that they need to be hired at this time to be included. So we did that, and that's why theirs are in there, but they went through the same process that we dealt with police. But we know that the Price Boulevard widening is going to cost some different shifts in transportation and times to get to people in need. So the chief is looking forward to that process so that he can be ready, and that's why his positions are critical for this year. When you look at police, they had 35 positions that were not included in our budget. And I didn't include those for a couple of reasons. One, we're still hiring for some of the employees right now that were in our budget from this current year. And that's not to say that police hasn't done a good job of filling those roles, but we will never be at 100% of filling roles because people retire, they quit, they get terminated. But you want that number to be as small as possible. So knowing that we are going through the situation of police needing more space, you will see those trailers come out on their property in the upcoming months. That's independent of the request from this year, fiscal year 26, but it does matter because we're adding more people to a situation where we need space. So we're going to figure that out and make sure that we only add the people that we need when we need them. This is no different than if we were doing a mid-year budget request. We would come to you and say, hey, we need these positions. Here's how we're going to pay for them. And they are baked into our formula so that we can pay for them going forward the same way that we would the positions that we already currently have. So it is a stronger strategic hiring initiative so that we can be more hands-on, have more oversight, and make sure that we only ask for what we need when we need it. I believe our police would tell you, even though the referendum results didn't reflect it, we believe that the city does appreciate what they do. They like the service that they get. They appreciate their response times, and they're satisfied with the overall quality of service from our police department. So this is in no way a reflection of anything against our police force. We just need to make sure that we have the money and the funds available when we ask for what they need when they need it. You're also going to review and talk about any possible adjustments to the surtax floor plan. The short version of that, we all know, is that the widening of Price Boulevard and how we moved money in order to make that happen absorbed a lot of the first tranche of our surtax. But there are projects in the outer years that if you decide to rearrange or shift or reorganize, then for whatever purpose you might feel is best for the community, that's the conversation that you need to have publicly, and we'll entertain and do whatever it is that the board wants us to do to make sure that plan reflects your intentions. The review of the 10-year CIP program, that is going to be important and critical because not all of our projects are funded. When you are looking at the horizon, the 5-year plan is more funded than the 10-year plan. The 10-year plan might be more funded than the 20-year plan, but they're not all funded projects. And as we look out to the sequence of projects that we need, we got to be careful and conscious of how we obtain those projects. Knowing that we still don't have the ability to borrow funds or even failing infrastructure projects related to health and public service, we need to make sure that we explore our other options. And those options could be to continue to pay as you go. And if we've done that for 65 years and it's the will of the community and the commission to continue to do that, then we need to just talk about how do you get that money there in the time that you need it. And there's different ways to do that. And then, of course, there's different avenues that we can try to pursue that would not result in the city incurring debt, so to speak. The future general fund contributions for ambulance replacements is what I related to back to the hiring of the 6 firefighters. The funding of 2 divisions to departments, we're going to talk about that and how the evolution of our city has grown and the recognition of the complexity and the visibility and the volume and the accountability that is needed in those 2 particular divisions to allow them to operate at their most efficient levels. The price for that, I believe, combined is something like $137,000. So it is not the most expensive item in your budget, but it is one of the most important as we grow from a smaller city to a larger city. And as we have grown, our staffing levels have grown with us. You will see on this chart that you can see that around 2009, I believe it was, 8 or 9, our staffing took a dip. In 2007, I'm sorry, and it was 13 years before we got back to that same level. Now, the city wasn't experiencing the same kind of growth it was during that same level, but we have to understand that this is why the staffing levels in this city have grown. This is why the staffing levels outside of this year's budget, which doesn't have a lot of growth in it, will continue to need to grow. The growth isn't the challenge. The challenge is making sure that the growth links and is in alignment with your property tax growth, your ULDC commercial growth that we know that those were made and done so that we could get to a higher level of commercial base so that our residents aren't paying for all the things that we need. But this budget that we have right now, the one that's in front of you, is going to be what is considered a flat budget. We just don't have the revenue right now at this day to increase some of the things that we want to as the city. So we're gonna have to bring those things to you periodically and systematically when the revenue will allow for it. I just don't believe that there's a good time, and I think we will all agree there's never a good time to raise a millage rate. So if we're going to try to avoid that for the long term, then we need to watch what we do right now and hold on until that revenue comes into our city. This slide shows the number of employees per 1,000 residents. We always use comparables of the cities that you see, and you've seen those before. Those are comparable cities either based on population size or other things that we've talked about over the course of since I've been here. And we, as you know, our philosophy is we love to be in the middle. We don't want to be the highest, we don't want to be the lowest, but we love to be in the middle. When you look at the government spending per resident, we just happen to be right there again, right in the middle. I think that is how you show our residents that, yes, we could spend more to be at the top, or we could spend less, and then your services would be less than desirable. Having that ability to maintain a space in the middle is very, very important. The police department staffing that I spoke about earlier, when I talked about the 35 positions and how we make sure that we hire them properly, I do want to emphasize that is going to be a year-long journey. It's not going to be something that you're going to hear in the month of September when you adopt the budget, and then here again in the spring. You're probably going to hear from me at least every 60 to 90 days, at least with an update on it, if nothing else. Even if we're not sitting in front of you saying that, hey, we need these number of positions and we feel confident that we can be able to pay for them going forward. The portables that will come out in late fiscal year 2025 are going to be a relief for our police chief and his team. They are, as we all know, they are struggling for space over there. In lieu of the police department referendum question that did not pass, we've got to keep going as a staff. So what we're trying to do is make sure that you understand that we are going to do everything that we can to ensure that the services of this city are not sacrificed for any reason. And then we can all figure out how to get the new space there when it actually comes. So one of the things that we've talked about and heard a lot about is not only our staffing levels, but our staffing salary. And so I'm using the example of myself. I was like, let's just start at the top and sort of make sure that everyone understands what we do and how we do this. It's not magic. It's not made up. There's a philosophy behind it. As I've said since I've been here for the 3.5 years, you do not want to be at the top. We don't need to be at the top. That's not something that is going to help the city of Northport. You don't want to be at the bottom either. When you start getting to the bottom of people in your field, you begin to tend to sacrifice a few qualities that might be that needed to be there to make sure that the city avoids as much public scrutiny as possible, make sure that the team and the culture is solid for the right level of growth. You want to make sure that your community engagement is there so that people know and can access and talk to your team as well. So when you look at my salary of $247,000, you can see these are the city's population based on the right side that says like when you look up or down, you can see the salaries go up and down of those in our population. When you look to the bottom left, you might say, well, what about the cities around us? And the city of Venice is recruiting now from 210 to 260. The city of Sarasota is recruiting from 225 to 310. And then you have Bradenton and Longboat. But I hope this paints a picture and shows you when people say to you and write to you, well, you know, he's the highest in the state. He's the highest in the land. We really do this not only for this position as your city manager, but the same thing is done throughout the organization from the top to the bottom. When I got here in 2021, we did a compensation study that aligned things at that time. You're supposed to do one every 3 to 4 years. We've accelerated the one that we put in 26 because we had funding to do it in the summer of 25. So that one will be completed in about 6 to 8 months. So around this time next year, you'll be talking about the results of that study. Now, we believe, since we have, we've done reclassifications, we make sure that we look at each job when they're vacated to make sure that the hiring range is accurate for what is needed to be there. So we don't believe that there will be a huge amount of need to change from the compensation study, but that's why you do it. So you don't have to pick through 1,000 different positions. I think we got 970-ish employees if this goes through. You don't want to do that individually. That is not the best way and definitely not the most efficient way. So that's why we want to make sure that we keep it and make sure that we take care of everyone from top to bottom for proper payment. When you look at the things that has happened since the last 3 years, the first thing we need to make sure that people understand and appreciate is that the cumulative inflation since 2020 is approximately 23.5%. Now, I know none of us are going to argue with that number because we've all seen and felt that number, but your government has also felt that number. So as your government has felt that number and the quality of services and the growth that we've had is still to be, the expectation has not changed. We did increase waste and water and wastewater fees in 2023. We did increase solid waste, road and drainage, fire district, wastewater and water, electric utility, and created a utilities payment in lieu of taxes in fiscal year 24. And then in 25, we increased our rate and drainage fire district, wastewater and solid waste with a peel-off. But we did all of that and kept the millage rate, which is the main tax or main fee that you use for your general fund, the exact same. And we've been able to make do off of that as well, because the numbers have been high, because the property industry was going through, real estate industry was going through sort of a boom at the time. But now that boom is over, and now our number is back down. So when we talk about the actual numbers coming down, then that's how we know that, hey, we have to do something differently as well. And that's part of our budget rate, our budget conversation for this year. The 6-year maintenance of the same rate, keeping it flat for the millage rate, is impressive. And I do not want to minimize the efforts that the board took in order to make sure that number stayed the same, but then the actions that were taken in order to maintain the quality of services at a high level, which our staff has done. It takes both of us in conjunction to make it work, and I think that we've been successful so far. The ad valorem rate that we're looking at as an increase as of right now, what we know is 8.68. That number was 17 last year, 17 the year before, and 25, I believe, the year before that. Yes, in fiscal year 23. So as you can see, this is the lowest number in quite some time. This number is the one that was directly linked to the ability for us to be unsuccessful in fulfilling the task that you gave us of lowering our expenses by $3 million. When you look at this number, which of 8.68, I think we all thought it would come down from 17. Not sure any of us but one thought it would come down into a single-digit number, and that's where we're at. And that single-digit number has really made this budget a challenging experience. And again, hence the hiring of the staff, which we all know that staff and benefits are our most expensive cost just about in every single department everywhere. It is just the way that it is. When you look at these numbers and you see that the current 3.7667 millage rate will bring you in $39 million. That's an increase of 2.8 over last year's budget, but the increase due to new construction is $3 million. So the higher increase due to new construction indicates that some property values will decrease in taxable value. And we have heard people say that my taxes keep going up, but those people, their taxes are going to go down because of that. And I have been on record to say, and will continue to say, your property value going down is never a good thing. And I think that we all should want our property value to go up. I do understand the fiscal constraints that it causes, but that's the system that we have where we're able to generate money that would help them and not raising another tax by our property value going up, which hopefully helps everyone as they continue to enjoy their quality of life here in Northport. The 10-year taxable value history, as you can see, the steady increase, that might get a little flatter as we've just talked about seeing our number for our future year fiscal 26 go down, but it is something that highlights the growth of the city of Northport. These major general fund revenues, when you look at them, whether they're property taxes or some of the taxes that we have increased over the time to maintain our budget levels, they are pretty much flat, across the board. So there's nothing on here that is going to sort of be a savior for ourselves if we don't sort of make sure our expenses are in alignment with the money that we have. I think that if we all agree that there are certain things that we just don't see for changing in the foreseeable future, whether it's the millage rate or whether it's the economy or whatever it is, my most important focus in this budget has been to maintain the people that we have. If some of you were in or near government in 2008 and 9, I mean, there were large layoffs of people. Reduction in force were happening everywhere. That is something I hope that we as a country and a county and a state don't get to, but if it does happen, I think we need to be prepared and we need to start talking like that right now. Like when you look at your staffing levels, are you going to be able to maintain that through the duration of what might be a harder time? And I think that closer scrutiny will help us make sure that we come out better on the other side. Our general fund budget, which is the major fund budget that is within the control of the property tax, is $97 million. That is a good size of a general fund, but there's also a lot of things that we want to do that we can include in that number. Those are the budget proposals that were not able to make it through our recommendation, but we believe that we were able to make it through enough and get the city taken care of enough to keep us from having a setback at this point in time. When you look at the breakdown of this general fund, you will notice that police and fire make up 56% of the pie. So if we were to look for a reduction of $3 million as instructed, it would come from, theoretically, at least half of that pie. I don't think that that is an area you would like for us to entertain. And when you look at the other areas that are not in that 56%, hitting those for a significant amount of funding would definitely change their levels of service. And as we go through some of the slides in the departments, you will see some of that, and you could make a decision that says, hey, you know what, we do see that there, and we do want to make some changes and adjustments there, as long as they still stick to your, your strategic outcomes that you want us to achieve as a staff. So some changes in our general fund. The CPI adjustment of 2.5% is a regular change. Our merit increases to non-union employees, $957,000. Our increases for union employees, $1.6 million. The new positions, 15 FTEs, that's with 7 firefighter EMT split with the fire district. I think it was 9 general fund positions that were general fund only, and then several that were split general fund and maybe with another fund like the fire district. So that low level of employment comes back to my conversation about watching our levels and where we're at and what we do in being able to take care of these funding expenses going forward. The division of the department that I mentioned earlier, which I think I said was around $137,000 total dollars, it is a process though. And I've talked to you about the importance of the process, but going through the steps of the process, the first thing we had to do was advertise it for 2 weeks, which that was done, and then we included the next step, which was putting it in our budget for the next fiscal year, not right now, for your consideration. When you do look at and you do think about the division to departments, we just want to make sure that you understand that it is not in an effort for anyone to circumvent or do any other process other than what our current department heads do, but they do share a lot of similar actions, responsibilities, and duties, and the growth of the city has just made this a no-brainer to make sense. The city is going to continue to grow. In my mind, you know, there could be an emergency management department one day led by, you know, the ones who are important enough and see that we have to go through these types of weather events every single year, all year. You see in this budget that I presented to you, there's 2 emergency management people in that budget for FTE. We have to grow those areas as we can and show their importance to the outcomes of what we want the city to be. But the division to department is a process, a next step, a logical step in that allows us to upgrade these divisions to departments. And I believe that it's time. When you look at the IT department, you know, they support the entire city and cover over 500 service tickets monthly. Maintaining our critical systems, we've all been through what we know was a bad cyber event. I'm not even going to go there. We know what that looked like, it felt like. And we're glad that we have the team in place. I believe they have 20 some odd individuals in that department to make sure it doesn't happen again. And their strategic adjustment helps build resilient, adaptable organization that positions us to scale effectively as we continue to grow. And similar on the communication side, you know, not only they are accredited and winning national awards, but they support the entire city as well. And they also are positioned to meet our internal needs for the entire organizational structure. They enhance our ability and yours to oversee critical key initiatives, as well as community engagement and build public trust. And I think that we all know that building public trust is something that is a goal to improve of all of ours. We continue to work on it. I will say that the commission works on it as well. I've heard nothing but positive things about the town hall type of meetings that you all held during the police and the referendum process. It was very well received, so well received, they want you to do it more and more often. And I said, you know, it really needs to make sense and match the level of what you're asking for, because that is a special kind of engagement. I personally liked it a lot, but I know that it came with some feedback as well. But again, building public trust has got to be one of our high priorities. When you look at our total budget by department, $331 million, you will see that Public Works, 28% of that, utilities is 21%, fire and rescue is 13%, and police 12%. So you can see how we're spread out by department for our entire budget. One thing that helps our budget immensely are our grants and the pursuit of our grants. Val and her team are always working for grants in various different areas. They actually have $30 million in grants and over $50 million in grant funding that's active or open, and that is phenomenal. When I got here, she was a division of one or a person of one. Now she has three. No, she has three more people. And you know, basically, when you're looking at the award to date of $4 million, these are positions that pay for themselves. And she has one in this budget, but we do believe that as we continue to move forward, we're going to need to look for funding sources outside of ourselves in order to make this work. And I think of the state, and I keep thinking of the state lately, but if the FEMA model changes, and what I keep hearing about the FEMA model is, well, we're just going to push it down on the states and then let the states take care of it. If the state doesn't get any more money in to take care of it, I don't hear Governor DeSantis saying, well, I'm going to increase the amount of money I'm going to give you for hurricane or disaster recovery. It is going to fall. It could potentially fall on us as a city to make up that shortfall. And when you look at a situation like these that you have on your screen, the repayment length can be years when it comes to the storm. It depends on the size of the storm and the damage, normally how much you get. But as you can see, you know, Charlie took 6 years and Wilma took 5 years. And when you look at what Ian did, which is ongoing, which cost us roughly between 50 and 60 $1 million, and I think we've gotten most of that back. I think there's only about, is up there? I think it's about maybe 8 million or so that's still outstanding. I told her to give up on that COVID-19 $500, but she refuses. Some of this money you're just not going to see, and we're talking about a model that is literally changing in front of us right now. So if you're not going to see that money now, you just imagine what you may not see going forward. It is really something that I cannot stress enough, and I hope that I'm wrong. I'm sorry, here it is. So here's the actual FEMA reimbursement number, and yes, 47 million is what we've got reimbursed, and 57 million is what was available. The Milton cost, we've gotten 1.2 million of that, so that's great. But the $2 million that we experienced from Milton was really the best case scenario. Those 3 storms that we got last year, Northport was on the better side of all of them. Our road and drainage district, this is a fund that is including a recommended 15% assessment increase, and this is how we pay as you go as it relates to not being able to borrow. The project that we needed was not approved, and we need to listen to the will of the people and figure out a different way to get it done, and this is one of those ways, whether it's a different way in the future, maybe of certificates of participation or something that doesn't, the court would validate as non-debt. We will explore those as well, but right now we have to do what we have to do, so to speak, and that's why that number is that way. Our fire rescue district, they have an assessment increase of 10%, and this is following in line with their report that I know that you receive annually from Stantec, and you'll get a verbal report from Chief Titus, I believe his is tomorrow, regarding the fire rescue district and how we feel that it is sustaining itself. Solid waste, also included in our budget as a 10% assessment increase to make sure that we carry out the needs of the division in that department. Our building fund continues to be successful. We know that we are still currently doing the fee assessment that relates back to what Acela put into place last fall. So we look forward to having that conversation with you in the upcoming months. But the building fund continues to maintain itself. The utilities fund, another enterprise department that I would say when we look at our capital projection for the next 20 years, this is a pretty big chunk of it. We need to make sure that our utilities and infrastructure are solid and secure going forward, and our ability to manage that growth now as we know the situation that we have to deal with is going to be critically important. Our fleet management fund, we're grateful that we have a team there that can take care of our vehicles in-house. As our staff grows, as our vehicles grow, their volumes grow. We have looked at this year to revising or revisiting, I should say, some of the service levels for the vehicles that we use, because we just can't change vehicles as fast as we used to. But there's also that balance there of making sure that your vehicles do not alter or fail while you're going through the course of the business that they need to do, and especially as we talk about those who are responding to our emergencies within the city. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to stop right there. That was the introduction of what you're going to hear and see. Happy to answer any questions on the intro, and then we'll start going departments shortly thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any 5,000 high general comments, general thoughts regarding the approach to this budget?
You want us to use a little,
Yes, please. So I can see who wants to speak. Commissioner Langdon, you're up.
thank you, Mayor. City Manager, could you go back to the ad valorem slide?
Yes.
Because I have a number of questions regarding the increase in our taxable value. And some of the information's on that slide. I would be interested in understanding of that taxable value increase, how much came from new residential growth, new commercial growth, and how much of it is actually an increase in the property assessed, the taxable value of current residents.
Is that something that they provide to us when they give us the number? We'd have to ask for that information as it's
Okay.
broken down from the county.
Okay, yeah, because I think, I know that the sales value of our properties have decreased a lot in the past couple years. And I know this is an assessor's office question, but I'm sort of interested in how the assessed values of our properties track or don't track to what's happening in the market.
Okay.
And so I would anticipate, I would hope that that increase in taxable value of 8-something% is heavily more weighted to new development than it is the fact that our current houses are being assessed at a higher value, given the fact that the sales value has dropped so much. In previous years, we've compared our taxable value to that of the other municipalities in the county in Sarasota.
Okay.
I'd be interested in seeing that again, because I recall in looking at last year's numbers, what really struck me in looking at those numbers is, and I forget, looking at the city of Sarasota, their taxable value is much higher than the city of Northport's. And what it said to me was the city of Sarasota actually has more tax dollars to serve their residents than we do. And we have 3 times the number of residents than the city of Sarasota. Think about that. fewer dollars than the city of Sarasota, and we have to service 3 times the size of that population. So I think sometimes we get hyper-focused on millage rate. It's really the value of our aggregate properties. And again, one of the reasons why we're valued so much lower than some of the neighboring municipalities is our lack of commercial development. So all of this stuff is related, and I'd be really interested in seeing the taxable values of the other municipalities in the county. I think it's a
We
good,
can prepare that chart.
right. Okay, I think that's enough on taxable value. I also had some questions on the 3.5%. Now it's, yeah, so the 3.5% is covering raises for current employees or our new headcount in that number as well.
Correct. I think you're talking about the, what was that?
I forget what slide. I didn't make a note.
Oh, I remember, it was consideration slide. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Here, ma'am?
Yep, yep. That's it. So my question relative to that, okay, so I can't relate that. I can't do the math that quickly in my head. So the 3.5% then does include the 15 new full-time employees, or is that simply the adjustment for our current employee base?
The 3.5% merit would be for current employees. If you get your merit increase after a year, so anybody who's new for fiscal year 26 won't have been here a year to get that.
Okay, so that is current employees. And then a 1% COLA puts us at 4.5%. As you mentioned, City Manager, our strategy has been to be in the middle of the pack, not high, not low. Again, how are the neighboring communities or our reference communities, how are they looking in terms of what kind of raises they're considering? I'm a big proponent of retention. It's so much more costly to replace an experienced employee than it is to simply retain an experienced employee. But I always like to calibrate and see how we fall. And so is that 4.5% going to keep us in the middle? Is it going to bump us up? Are we going to fall behind?
And we will do the research and get that to you and provide it back. But since I've been here, I think from without having in front of me, I thought they were all pretty much consistent. I don't think that there's a 8% versus like a 3% that is given around this, but I get your point and we can provide it.
Thank you. And just a general comment, I'm concerned about the police, but I'll wait. I have some questions and some observations, but I'll hold it for that point. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. A question regarding the continuum of additional 1% cost of living adjustment. That is the minimum wage increase that was passed recently, or is it COLA? Or is it combined, or what is it?
I don't think it's related back to that.
The 1% is the continuation to get us to the minimum wage that HR has recommended. I believe this is year 5 of 6, but I would have to double check that. And the 1.5 is the regular COLA that is in the policy.
So the total, what would be the total then? Of salary increase? My question is COLA included in this, or is it just minimum wage?
In this
1%?
budget?
On this
page?
2.5 includes both.
Well, I'm looking at the first page of our budget book. and it says salary cost of existing level of service 3.5. And then 1% that relates to minimum wage, not COLA.
The 3.5 is the merit increase.
Yes. 1% is minimum wage thing.
3.5 is the merit. There's a 2.5 COLA that is made up of 1% for the minimum wage and the 1.5 CPI.
That's included in 3.5, right?
No. 3.5 is the merit. Different, it's a different thing. It's the
Okay.
merit increase from once a year.
Okay, it's 3.5 plus 1 minimum wage. What about 2.5 cost of living adjustment? Is that on top of it?
The 2.5 includes the 1% for minimum wage and the 1.5 for the CPI.
So is it total of 7 or is it total of 3.5 plus 1, 4.5?
Well, that would be
3.5
6.
and 2.5. It'll be 3.5 for merit and 2.5 would be the
COLA.
COLA and the CPI. Or the minimum wage. So it's a total of 6.
So in essence, it's 6 total, correct? That's what you're saying? Okay. That's it? No.
Anybody else? I appreciate very much all the hard work that's gone into this. I know we're in the early stages, but I know it took a lot of work to get even this far. You know, I'm really very appreciative that we're able to put forth a budget that shows no property tax rate increase, especially in light of what is a certainly small appraised value increase in comparison to the last few years of experience. I express some concern as we look forward and don't know exactly how we might prepare for it in this budget going forward, but there is such uncertainty with regard to what the state's going to do in terms of property tax rates and sales tax and FEMA. You know, our goal is to keep the millage rate flat, yet we're tapping a little bit our fund balances to make this general fund balance, not leaving us a whole lot more as of 9/30. And as Commissioner Langdon raised the concern, we've budgeted nothing for policing here, for public safety. And I have grave concerns as to how we're going to find ways to fund those quarter by quarter. So, you know, I don't know at what point we might have some discussions about what we might do in terms of building reserves larger. You know, we've had 3 projects and an emergency borrowing referendum turned down by the citizens. And you can see the result of that, you know, increased user fees. But since police play off general fund, there's absolutely zero provision for how to pay for this police headquarters in this budget, which grows at a 8 to 10% cost every year it doesn't get done. These are needs, not wants. So, you know, this is a tight budget. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to be real interested as we go department by department. I think everybody did a pretty good job. I've been through it once, you know, in detail and gone back on some areas, but you know, there's not a whole lot of areas in here that I see to continue to cut. Our problem is on the revenue side. There is no doubt about it. And if we don't want to raise our property tax rate, you know, we can probably go another year of balance in this budget, but you know, we have to recognize we got two humongous question marks. What's this hurricane season going to do to us, and what the state legislature is going to do to us and the federal government? I mean, these are going to have serious impacts on how we operate going forward. And I don't know if this is the year to address that, or if we hold our breath and see how we get through the balance of this year. But, you know, it's, these numbers are sobering, to say the least, when you look at the kind of growth we're experiencing. We found our financial planners presented a 20, 30-year plan as to what we can look forward to with our ULDC rewrite and our planned growth, development growth in our city. And a lot is predicated on our ability to hit those projections. And a humongous portion of our ability to do that is predicated on getting the infrastructure into some of these undeveloped areas in order to attract the development commercially, industrially, and even some residentially. So, you know, those are huge challenges for us, and looking at our capital improvement plan is going to be real critical, I think, because we've got about 3 to 5 years that we are going to be real lean. It isn't going to get any better than this for the next 5 years, and it could get a lot worse before we start to see any light in terms of development growth. So we better make sure that we do the things we have to do to be ready for it 5 years out, and not all of a sudden 3, 4 years from now find that that projection is really elusive and another 3 to 5 years out, or the city's going to suffer. And without that kind of development growth, there is no way to sustain this flat millage rate. And I've been a big proponent of holding it flat or even reducing it. I asked for a $3 million cut and a millage rate reduction. And the reality is, it's an impossibility. I'll be the one to say it can't happen. Not facing what the state's going to do in terms of property taxes and sales tax, not in light of the fact that the federal government's going to chop FEMA to death, not in light of the fact that we're not going to stop people from moving to this city and continuing to increase our needs and our wants in order to maintain public safety and provide the basic amenities we need in this city. So we're going to have to get awfully creative. We're going to have to marshal our dollars carefully, but this is just the beginning of a number of years of extremely tight fiscal management. So with that, I suppose we're ready to go department by department. Mr. Commissioner Duval.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this brief. First of all, talking about projects in Activity Center 6 and 10, only 2 so far. I would be interested in knowing what the suspected reason for that lack of development is. I highly suspect that it's the infrastructure that we don't have. So I'd be interested in hearing something about that. Also, somebody mentioned something about prorating employee insurance costs, based on salary. Some of our employees don't pay for health insurance costs. Health insurance costs are going up over 15% this year. It may be time to look at having those employees share some of that cost. Just a thought. FEMA, from Ian. I think, don't quote me on these numbers, but I think FEMA is still about $20 million short of reimbursing us for everything we spend. 10 million? Thank you. But it's still $10 million short. Because of the fact that we're going into a hurricane season, what happens if we have another Ian? Okay, so I know this is asking a lot, but if we could possibly increase our reserve a little bit for those emergencies, considering that we can't borrow, that got turned down. Just a thought. I have a question about ambulances. General fund for ambulances. To me, ambulances, fire, solid waste, utilities, these are all services. And I believe that the city should provide these services at cost. You know, if it costs $100,000 for a new ambulance, then that should be paid out of those service fees. But I noticed that it said we're going to take general fund money for ambulances versus the fire and rescue, which is slated to go up 10%. Why aren't we buying those ambulances out of, the fire and rescue's budget? And if those fees have to go up 15% to pay for it, so be it. Services, we have great services in this city, but to maintain them, those services have to be paid for. And kind of just strikes me as if we're going to buy ambulances out of the general fund, that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I saw one thing on there, it was real quick, but I saw that the solid waste transfer station was a 75% increase. Is that 75% increase in the cost of building that versus the 14 million that we were asking for?
75% increase. Oh, I'm sorry. You know it. I don't.
The increase from the original estimate when we first started talking about the project.
So the 14 million is the 75% increase?
Yes. What we have in the CIP right now is with the 75.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me for now.
Mayor, just letting Commissioner Duval know that when we get to the fire department, we'll be able to answer your questions about the ambulance and the questions you raised about why do we pay out of general fund versus district, et cetera, et cetera.
All right.
Okay.
Before we move on to individual departments, any public comment on this item?
Debbie McDowell. Reviewing the budget will forever run through my veins. As a commissioner, budget workshops were one of my favorites. It's a new fiscal year, a new budget with 27 new proposed positions, a 3.7667 millage rate, and assessment increases to all three districts. I wish you all the best as you dissect this budget and talk about ways to fund the 3 referendum infrastructure projects. Here's my key takeaways. 1, the increase in dependent healthcare costs needs to be absorbed entirely by the employees or at least split 50-50. For the past 5 years, taxpayers have absorbed these increases 100%. 2, it is premature to form 2 new departments within the budget. Surely by now, the city attorney has advised all of you about the charter section 5.05A requirements and the laws against polling behind the scenes. The commission has not granted unanimous approval to activate these 2 new departments. The new communications director salary will be $150,000 and oversees 11 employees. The new IT director salary is $186,000, overseeing 34 employees. At least 6 other departments have greater responsibilities because of their multiple divisions and between 70 to 200 employees. You might want to request a director's salary comparison for all departments for July's workshop backup materials. It's eye-opening. 3, double check the salaries within all departments. They're all over the place when comparing year-to-year current positions. Some executive salaries increases more than 10%. Some regular salaries show a 0 salary increase to more than 10%. What happened to the 4.5 increase mentioned in the CM's letter? 4, where is the plan to start reducing the Natural Resources Division reliance using 100% of the tree fund, AKA the environmental fund revenues? 5, do we really need 27 new employees? Do you know how many new employees have been added in the past 5 years? Good luck, everyone. I'm sure the discussion will be interesting. And that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, moving on to B 25-2368, discussion of possible direction regarding the fiscal year budget. Human Resource Department, City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This discussion for our Human Resource Department, as we get into, they have 14 authorized positions included in the fiscal year 26 budget. There are no new positions there. You actually increased them by a position last year. And this year, when it comes to human resources, the main thing that they've just done is sort of reorganize within themselves for the resources that they have so that they can get the right people in the right positions. I know that you have also had some discussions, and we're going to be talking about the health insurance as well that was mentioned, and the decision that you have. We have a practice that we've done in the past few years of helping to supplement the employee costs as a city. And as Commissioner Duval says, then you all had one-on-one meetings with our team and our health consultant, and now is the time to have a conversation if you would like that model to change based on Commissioner Duval mentioned who wasn't paying any right now versus the cost that we have of the services that we're paying for. I believe two main drivers of our health insurance increase were cancer and diabetes, both of which have things that we do in our plan that are up for adjustment if the board seeks to do so. As it relates to HR and their performance related to their targets, they are on target for all three of making sure that we increase participation in the employee fair, maintaining 80% of the job injuries to less than 7 workdays of lost time, and maintaining turnover rate of less than 15%. I believe it was said earlier by Commissioner Langdon, there is a cost to turnover and having to lose employees. And again, as you look at our structure and philosophy of how we compensate our employees, we still want to be in the middle. I don't think you want the lowest or the highest, and I believe that maintaining our turnover rate to be low keeps us in that particular area. When you look at the budget summary of human resources, it doesn't change a lot from last year to this year's request. It's pretty flat for the most part. But when you look at some of the impacts of their fiscal year 25 funded proposals, they provided mandatory annual training to educate staff regarding staff departments, cross departments on a harassment-free workplace. In the fiscal year 26 proposals, there were none, but we did move up 2 budget proposals out of last year into this year based on our projections for this year, and one of them is the compensation study, as I mentioned to you earlier. That's all we have for our Human Resource Department, Mr. Mayor, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Sure, those that want to speak, make sure you get in the queue there. I'm up first, so I'd like to go and focus right on the healthcare cost issue here. As I recall from my one-on-one with Human Resources, if I recall, that 15% roughly equated to about $238,000, if I remember, have increased cost in that range.
Yes, that is correct.
And correspondingly, were the employee families to absorb that, we would be looking at increasing their monthly cost of health care by roughly $100, a little under $100 a month.
Yes, correct.
Right.
The family plan would go up approximately $43 per pay period for the family.
Without actually having a detailed analysis, I would say that if we were to drop that burden on all our employees who have families in this city, who work for the city, and add what's going to be over $1,000 a year of healthcare costs to the average family employee here, I would say that the amount of fallout in terms of lost employees, since I have in the number of years I've been paying attention to what's going on in the city, it pains me every time I hear about any of our employees moving out of the city because they can't afford to live here anymore and because they need to find cheaper accommodations and cheaper ways to make ends meet. Quite frankly, the cost of replacing people is going to far exceed $238,000. It won't even be close. If we were to lose a percentage of our people because we're adding over $1,000 expense to them, I think the number will run not just a couple of $100,000, it'll run $1 million or more to the cost of the city, not to mention the disruption in continuity if we have to go out and hire new and train new and bring people up to speed. The solution to the healthcare issue is something we've been working on now for a bunch of years, and that's the health clinic.
Correct.
The health clinic is going to dramatically impact our employee healthcare costs. And I think that initiative ought to continue to play out. I don't think we ought to do a thing but absorb this $238,000. I think this is a smart investment on the part of our citizens to keep our team together. We worked many, many, many years since the recession to build a team in this city to help run this city at the level it's running at. I don't think we compromise that. I think it's short money in order to keep things going in the right direction personnel-wise. So I would not be in favor of doing anything to pass on the cost to our employees. I think this is something we should absorb. Commissioner Langdon?
Thank you, Mayor. For me, it was pretty simple. When I first met with staff, my inclination was to share that increase in the cost. And then when I had an opportunity to look at the budget, I realized that we're going to be asking our current employees to do more with no, oftentimes, increase in headcount or support. So I concluded that it would really be a double whammy punch to increase the health costs on the back of our employees and then ask them to do more without more help. So I agree with the mayor. I think we just absorb it. I'm looking forward to some cost savings when our health clinic actually gets implemented. And I know I often hear when we talk about staff salaries and the costs of human resources here at the city, people will say to me, well, you know, the fellow working at the gas station or at McDonald's, they're not being treated so well. And so my answer to that is always, well, let's get some jobs here that elevate pay scales for the people who are here. Let's not punish our staff. That's not the solution. So I'd say we suck it up. We absorb the increase in those health costs and look for better news next year. When is our health center going to launch? I forget. We talked about it.
Our anticipated would be January of 2026.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Who else? Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. The health center is projected to be 1.2 million. Is that all that we needed to have it running and operated?
Yes,
That's it?
that is, yes. It comes out of the operational bucket that we're paying Aetna for our health insurance. So that was the fund from last year that was approved to get the facilities up and running.
So it's operating expenses, administrative, all of it?
It'll all be built into the, yes.
So on the insurance absorption, certainly it's really nice for the employees. Although somebody is paying those money and somebody is the taxpayers. So I can see 2 points of view. And I do believe there's the survey was done and there's like, I think less than 30% of companies pay 100% of premiums. So the discussion is to absorb that 15% in hike in the cost, correct? Will we know how much it would be after the healthcare center is set up and running?
Those projections will probably utilize some of the Charlotte County's projections to give you guys an idea on the return of investment. It could, we have things in the back of our mind that we're going to be doing to put the workforce to the facilities, such as their annual physicals will be required to be performed at the facilities. We'll be able to use the facilities for our workers' compensation. Could take 2 to 3 years to see a positive turnaround for that. They're all estimates, yeah.
I just wanted to be prepared for the next year's budget or down the road, that we could take a look at the model where we can do some model of sharing the cost between the employees and the city. I mean, it's a generous thing, but like I said, somebody's paying for those.
Yes, so the employee who's an individual on a health insurance plan, there are things that they have to do in order to get the reduction of the cost. They have to do an annual full physical. They have to do an online risk assessment through our insurance carrier, which gives them some tools to live a healthier lifestyle. And they also need to be smoke-free. If all those criteria are met, then the individual insurance person, that's single coverage, it's at a zero pay. If they're not met, they would have a $15 co-share or $25, depending on if they meet all of them or half.
Thank you.
Quick question. Do we have any gauge on what, on a percentage basis, the difference between private industry compensation levels and government or city wages? I mean, do we pay 10% less, 15% less, 20% less than the private marketplace out there? And I'm not talking just health benefits. I'm talking about compensation levels, because it plays in a part. One of the huge attractions is we provide a great health care program for our employees here in the city. But it's my assumption that working for a municipality is considerably less compensation-wise than what you can get in private industry.
Yeah, and private industry doesn't share that data with us of their health insurance cost sharing or anything. So we rely on our counties and municipalities in our area for comparisons and such.
Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe the Mayor mentioned $283,000 increase this year.
I thought, what,
In the insurance
238? I didn't remember the number from our one-on-one.
228,906.
289.
$228,906.
Okay. Well, okay. If we, just based on the $283,000 number, I worked out some numbers. If we divided that by 2, in other words, cutting the cost between the taxpayers and the employees, okay, that would be 141.5. If you divide that by the 400 employees right now who don't pay for the health insurance, I believe there's about 400, and you divide that by 26 weeks of pay, that comes out to about $1,360 a pay period, or $27 a month. Now that's based on 283,000, so it would be less than that. And I don't think that asking employees that don't pay anything for their health insurance to come up with around $20 a month to help split that cost between the employees and the taxpayers. As I sit up here, I have to represent the employees but also the taxpayers. And I just, every dime makes a difference. So if we could share the cost a little bit, I'd be happy with that.
I would love to say that all of the employees that are single coverage actually meet the criteria. Some of them don't. So there is a cost sharing that's going on with the employees who are not getting their annual physicals, or they are smokers or of some that nature.
So to try to understand, Commissioner Duval, so if we were to do that and share this $228,000 with the taxpayers, are you, I'm just trying to understand, are you contemplating giving that money back to the taxpayers? In other words, to reduce their the property taxes by $130,000? I don't understand how we're sharing it with the citizens. How are they getting any benefit from it? Or are you envisioning taking that $114,000 or whatever it is, and where would you spend it? Where else would it go? Because, I mean, it's easy to say we should share it, but share it with who? Like, if we're not going to give it back to the taxpayers in terms of a tax reduction that goes back in their pockets, they're going to pay less to the city every year, then the contemplation would be that we're going to spend it somewhere else. And I question where we might spend that money and what would be a better use than to spend it on the people who do and work hard every single day to run our city the best it can, to do the best for the most, and try to provide the best services and quality of life. So I'm just trying to understand where that cost savings will go if we're going to charge our employees. How's it going back to the citizens? That's what I don't understand.
For me, to answer that, it's money that the city would not have to spend. Now, what the city did with that money, do we find something else that, we just saved, $100,000, so let's go buy something new? No, that's not necessarily so. It was just lessen the burden of finding the money for the things that we already do have to pay for. It's just leaving that, instead of the city having to pay that total $238,000 out to the insurance companies, the city's going to keep half of that into the coffers to be able to use it to lessen the burden on some of our other funds. It's just, as I said, it's just a sharing of the cost.
Mr. Petro.
I'll let the city manager talk because he was gonna answer that.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly, I'm sorry.
In Commissioner Duval's example, if that were to be done, it would go into the fund balance, would sort of increase the fund balance that you just said was sort of lower than you would like it to be. We wouldn't go spend it somewhere else.
That's one place for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, going back to this, we're only talking about this because there's an increase, correct? Otherwise, I don't think this would be a topic of discussion. But because there's a hike from the insurance company, that's why we are having this discussion. And the discussion is worth it. I mean, I'm all for discussion. I can see a good point on Commissioner Duval side of an argument. What I'm proposing is for the next year budget, I think we have to, or by that time, we have to have a model of some sort of a sharing between the employees and employer. I guess coming from a private side, I never had a job where my insurance premiums were covered 100%. And what I'm asking is to look into this model and maybe change it a little bit. I'm not asking 50-50, maybe some of it. It's just a lot of us get accustomed to the government positions, that everything is paid for. And this is a very attractive package. If if we advertise for employment, saying your insurance is paid for, this is a really good package. What I'm suggesting, and I'm not asking for any consensus or anything, as a discussion and a thinking point, maybe to develop a model that there would be some share of a cost between the city and the employee type of a format. After all, somebody is paying those money, and that somebody is the taxpayer. And we, as elected officials, and I can only speak on my own, on behalf of myself, that I represent those taxpayers. And to be fair, I think we should look in the future to have some sort of a model where we can share as a city and employee health insurance cost. Because insurance cost is going to go up significantly year after year. It's almost a given.
Okay.
I'm
For
sorry.
No. For the record, employees do pay. The employee single is $0, employee spouse has a copay, employee family has a copay, and employee children has a copay. We do have a model of 4 tiers, and we offer 3 different plans to choose from. Just for the record, the city's not paying for everybody's health insurance.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
And I don't mean to, I'm not ignorant of that fact. But it's just a thought. Maybe
Yes.
we can do some development.
And also, Commissioner Petro, the model that we use is one that is consistent throughout this area. We're not the only ones that do it. Employees not paying anything as a single person is a common practice. And I would venture to say it's a common practice throughout other states as well, as I've seen it in other states.
Yes, but what if next year we're going to
Yes.
have a hike of 20%,
Right.
30%? I'm coming, again, the reason for this discussion is because of the hike.
Yes.
And if we're going to have another one,
Mhm.
we have to look at some sort of shared plan. And that's the only reason we're talking about this, because of this hike.
Yes, sir. I think it was 2% or less last year, and this year it went up by 15%, which is sort of driving the conversation. And we're not trying to discourage you from changing the single person who you may decide on. I think there was an example of $15 or $27 that was mentioned earlier. We're not trying to discourage that conversation. We just want to make sure that you understand exactly
Oh, yes, I do.
correctly.
Thank you. Enough of that. But
Anybody else? Final thing I would say on it is, if were we to take a look at that going forward, I think you have to include the overall compensation comparisons between city government employees and private enterprise. You cannot dissect this and look at simply a cost increase of health benefits and say, well, okay, it went up 15%. It's a couple of $100,000 increase. So we should, think about sharing this burden with our employees. There are repercussions to doing that. It may not seem significant dollars, but it is significant dollars to the person who's contemplating working in private industry versus working for a municipality. It is not easy to fill these positions with city government at any level of city government. We have slots that have been open for an extended period because we can't find the right people to occupy them, to fill them, because people don't typically want to work for a public entity, a government. And the compensation levels, I know, are significantly below what you can make in the private marketplace. They are. It's just that simple. And people may look at some of these salaries of middle management and upper management and go, holy mackerel. I mean, it's been a while since I've been in the private market working, and what I made to do what I did compared to what people who aren't at the level I was at is astronomically more than what I made. But the reality is, it's still a lot more money to be made in the private marketplace. And we have to consider that. We have a organization of over $300 million in revenues. That is a huge operation. It's not a business per se, but it is one huge organization to run, has almost 1,000 employees in it. And the cost of providing that good governance, having subject matter experts fill our departments who can help provide good, solid information and good guidance and good direction and good advice to us is imperative if we're going to continue to meet the challenges of growth. So I say it's very important not to be penny wise and dollar foolish here. And if we're going to consider these kinds of changes, we should make sure we look very carefully at the unintended consequences of doing something like this. Not saying we shouldn't discuss it or look at it. And yes, the potential is that costs could continue to go up, in which case you have to address it. But I just say we need to be very careful that we recognize the unintended consequences of situations like this, because they will have repercussions. Anybody else have anything on this? Commissioner Duval?
Yes, again, I'm going to argue, and I'll try to keep it short. I was looking through the budget, and in a meeting I had with a couple of people, I noted out that the insurance cost for the 5 city commissioners last year was $60,000. This year it's going to be $49,000. It went down by about $11,000. And that's because this commissioner is a retired old man and has his insurance and Medicare, and that saved the city taxpayers $11,000. Now, if we can save the city taxpayers, just $100,000 over the year, I'm sure they would appreciate it. What I'm saying is, that $11,000, if I didn't have my own insurance, that's money that the taxpayers would be paying for my insurance. And if I had to pay a portion of that, I don't think I'd change jobs. Not asking for a large input from our employees, just something. And to end this, I guess I'd like to ask, Commissioner Petro kind of seems to go my way, Commissioner Langdon and the mayor go another way. Could I just ask for a consensus so we can just leave this for next year or move on with a plan? And I guess that means, Pete, you get to vote.
I can answer your question right here because we had the meetings before too, and currently our employees are paying more than any of our surrounding areas for their health insurance, correct?
Yes, it's higher than.
Almost double
Yes, Charlotte County
on
is.
some of them. So, I mean, it would be a huge burden onto each of the employees. I've already told them I'm in support of absorbing it with the city because they are being penalized from surrounding communities for what they're paying now for their families and extended, beneficiaries.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood something here, but do we or do we not have approximately 400 employees that do not pay anything for insurance? I thought there was a breakdown. We have some that are single and it's just those people that the city provides insurance for. And then there's some people that are married, their spouse, and those with a spouse, they have to pay. And it is a good chunk. And those with a family, they pay a bigger chunk. But what I was talking about, I mentioned the numbers I gave were based on those 400. I'm just asking that those 400 that don't contribute anything, contribute something.
That is the single coverage, yes. There's approximately 400 employees here that are not contributing towards it because they're on the single plan. Of those 400, I believe 188 of them are actually married with dependents. And, so they're carrying their health insurance probably at the spouse's facility. So we could see a shift in that as well, which would change the numbers a little bit. But I just want to kind of also remind everybody, if an employee is not meeting the criteria for the zero, they are cost sharing the health insurance. If they're a smoker, if they're not doing their health physical every year and doing the risk assessment. I don't have that number in front of me of how many aren't in compliance to share that with you. But if they're not, they are paying a portion of the insurance.
So what is your number of employees that are non-smokers, that are single, that are maintaining, their health and wellness exams? How many of those employees are there?
I didn't bring that number with me, I'm sorry. I would have to go in and look at last year's data to see. So I'm just,
We'll get back to you on that.
yeah, but I do need a consensus on.
But
Yeah.
let me ask you a question, Commissioner Duval, since you brought me into this conversation. By what I'm just listening to and what you're saying is you're trying to whittle it down to just the people that are paying zero. Okay? Now, this is just my thoughts. You're penalizing them for being at zero when the other employees may have some discrepancies. They're paying a little bit for their insurance. But now the people that are at zero, because they're following the rules, now you're going to charge them. That's what I'm hearing in this conversation, because it's going from here to here to here. Now we're down to maybe 150 employees that it's affected or whatever. That's what I'm hearing. And I know that's not what you're trying to say, but that's what I'm hearing.
I'm not trying to penalize anyone, including the taxpayers. If it comes down to, fairness, the taxpayers don't get a choice. The taxpayers get a bill, they have to pay that bill. With our city employees, there's very few places nowadays that employees do not have to contribute some of their salary to their insurance costs. And there are a lot of people that live in this city that have jobs that don't pay health insurance. And those people pay taxes too. So I'm not trying to penalize anyone. I'm just trying to make the burden a little easier for, our taxpayers and everyone involved. They use the term having some skin in the game. I just don't think it's asking too much to ask employees that don't pay anything to pay something. That's all. And if it seems like it's a 3-2 vote here, so I guess for now, the discussion should probably be over.
I haven't seen it. Where'd it come from?
Anything else to this one?
Ma'am, do you need a consensus, please?
If you want, if you want us to move forward with it.
I'll make it. The consensus is in this budget year, the city will absorb 100% of the health care cost increases.
Well, are you a yes or no?
I don't know.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Doesn't matter.
It always
matters.
matters. Your vote always
know what you
matters.
stand, sir.
Yes and no.
He picked both.
Two valid arguments. I say we absorb it this year.
All right, you have your consensus.
Thank you.
So you're going to be tough next year, Commissioner, is that what you're saying?
Get ready. So you don't get ready.
Let's see. And we have any public comments on this item? There is none. Let's see. We've been at it slightly under 2 hours. I think we're going to take a 10-minute health break. People stretch their legs. We'll be back at,
79.
yep, right at 11 o'clock. We are back in session. Next item up is C 25-2378, discussion of possible direction regarding fiscal year 26 Police Department recommended budget. City Manager, this item is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now we will discuss the police department as proposed in the recommended budget. Just as a reminder, they are the largest department in our general fund. When you look at the adjustments, the conversation, the desire to affect the general fund, it affects police a lot more than it does in different departments. I'll also remind you that it was in fiscal year 23, I believe, that we received a consultant report that gave us the roadmap and the guideline of how to address our police staff so that it would keep and stay in alignment with the population growth that we were experiencing. I believe that we all would say at this point, that report that showed us reaching certain milestones, we as a city had already eclipsed those milestones in the last year or so, or last year and a half. So our population was going faster. Last year, I believe I did not include, it was 13 or maybe 15 positions within the budget they submitted. And this year, as we look at the amount of money that we don't have and the factors that I outlined earlier, whether it was bringing those people on and how we're going to manage those, has led me to the decision that is the budget in front of you right now. When you look at their org chart, there are 211 people over various divisions within the police department. As we have talked about, and we got some questions over the weekend regarding some of the staffing compensation. The most of police is governed by a collective bargaining unit and contract, which was done last summer. And it is a contract for a few years, I can't remember, 3 or 4, until 2027, that we are obligated to adhere to. Now, the last year of the previous contract, the police union came and asked us to consider a reevaluation of that contract because things had changed very rapidly in the time from which the contract was signed until last year. And the first reaction was, no, we did not want to do that. But when we said no, we went back and examined the parameters and what was really necessary to keep us in alignment with our competitive peers. And we did make some adjustments, which made the contract last summer a lot easier to manage. We can't expect flexibility if we don't give flexibility. So it was the right thing to do, and that's why we did it. When you look at the performance measures for the police department, we are generally, and I wouldn't say universally, but mainly known to have a very low crime rate. You know, there are a lot of things that have happened recently and outside of our control, and we're lucky and proud that our team has reacted appropriately to save us from further harm and damage. I believe that people are recognizing that when they do want to do things around the city of Northport, if they come into the city of Northport, there will be a reaction that is swift and allows us to make sure that our residents feel a certain level of safety at all times. When you look at these performance measures, the maintenance of 90% of residents surveyed feeling that this is a safe place to live at 90% is on target, as we are at nearly 95%. The goal of the average response time in less than 10 minutes for all calls is projected to be slightly below that of 10 minutes and 42 seconds. I will let the chief speak to that later if he needs to regarding how that metric and it falling below will be affected by the proposal that I have put in front of you. And also the property clearance rate of 20.1% is at 24.25% projected. When you look at their budget in this bar chart, you're going to see, as I've said, the goal is to remain flat. And in order to remain flat, that means a combination of expense monitoring as well as personnel scrutiny. And that's how I made it balanced. Now, again, I will be the first to admit that not providing them what they needed all up front today is not ideal. But these are not ideal circumstances that we're having to deal with. So we look forward to the discussion of what the board might want to see done differently in order to make sure that we maintain our levels of police safety as well as balancing our budget. So the impacts of the fiscal year 25 funding proposals, you will Remember our community engagement recruiting specialist. This is building trust through communication and police activity. Community safety events, being visible in our community is very important, and they've done a great job of that. The electronic surveillance unit enhanced our situational awareness, and by overseeing over 160 license plate readers and surveillance cameras has allowed us to react more quickly than without those, so that crime can be solved and or deterred. Our conservation and environmental officer addressed the rising demand related to environmental protection. Our quartermaster streamlined our supply management for the department, and our video management specialist improved our public record response time. They had 11 proposals totaling $1.2 million for the police department. And the unfunded proposals that were not included were the positions I mentioned, totaling roughly $4.8 million, and 5 proposals at $204,000. The delays in emergency response times and unable to meet statutory requirements are for public records processing are some of the impacts of the unfunded proposals. The increased staff load, as was mentioned earlier, burnout, employees who would leave for other peer jurisdictions who would pay more for the same or similar services is something that is a conscious effort of ours. When we were doing some of the reclassifications that we did for police, you have to not only look at the other police like Police Sarasota, but you also have to take in the sheriff's department as well, because they have a lot of transferable skills that cross over between the sheriff and police department. Vulnerability to cyber threats and system failures due to unidentified IT and infrastructure roles. We are having conversations now to see if it makes sense to merge the IT of police with our main IT current division under Mr. Eric Ryan. I think we believe even if we were to merge, it doesn't necessarily mean a reduction of FTEs. What it means is what it could mean could be a stronger oversight and accountability. I hate to say it this way, but I'm going to say it this way. With police, I want the main thing to remain the main thing. You know, they are good at law enforcement, and they are good at making sure that the things that we talked about earlier and the stats that they have are good. If I can help relieve some of that other activity that would make them better, more efficient, and make everyone a better performer as government employees, and that's what we do as it relates to our police department. Mr. Mayor, I'll stop there. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Who's up? Who wants to speak first? Anybody?
I'll go.
Right?
A few questions. You had mentioned earlier, City Manager, that we have a number of positions open in the police department that were funded this year. Again, recruiting good people is tough. How many of those positions are open, and when can we reasonably expect to fill them?
So as the chief prepares to respond, what I'll say is he did a report about a month ago that showed there was like 16 positions that were unfilled, but maybe only 5 to 8 of those were new positions that you had included in your budget.
They were replaced.
Correct. And based on that attrition, the replacement, termination, this has been a very interesting year for personnel across the board for the city, and police is no different. But the purpose of me saying that was that they're not all just 16 positions that were you put in your budget and we just delayed in filling them. There is a cycle there of where you try to fill them. Mainly, we start at the beginning of the year, because when we budget, we don't budget them to start on October 1st, because that's the beginning of the year, and you got to recruit and you got to hire. So there's that little bit of window built in there. So, but even with that window, we had 16 to 17, and the 5 that I remember off the top of my head were ones that were sort of put into the budget. So if we sort of shrink that number down, and you can really look at it based on how many people have come in and out of their department, then it will help us understand how do we build forward going their requests.
Because again, if we can reasonably expect that it's going to take us all of 2026 to fill 16 positions, and anyone else who might leave that we have to backfill, then I don't feel quite so bad not approving new positions, because why tie up the budget
Right.
with something that just practically won't happen?
Well, and while I believe that we will hire some level or some number, my thought process was to only bring it to you when we were ready to do so. So when we get ready to do so, then that's when we will bring it to you. And it would be very similar to a mid-year request where the information and the data has shown us that we can afford these positions. And it's just no different than any other mid-year request.
Right.
Except we won't be doing it mid-year, we'll be doing it quarterly.
I guess in going through, I have another question before I make comment. Proposal 3144 for community service aides. Is there a direct correlation between the number of hours that a community service aide works and the offload of our sworn staff? So if we have an aide working 40 hours a week, is that shifting 40 hours of lower priority tasks off the back of our patrol and detectives? So there's that direct correlation.
That's correct.
I started going through, and there were certain of these proposals. I said, oh my gosh, we really should do that or not do that. I'm not going to second guess you guys. You know best what you need and what you don't need. But my general comment, and then I'll keep quiet and let my fellow commissioners chat. But if indeed we're not adding headcount this year for our police staff, then we better do some things that impact the efficiency of the people we have. And just a few things on the not funded list really popped up to me as things that we might want to consider. And one was the community service aid. I mean, if we're not relieving the work burden of the folks we have, and we're not adding, then we better do some things that make them more efficient and offload them of things that aren't critical. I'll make one comment though. The one that really popped out at me, oh my God, do we need another traffic cop or what? I mean, everybody complains about speeding and, all kinds of things. Just a comment. I'll keep quiet and see what my fellow commissioners have to say.
I don't see anybody else up there. So can you roll these slides back to the first or second one? There was a comparison. Oh, that one. Go. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Okay. Question. On the operating level, down the bottom, we're showing amended fiscal 25 of 10,000,007. Projected 9.5, recommended 4.6. Where are we cutting there? I mean, that's what, roughly $5 million of reduction?
It was for the design of the new PD headquarters, over $4 million for that.
Okay, that's what it was. I got you. Yeah, because if you look back at Fly 24, it was 4.9. Okay. Thank you for that. I was wondering, where are you guys saving that much money? But that's what it was, a design for the police of yours. I've had a question, and I know, maybe some people know, maybe they don't, that in order to achieve the goal, which is response times, okay, there are algorithms and formulas and methodologies based on population, based on overall geography. There's so many police for, so much population, so much geography. How much credence is given to density? And the reason I ask that is you look at the type of growth that the city is experiencing and where it's taking place and the type of population growth. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you take an area like my district, I mean, that's probably the fastest growing district in the city. And it is the highest density growth in the city because of the close proximities of the communities, the types of building. You got apartments, you got seniors, you got villas, you got townhouses, you got condos, you got some singles, but in a very tight geographic circumference, you have significant population increase. So my question is, how much do we take that into consideration when we look at our study? And I don't recall how long ago it was updated, but if, when it's done, how do we adjust for that? Because if we say our study is looking for, say, 40 new hires, I'll just pick a number, but if density in the growth areas is such that it takes less officers to cover that area of higher density, then maybe we really don't need 40. Maybe we only need 20. And the way I compare it is you look at cities around us and throughout the state and throughout the country that don't nearly have 104 square miles. And they either have similar populations or less populations, but they're concentrated. They may even have more, but they're concentrated and packed into a tighter geographic area, which, at least as a layman, I would think would require less police coverage, less vehicles, less officers, but maybe I'm wrong. So how does that all play in? Because do we really need everything our studies say? Do our studies really address the density consideration in terms of the growth? And I don't know the answer.
Mayor, the study did consider all of that. It's not just the density, though, that it took into place, it's the geography of the city. And just because you have a densely populated area, it might not be requiring the uptick for calls for services. But the problem is, mainly with our city, is the geography of it. We are growing on the west side and the east side tremendously, right? So it's stretching our resources extremely thin. The other downward turn of this is you cannot traverse through the city easily. And, we're going to see the heavy impacts of that with the price widening project as well. So because of that, it's stretching our resources extremely thin, and you're not able to get to point A to point B in a reasonable time. So you are going to require those people, those additional law enforcement officers, to be able to respond to those calls for services. It's not just the density that you have to look at. You have to look at the geography as well.
All right, good. I need to, just to get my head wrapped around that. Appreciate that. And the only other thing I would ask you is, to me, public safety has always been the highest priority in our city. And I feel very good about the fact that for the last handful of years running, when we poll the community, they actually put infrastructure ahead of public safety. And I think that's kudos to us because we provide such a safe city. If we didn't, believe me, public safety would be right at the top. So people have gotten comfortable with all this. And we are not going to stop the population growth in this city. I don't care what anybody says, there's no way to stop it. People have property rights, they own land, they are going to build. It's all a question of what type of development we get here. If we don't manage it right, it's going to cost our citizens and all of us a whole lot more money than if we do it strategically. But so assuming all that, and we know this budget provides for no staff increases, and on a quarterly basis, I assume we're going to look at this as budget amendment type things, and hand in hand with the ask is going to be how we expect to pay for it. I know that right now, I don't see how we pay for it. So I'm kind of curious how we expect to figure out how we're going to pay for it. Are there efficiencies in operations that could generate the tune of, $4.8 million? Are there areas across the general budget that we might be able to reallocate money for? I'm just curious because as we get into the thick and thin of the year, it's going to come before us, and the struggle's going to be, how do we pay for it? And I mean, I don't see any new revenue materializing anywhere. I just don't. And so if it doesn't come from cost cutting, or it doesn't come from reallocating it from other parts of the general fund, how in any kind of realistic sense are we ever going to make a dent in that 4.8? And don't get me wrong, I appreciate that we got to make some dent in that in order to keep pace with our growth. So I don't, and maybe it's a premature question. Maybe it should come up a quarter down the road, the first time you all come and ask. But I'm sure curious because this budget's balanced on the backs of the police department. Quite frankly, every department's squeezed, and you can see where every department's made cuts and tightened their belts to make this work. But the reality is 5 million of this balanced budget is on the backs of y'all. And so how do we dig out of this? Where are we going to find that money? Do we have any idea conceptually?
So a couple answers to your statements. Police did sacrifice within their budget. They've already sacrificed in their expenses. So they have sacrificed as well in addition to their need for new staffing. But you add those two things together, and you're talking $6 or $7 million in one department for one budget. So the amount of stress, so to speak, was spread around from everyone not getting what they needed. So it was balanced on police, as you stated, because they are the heaviest cost driver in your general fund. They represent $40 million of a $97 million budget. So that is why the answer was for them to help balance the budget. The other question about where the money is coming from, whenever we do a mid-year request from you, we have to tell you exactly where that money is coming from and where it's short or where it's over. Whether it's a $40 million budget for them or $97 million for the general fund, none of that is always going to be paid out exactly the way that it's budgeted in this book. And as those changes occur, and some might be later rather than sooner, we will come to you and say, this is what the picture looks like now that looks differently from what we knew in May, June, or whenever it's budgeted and accepted in September. But there is no way for me to tell you exactly today where exactly the line item is going to come from because we don't know what's going to happen. What we can tell you is that as we add staff that they need, we will make sure that we do include that in our budget projections going forward so that the use of fund balance is not the place where they're funded out of.
Yeah. That was a big, because you can see, when we look at the fund balance, we are make this overall budget balance, we're tweaking fund balance a little bit. That isn't always a great thing, but it's, the $1.1 million is kind of not a big number, quite honestly, and the balance this budget is cool, but we don't have a lot of general fund balance left to do this with. So that's why I say it's really got to come from operating during the course of the year and seeing where we can reallocate funds from here to there within the general fund to make this work. So I get it. I didn't mean to put you really on the spot, but I wanted to highlight that's the challenge. That's the challenge. Commissioner Petra.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions. Well, first, I want to compliment the police for their work. They do outstanding work. And that is both the chief and the deputy chief. As I
It's
drive
the men and women out there that are putting the hard work in, so they make us look good.
your management, everywhere I drive, 2 streets I pass, there's a police officer car. 2 streets more, there's another. So you do outstanding work.
I was just going to say, it's really all about you, Commissioner.
They track me. But couple of questions. Are there any planning strategies for the police station? Any of planning and thoughts on that? Do you guys do any?
I believe what the city managers already described to you guys, and that I believe those options eventually will be coming back towards the commission.
Yes, so if you're talking about the planning for the actual funding, or you're talking about the planning for what he's gonna do as a chief in between the current situation and the new situation, are two kind of different things. The first one, you as a board have already directed us to go back in to explore the P3 and the COPS pathway, and that'll be coming back in front of you based on the unsolicited proposals that we've received. And then once we sort of discuss that, you will make a decision, and then we'll go from there as it relates to the overall funding of a new headquarters. But in the meanwhile, they still have to operate and still run their department the most efficient way possible. And as you know, some of them are sort of stacked on top of each other over there in the building. So the trailers that are going to come in the end of fiscal year 25 will allow them to move some space out and give some more breathing room there. And that's just with the staff that we have. So when you do the space planning and you bring on new employees, they'll have to be configured in, and we'll have to know where they're going to go or how much time they are needed to be in the office versus the field, and add those people accordingly. But there is definitely going to be more art than science in this process of making sure that we move forward with a new police headquarters, whatever it looks like or whatever it costs, or whenever we get it, with what he has to do on an annual basis, which will be several years based on the fact that we don't have a funding pathway right now identified here in the middle of 2025.
So one thing I want to ask, well, I got a couple of things. The integration with the IT department, how open are you into that idea and working with the IT department to integrate police department with the overall IT?
Our two departments work very well together right now, so city manager's going to be looking at different options and efficiencies and make those decisions. So
I just want to be on the record that I'm in full support of that. I'm all about efficiencies and how to make it more effective. Out of 35 positions requested, and how many unfilled positions in that number? 16 or all 35 are requested? Or I guess my question is 16 unfilled positions that needed to be filled. And that is part of 35 or?
35 is the number of unfilled positions that we're requesting for this year.
And 16, what is that number? 16, I've heard.
Are you referring to the 16 that they didn't get in their last year's budget?
Yes. Yeah,
So last year, and I believe that number was 16. If I'm wrong, correct me. But based on sort of what we're doing now, that number was cut in half of what they actually submitted. So he had to make do and figure out a way, which he did, in order to keep the services going. And so that number has just now gone to 35.
but those, we have several of those that are identified with candidates already. We have 5 that are currently open with no names attached to it right now, out of that 16.
What do you see the most challenge recruiting process? What level of positions? The entry positions or mid-level positions? Or
I think getting the right people all across the board is challenging. We have not really had difficulty recruiting because people do want to come work for the Northport Police Department. So I'm proud to say that. And a lot of that is because of the support that we have from the commission and the city manager's office. But we're not really having a problem, doing that. There's a lot of things that waylay into the delay of our hiring. You got to remember the hurricanes really put a damper on our recruitment period and being able to process people, during all that time. And then some other situations that we had to deal with that kind of delayed things. We also have to remember that we have to wait for academies to start to get people into police academies. So sometimes our hiring cycle gets delayed because we have to rely on outside entities to put on police academies.
And one of the things, Commissioner Petrov, that you asked in one of your questions, the ability for us to make sure that his salaries are competitive with those around him, that's what drove our decision-making to make mid-year adjustments for police, because we did not want to fall behind. But we had to also prove that we were going to fall behind if we didn't make an adjustment. So we try to be proactive with problems and solve them before they reach you, and definitely before they reach our community. So when you see some of those things happening, they're not always reactive, because once you are reactive to it, it takes a lot longer and a lot more to fix it.
If we delay or fall behind, we're in such a hot market where people can leave here and go to a neighboring agency and not lose anything and make more money and stuff like that. So it's important that we stay competitive where we are to keep our people here. Because if not, they don't have to move their house or anything. They can easily jump from one department to another department, stay in the region, and they're not out anything. So it's vitally important that we stay competitive. This commission has been so supportive over the years to get us to where we're at. If we lose any foothold there, you're going to have a hard time making up that time.
And just a note, the density population, if we look at the Welland Park, West Villages, a lot of those areas are gated communities. You don't really patrol those, correct?
That's not correct. We patrol gated communities.
So you do go in and
Yes.
patrol? And I guess my question is, are you utilizing that strategically placing the police officers in one location of the town versus so they don't travel all across the town to make it more efficient?
So our city is broken up into zones, patrol zones, and then in those patrol zones, we have police officers. So we have a zone throughout the entire city. Each segment of the city is broken up into a zone. So, right, if someone's in Wayland Park, they're not responding from Wayland Park out to Yorkshire to respond to a call, unless it is some type of a dire emergency where it's, everybody's responding.
So, City Manager, we'll hear from you on a quarterly basis as far as how many positions or how does it work? How are you going to fund this shortage?
Well, if Commissioner Petro, if the board agrees with the approach that I have proposed to you, then we will come to you on a quarterly basis and update you, even if there is not a request at that time. Back to the mayor's point, there has to be a funding mechanism that says, hey, we can afford these not only in the current year that we're bringing them in based on however we find those efficiencies or where things don't work out, but also how do we look forward to the next year's budget, because you are automatically, as we all know, when you're adding new FTEs, it's got to be for the long term. You cannot just use it for one-time funding. So that wouldn't be our goal, but our goal would be to keep you updated and posted. And to be honest with you, what we're going through with the police headquarters department and that sort of exercise, you're going to be updated on a lot of police things for a lot of time for the next 12 months plus.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. On one of the slides, I noticed something about maybe it was a position or maybe two technical people to monitor approximately 160 license plate readers.
The electronic surveillance unit?
Yeah.
Yep.
First question is, are we up to that 160 level yet? Do we have 160? I know that the whole city is pretty much, has, I guess, no matter which direction you come at the city, I've been told we do have license plate readers covering, but are we at that 160 level? Do we have those?
We're at that level. These people are not monitoring these cameras. The electronic surveillance unit is responsible for going out and maintaining and putting up these cameras. But it's not just the cameras that they're dealing with. They're also dealing with other type of law enforcement sensitive electronic equipment also.
Okay. What I'm getting at is I believe in technology. And, MAC, technology is expensive. But I think it's a worthwhile investment. As a citizen who just drives around the city, I don't worry too much about somebody, robbing me, attacking me physically. What I do worry about, and I'm sure other people do, is traffic. Just about every trip I take, and a majority of my trips nowadays seem to be about 4 miles from my house to here. Just about every day, I'm looking at somebody that's tailgating me. I look at somebody that passes me in a place that they shouldn't be passing. I think in on a safety aspect, I see, I see all our young people and a lot of adults nowadays too, on these two-wheeled electric vehicles. And, I did see, I said this at our last meeting, I saw a young man, a teenager, and he was on an electric bike and he had a 6, 7, or 8-year-old behind him. When they got to a stoplight, stopped, the young person got off, pushed the button for the crosswalk, then they waited for it. When it came on, he even turned back to his left to look, and I stopped and I gave him a challenge coin. I'd like to see more of our efforts put into education because there are going to be accidents with that. And I'd like to see technology. I know we use drones, but because of geography in this city, the way our neighborhoods, we don't have that interconnectivity. We have isolated neighborhoods, and people in the neighborhoods continually go through stop signs. Continually. And so I know traffic, that's one of our major issues. And I wouldn't mind seeing, the money put towards, even drones, whatever we could use, that's my major concern.
I can assure you it's the city manager's priority as well as mine is traffic safety throughout the city. And you're going to see a lot of proactive enforcement coming along, especially with the e-bikes and the scooters and stuff like that. But everything you say, Commissioner, I don't deny, but everything you talk about, it boils down to people. And one of the biggest things that we're talking about here is not providing personnel that are needed to provide the services that are so needed in this city. So eventually, you're right, service levels will suffer, and we won't be able to do all those things that people want because we don't have the people to go out there arbitrarily to do all the extra things. We have to stay with the core mission and respond for emergency calls for service.
Yes, one thing I forgot to mention, kind of an indirect thing, but every time I hear someone complain about City Hall, the city taxes are going up, other taxes are going up, insurances are going up, okay? Car insurances are part of those insurances costs going up. And if we put the money into our police department, into our traffic control, maybe we won't have so many accidents in the city and maybe insurance costs can start to level off. So.
One other thing that will be coming in front of the commission soon is we are looking at putting the speed cameras in the school zones. So that's something that we're hoping that will also keep our children safe traversing to and from schools. And hopefully it will slow the motoring public down.
Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager, how would you like us to proceed? So for example, I would like to call for a consensus to increase the police budget by $300,000 to be spent specifically on things that increase the efficiency of our patrol and our detectives. I'm thinking there could be other places in the budget where we would like to see more investment. Would it make sense to identify them as we go through and then at the end of the process say, jeepers, we want to find another $1 million to fund what we all think are critical investments to make, and then we can have a conversation. Okay, how do we fund that million, rather than trying to figure it out for each department? How are you thinking? What would be the best way for us to proceed on these kinds of things?
So if you made a consensus that you wanted to increase their budget by $300,000, which is not something we cannot adjust to, we would make that adjustment and tell you where that adjustment came from. It is not something we would ask you to do on the dais. If that number is $3 million, then we're going to have a different conversation. Because that's more than we can identify without cutting into one of the priorities that we believe you have in order to find said $3 million. So the
How
300.
about 500,000?
Yeah, I can.
Does that tip it?
I can work with $500,000, but to rearrange some priorities. But it's when you start getting to the bigger numbers that we will have a challenge of making some.
But again, we
decisions.
might add everything up and it might be $5 million.
Correct. Correct.
So then we have to have a conversation, where do we find 5 million?
You would. You'd have to say, what do we want to reprioritize based on what we see, based on what we want.
Right.
So if you said, hey, we want $5 million and we want to take it from good governance, then or this in good governance is not as important as this is in infrastructure, and then you make some of those decisions, we would go in the direction that you point us. You don't need to point us to a line item, but you do need to point us in a direction
Right.
that says, hey, this is the pillar or outcome I want you to try to find it from. And we would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I add
Madam-
something, ma'am?
Sure.
So I just want to point out, I know, and I hear a lot of discussion about, focusing on the police and the detectives, right? But one thing that we do year after year after year is we forget the people behind the curtain, right? Those critical positions that we need to keep the operation going. And one of them is like the video processing for public records. Because we have body cameras and all that other stuff, it's increased that workflow so much. And it, like the city manager and I've talked, it's putting us in a position to where we're going to have a hard time keeping up with our legal obligations to be able to fulfill those requests. So it's not just the gun-toting cops on the street,
Right.
it's the people behind the curtain as well.
Right, exactly. I mean, I think we are not funding two telecommunications people, right? I mean, that's sort of a big deal. Anyway, I'd like to float a consensus, if you have an appetite for that, Mr. Mayor. Sure. I would like to direct staff to increase the police budget by $500,000, specifically for investments that directly impact the productivity of the organization. Things like, just to give some suggestions since I'm making it, community service officers, asset specialists, drones, electronic surveillance, traffic officer, sort of not productivity, but really essential things. And I don't want to second guess you guys. You know where the productivity gains can be best made. But I'd like to make that direction.
I mean, my only comment to that, since I don't see anybody else's name up there, is where would that $500,000 come from?
Well, I'm thinking that we sort of gather them all up, because we might have other places in the budget where we think we should increase the investment by X. Rather than trying to figure this one out now, at the end of this process, let's look at the amount of increased funding we'd like to see, and then we can have a more
Cumulative.
meaningful conversation about where we find it. I mean, if this is the only one, then staff might say, gee, we can jigger things within the police budget and find it. It's not a big deal. But if over the next 2 days, we identify 5 million more spending for the general fund, then that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, I mean, my presumption is that staff's responsibility, and when I say staff, I mean from city manager on down through every department, as this budget was put together, there were serious and comprehensive thought that went into what ended up in these departmental budgets. And prioritization took place in and among. Now, as commission, we can decide we want to reprioritize some of that, certainly our right to do. And to say that, the exercise of doing that, I have no big problem with, but I would never support increasing the utilization of fund balance to additionally pay for it. What it's going to mean is, we as a commission say we think it's more important that you spend $350,000 or $500,000 on these things, but not on those things. If that's the exercise we want to go through, I'm okay with that. But, you know, again, there's a finite universe of dollars to work with. I would have assumed staff's already done that exercise. But if commission feels that it would like to second guess that and perhaps reprioritize some of staff's priorities, I have no problem with that.
Well,
I'll go down
again,
that road.
part of what my thinking is that staff put together this budget with certain assumptions. And one of those assumptions was for the 6th year, we'll keep our millage rate flat. Maybe, depending upon the outcome of these 2 days, we have to revisit that.
Fair enough.
Okay. So anyway, I guess, city clerk, you want
Fair
to
enough.
review?
Yeah, just reread the consensus and then we.
To direct the city manager to increase the police department budget by $500,000 for investments that impact the proficiency of the department.
Mr. Petra, you a yay or a nay? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I got no problems having that conversation. I'd be a yes.
Yeah, I'm going to have the conversation, absolutely. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I have a question. City manager's budget for the police department recommended for 2026 is $868,410, greater than 25. Commissioner Langdon, is your proposal to go 500,000 above that for the use of technology?
For efficiencies, yes. Yep. I'm very concerned not adding headcount and not doing everything we can to help our sworn officers be more efficient and effective.
I'd have to go along with you.
Right, well, we
So
didn't
you
have a
have a-
unanimous consensus, but you get a feel for it. And I think it's important, hopefully, staff will track this so we can build that list. Because,
Right.
yeah, I'd be interested to see when we're through all the departments, how big that list grows. So we got 500,000 on it so far,
Going once, going twice.
going through things. Perfect. Anything else on police? Sure. Last call. Any public comment? All right, then. I guess we can move on. Thank you very much for all you do, for all your efforts. I know this was not an easy one, so we'll do everything we can to try to get you guys the dollars you need to do the job, to keep us all safe as we've been. Next item up. Make sure oh, yeah, we're gonna slash this department.
Oh, yeah.
D 25-2371, discussion
Send,
possible
send,
direction
send, city
regarding
clerk.
fiscal year 26 city clerk's department recommended budget. City manager, all yours.
Okay, well, here's where we're gonna find your $500,000 that you just mentioned.
That's what we figured.
I'm just teasing. This is the city clerk's office. Let me get you up here. My apologies. This is a department that. Man, it was so quick. I went right past it. There's only 8 positions in this department. There are no new additional requests. This is a department that has actually lost people over the past few years. She has a budget that remains extremely tight and small and has done a good job in keeping in line with some of the financial challenges that some other departments in the city has seen. When you look at the performance measures of the city clerk's office, you can see 2 of them are on target and 2 of them are below target. As I was looking through this, I would recommend the 100% target goal, and being at 98% on both of them might be a little too high of 100%. I understand where she's coming from. So in my mind, those 2 are on target as well. She does well with posting the 95% of the regularly scheduled city commission meeting agenda packets, as well as the public records request. Now, I will say that the people that we talked about just briefly in the prior conversation with the police chief about public records requests, the clerk was generous enough to go over and work with our public records request team over in the police department to identify how their structure could be better in order to service the public records request. So those positions, and if we're all in the same mindset of where we're at so far, would be sort of the first positions in my mind that would come back to you on a quarterly basis, because we've recognized there is a challenge there. But as the clerk went over there and sort of helped with the duties and assignments and the roles and responsibilities, it sort of cleared itself up. But at the end of the day, those positions are needed in order to make sure that what the chief said does not happen. So I appreciate the collaboration from the clerk and the police department on making sure that our public records requests stay in alignment with what the law says and what we expect. And then the last 2 were commission meeting minutes being provided within 14 days, as well as she's making her target on 100% of the official documents into the records repository within 7 business days. This budget summary right here shows that, within her operating budget, the $113,000 is very small for the department to operate on, but the efficiencies and the desire of not needing more within her office are reflected in her request. And then her personnel request, as I said, there are no new positions, just only normal merit increases. No funded proposals impacts for 25, and 1 proposal included in $3,880 for fiscal year 26. And there were no other unfunded proposals. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
Quick question. Where does the cost for public records requests fall under the police or under clerk's department? Is it police? No.
That's a good question. So when they say,
The actual cost, in other words, we got bodies, obviously, God knows how many people actually devote resources to providing.
You mean like the extra cost, when we say like you got to pay X amount of money to get the request?
Well, yeah, I'm wondering like what departments that budgeted item fall under. There's a cost to it, and then we charge for it.
Yes.
Where is that?
We charge them based off of the lowest person in the department that can complete that request.
No, but I mean, what department? Is it your department? Whose department?
So I think it depends on what the request is that comes in. The staff and our team are responsible for doing it. So that's in our staffing costs. It's not broken out separately for wherever that is.
Oh, okay, so
But
someone makes a request, let's say police related.
Right, so police does it.
Okay.
But if they make a request that's police related and there's a cost to it that we charge them, then that money comes in and goes.
Into a line item, I believe, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a line item for all public records request revenue goes into the same line item.
Do we know if we're covering the cost of public records requests?
Well, I believe that based on the calculation, it's we covered 100%.
It's based off of Florida statute, so everything that we charge is based off of Florida statute. We can't change those fees.
But my question is, are we recovering 100% of what it costs us to meet those public records requests? Do we know the answer to that?
I don't think.
We charge the salary of the person who's completing it to include their benefits as well. So for anything over 30 minutes. So if it's under 30 minutes, we don't receive anything for it. If it's over 30 minutes, we charge the exact rate of the person who's completing it, as long as it's the lowest person in that position that can complete it, and to include their benefits. And we charge for if they want paper copies, which most of them don't.
So we're probably not covering all of it, but we're covering most
Not,
of it.
Yes.
not 100%. But I don't believe I don't think the system's designed to do it that way, but I see what you're asking.
Yeah, and I know it's.
Yeah, I see what you're
I
asking.
know- Okay, good, I just curious. Who's up on this one? Anybody got anything else to say on clerks?
I always have something to
Petro,
say.
well, then
No.
put your,
You beat me to
put
it.
your name up there, because if you don't, I don't know if you
Thank
want
you,
to say
Mayor.
something.
I guess it's part of their job to provide the public record. That's actually in the job description, I believe. So it is covered, and that's their time, actually. I've never done, well, I actually did one public record request, but it was construction related. My question is, so this reclass of assistant city clerk to the deputy, it's nice to have a deputy clerk, right? Because if something happens, or if you're not here, the deputy can fill in. My question is about the salary for the deputy proposed position. Is that 48,390 additional to the current salary?
I believe it is with cost, yes, with the benefits and everything.
So that would be, what would the deputy city clerk amount of a salary on an annual basis?
Don't have
Yeah.
an exact number,
We-
but I believe.
No, we can get it for them, but I don't think we have it right now. Unless you have it, I'm sorry.
I do
Yeah.
not have it, but I can get that to you.
My only concern is the compensation packages are very generous for the city, plus the benefits. So how do we determine that amount to be assigned to the deputy position?
So there was a job description for a deputy city clerk when I got hired in 2019. That is the job description that was used to hire me.
Is it
So yes, it is the exact same job description with the exact same pay classification as it was in 2019 when I was hired.
Do we have any say in that, or how do, as a commission board, how do we?
When I was hired, it was a charter officer position. And then we did the referendum question for it not to fall under commission any longer. So
As a
now yes, as a deputy. So now it is a employee of the city that falls with the rest of HR classifications.
And how does HR determine the amount of
Of compensation?
compensation?
There's several different ways. One is by desk auditing to make sure that the duties are in alignment with other grades within those same duties. There's also comparative analysis that we do when we do, as I mentioned earlier, the comprehensive compensation study, where you can make sure that you are not only properly classified for your grade and your peers within yourself as an organization, but others around you with the same title and the same duties. So there's several different ways to make sure that it's fair and accurate. But what we just did very recently, if I'm not mistaken, and I know HR is not right here right now, we looked at the different positions in the department of the clerk's office to make sure that they were in alignment with what we needed. And when we do the comprehensive study that I mentioned, they will still be included again as we look at it to make sure that they have stayed into alignment. So our goal, whether it's, as I said in my example, whether it's myself, my office, my team, her office, attorney's office, anyone in any department, we need to make sure that everyone has a salary and a grade that is reflective of the duties they perform.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langdon.
Oh, we do have the salary, I'm sorry, we do have the salary of the deputy?
Yes, for the salary for the deputy for the fiscal year with the reclass happening on March 1st will be $81,465.
That's only from March 1st to, what's the annual? Is that would be only for March through December, correct? Oh, October, I'm sorry.
That's, for the fiscal year that we're talking about, will be 81,465.
And then the annual,
Fiscal year.
Yeah, the annual fiscal year of next year that we're talking about with our budget, 81.
the second year, annual year, fiscal year. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. As someone who has recently completed a campaign, I am violently in support of 2948 Easy Vote, enabling candidates to submit their reports online. I'm sure our two new commissioners would agree with me on that one. So thank you for including that. And I just want to give you kudos. We're getting like meeting minutes pretty quickly after a meeting. You know, a few months ago, we'd get the minutes. I couldn't even remember the meeting. I edit the minutes. So I just really want to compliment your staff. Things just seem to be moving in a much more timely and efficient way. You're welcome.
I would second that. We really appreciate it. In the last couple of months, it's been head over heels. Mr. Duval.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My first question is, there's a $19,940 increase in retirement contributions. Is that the result of increases in salaries, or does the FRS system mandate some increase, you know, a certain percentage increase each year?
Yes, there is definitely an increase by the state in our FRS contributions every year. But also part of that is taking the assistant city clerk to a deputy city clerk. They move into a different category that's higher.
Okay, thank you. On the PowerPoint presentation, there were, you know, 4 things, and a couple were at 100%, a couple were, I saw the things where they were below expectations at 98%. Yeah, below target, acknowledging and assigning 100% of public records in 24 hours and 100% of commission meeting minutes in 14 days. 100% is an awful high goal to try to get to for anybody. And it's hard for me to say that 98% is below target. City clerk staff works with me. They tell you more than I would. They do an awesome job for me. They have a lot of the technical knowledge that I don't have, you know, an Apple iPhone, and year over year, the increase in the budget due to this department, you just have to say it's excellent. Thank you, folks.
We need any consensus on this department, or are we good?
Right.
Nice job. All right, public comment? All right. And moving on. E, 25-2372, discussion possible direction regarding the fiscal year 26 city commission recommended budget. City manager, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the budget for yourselves, and you really only have one slide here to discuss. The main reason for the increase in your fiscal year 26 recommended from your 25 projected is the carryover effects of what we did last year, which was to right-size the salary of the commission based on where it was to based on where it needed to go. I think 2 of you were not here when we did that, and it was a very public conversation, but a very necessary conversation to sort of better align the compensation with the duties that were performed. At some point in time, for the new commissioners, this probably was a part-time job that required less and demanded less. But now, as you have seen, I think, whether you agree with what we did or not, you have seen firsthand the demands that the job entails. It's not just 2 or 3 meetings a month. We're talking serious demand on your time. In addition to the meetings, we're talking about public interaction. We're talking about citizens responding. We're talking about meeting with staff. We're talking about all the things that it entails to do the job that you have been selected to do and you have embraced to do since you've been here. So I'm gonna stop right there, but between myself and our team and the clerk's office, we can answer probably any question you might have regarding some of your line items in your budget for fiscal year 26 recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners? I see no names up there.
I'll go.
Don't feel compelled.
Oh, I do. Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the 2025 adopted, and it says 2018-560.
Are you in
I'm in the big book.
this book?
So when I see the proposed budget, I, as a citizen or any user for that matter, I see a percentage hike of 51% in salary. And I don't think it is correct. I don't know if it was an honest mistake or if it's me reading this incorrectly, if you can guide me.
The salary increase was done after the budget was adopted last year. So your adopted and amended do not show the increase that was approved by committee in the current fiscal year.
So,
It looks like such a big jump.
so if the public sees it, they're gonna say, hey, they're getting another raise of 51%. How do we address that? How do we, is there a note, should be a note food or something that, so it would be visible? Because we're only getting, I believe, less than 10% or something like this.
Could add a footnote on this page that would better explain the difference so that if someone saw the number, put an asterisk by it and then put it at the bottom. Because it's similar to the same thing when you look and you asked some questions over the weekend, like regarding our office. It's the same thing. The increase that I had skews the other ones based on it not being budgeted at the time that it was provided. But yes, we can put a footnote on that page.
I just feel like if it's adopted and it's current, we at least should have a footnote or something saying. I mean, I would be not opposed to 51% hike. But I know it's not right. At the same time, I was told by previous commissioners and my current fellow commissioners that there is a full-time position. And just as a city manager stated, whether we want it or not, I mean, it takes a lot of our time. And looking at the salary report as of April 17th, I believe, we are one of the lowest paid employees in the city. And yet, we are the legislature body of this city.
Sir, it was a lot worse before you got here. I will say that. But again, the same way we looked at ours, you know, to be fair and equitable, like I said, like I want us to do from top to bottom, we did a very similar exercise on your salary as well. It was not just the number that we came up with. It wasn't just something as a nice to do. It was a growth and equity that we tried to solve for in order so that we could not only, I think what we said was retain the talented commission that we have, but also make it more attractive for those that we want in the future.
Yes, and I'm not advocating anything. I'm just stating the fact. And if we want to attract the new talents and new candidates, it has to be competitive to some extent. But I guess I don't know, maybe the previous commissions didn't see the need that. But and it's not only for retirees to have a place on the commission board, I believe.
That's exactly right.
I do believe we have to be proactive. But enough of this. I just want to make sure that public doesn't see the percentage hike of 51% in commission salary.
Yes, sir.
As of right now, our commission salary is $55,000 annual.
That's right.
So just want to state it publicly that we're not pocketing any money, that we're not making extra any other way or stipends or anything. I mean, our charter is really specific of how much and what. And for the record, I want to state that currently my salary is $55,000 plus. I think it's 500 something. Yes. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. Not going to be very popular here.
Join the club.
You can hold me out 3.5 years, but I'm not running. When it comes to commissioner salaries, I mean, I campaigned on the issue. I am just against anybody giving themselves raises, and my overall goal before 2026 is to get a referendum on the ballot that says city commissioner's salary is whatever value, and after that, it'll be raised as long as we have a balanced budget per the CPI. It's like people on Social Security. Now, there was already a raise given, from 42.5 to 55, and included in that is a raise this year, in October to around 62. And in the interest of showing taxpayers, that we're serious about, trying to keep costs down and keeping in mind, and you're correct, Commissioner Petro, it is a full-time job. It's a lot of hours, but we all volunteered for it. We ran for it and asked the citizens to give it to us. To me, it's a service position. My position here is different than every one of those city employees sitting out here. It's their career, their job. This is not my career, my job. It's a lot of hours, it's a lot of work, but it's not the same. And therefore, I'd just like to put out to our commission, the possibility of maybe we should freeze our salary raise that's supposed to come this October. What do you think of that?
Well, since I'm next up in the queue. Well, certainly, as Commissioner Duval says, commission is different than staff. And in some respects, one could argue levels of importance, but I don't think we need to go there. I would have to say that being responsible for the acting as stewards for our citizens' tax dollars, to me, is one serious undertaking. I do not take it lightly. This is no bloody volunteer job for me. I didn't do this because I got tired of fishing or painting. I did this to make a contribution to my city. I work my ever-loving you-know-what off for it. I deserve to be compensated reasonably and fairly for it and equitably for it. And I expect that, and the reason I voted for those increases were because I truly believe this commission should not be filled by retired individuals who can afford to sit up here, but rather to incentivize younger folks who are willing to, for a period of 4 to 8 years, give up their compensation in the private sectors to do public service work and be compensated fairly and equitably for it. I do not believe singling out a specific department to freeze salaries is a smart thing. If this commission wishes to entertain freezing 1,000 salaries in this city, opening up the union contracts, freezing everybody's compensation, I suppose that's a conversation worth having. But I would say that no commissioner on this dais is willing to do that, okay? Because this particular item and recommendation is about optics to a group of people who would love to see commission salaries cut and a variety of other asks. But, you know, my personal opinion is that as every other department was right-sized here in this city in order to get the best people in the best positions working at the best they could do, and I think the solution is very simple. Let's just simply change the formula. Tying commission compensation to population growth doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I understand there was a logic to it at some point, but I'd be agreeable to entertain staff and make a consensus to have staff come back and look at changing the way in which compensation for commissioners are figured, tie it to what everybody else is tied to, which is a cost of living increase. And I understand statutorily, if we were to do this, it would not take effect until after a next election cycle. I think by law, that's how that has to work. I'm good with that. The decisions we made last year were to right-size the commission's compensation package so we could attract a broader caliber of candidates. Would we get better candidates? Anybody's guess, but we certainly should get more. And that's important, I think. And that we all, whoever's sitting in these seats, get compensated reasonably and fairly. So I would definitely not be in favor of freezing our salaries unless commission wishes to freeze everybody's salary. That's all I have to say on it, Commissioner Langdon.
Yeah, as so often happens, the mayor always steals my thunder.
I hit my button first.
I mean, I agree. I think when the next raise goes in, we'll be at about 62. For me, that feels right. And my motivation, again, was running for a commission, this kind of public service, to make it more feasible for a broader range of people. I mean, look at us. 4 of the 5 positions are held by retirees. We are not representative of the community.
From an age.
From an age. And when you're compensated at $30,000 or $35,000, that is not enough to have someone who's 55, which is young from my point of view, maybe go into early retirement. 30,000 doesn't cut it. 62, 64, yeah, it might become an option and start getting younger commissioners up here. So I think, once we get this final raise, I'm feeling pretty good that we've been right-sized. I agree, population, although a lot of other municipalities are based on population growth, doesn't really resonate with me. So I think next year we can have a really good conversation about any changes we might want to make, because again, they can't go into effect until after the next election. So that's it for me.
What kind of lead time would staff need if we did a consensus to bring back? Can we wait till next year, or is it something that we should do now?
If you want to change the formula and format of how you are compensated going forward, I would say if you give the direction, if you want us to do more analysis than we did last time in order to justify where you were going at that point, or if you just want us to see, well, what does it look like as far as options of, I believe I heard you say, well, if we decide upon what the job is worth now and then add it incrementally on an annual basis for increases, or if you want to tie it to a percentage of what the county administration is compensated on. There's different ways you can go to make it simpler than it is right now. I believe what you voted on last year will take you through this October. So once you get past that, anytime between, I guess, October of when your new salary begins and before the end of the next following year, which of course should have election implications in there as well to get it done.
See, that's why, I'm wondering if this isn't the year to actually make that decision for ourselves, we knowing full well it doesn't go into effect till after the election, but it's a good year to do it. It's a dormant year, so to speak, without an election.
Well, and I do believe that doing it closer to the election will influence some people, whether they agree with it or not, in November of 2026. And if we can avoid that at all possible, I would agree.
Appreciate it. Commissioner DeVal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to rebut one statement that you made, Mr. Mayor. My proposal is not to satisfy one segment of the population, okay? This is just something inside me that I just do not believe. And I started by saying, that I want to see a referendum in the charter that changes the way commissioner raises are given. I just don't believe it's correct at whatever salary, whether it's 100,000, 200,000. I don't think we should be voting on our own salaries. And that's why I'd like to see the change. But I do not make these statements for any segment of the population other than myself as a representative of all the taxpayers.
Again, I see the distinction there, and before Vice Mayor speaks, if commission wanted to entertain a referendum item 26 to change the charter and how commission is compensated, that's a discussion to be had, I suppose. I personally think we could just fix it by making a decision to tie compensation to a CPI or a formula now that it's right-sized and have that go into effect. This way we do it and it's done, and we can do that and accomplish the same thing. And it would send a message to our citizens that we feel now that the commission's compensation levels are right-sized and reasonable, that going forward, compensation should be tied to CPI, just like every other department, just like everybody else who works for the city. That, to me, seems very reasonable.
And just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, if I'm hearing Commissioner Duval correctly, in addition to the model of how you're paid, you also want to change who controls the changing of the payment. You're asking for a referendum item to go in front of the people so the people can make the decision on how much you are being paid. Right now, the commission makes that decision based on the rules that are in place. Am I correct?
With a slight variation, I'm just, asking for a referendum item that would change the charter so that the salary would be set at a certain level.
Yes.
And then, as the mayor just suggested, be increased each year per the CPI.
But being determined by the people because you're putting it on a referendum. So you're asking the people to determine that as opposed to the commission who does it now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just clarify.
No, I'm not clear.
Right.
I had thought the referendum was to change the charter to put the pay formula in the charter.
Not the formula. I am not a fan of the formula. I'd say set the pay level at, like if it's 55 now and it's going to stay, the way it is now, it'll be 62 in October. Then the next year have a referendum to say, okay, it's 62. It's going to be at 62 or whatever level, and then increased each year in the future per the CPI, not by any commission's vote. Okay? We can, the five of us can vote to increase our salary or lower our salary if we want, but then the next commission can also do the same and totally reverse it. Once it's in the charter, the citizens decide on it, it's there, and it's locked in.
Question answered?
No, but it's okay. Let's just.
Yeah, maybe I could
Anyway.
rephrase it. In other words, he's not, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, we're not suggesting, there's no suggestion that citizens vote to decide what the compensation level's gonna be, but rather to say, okay, as of the referendum date, whatever it is, going forward, the mechanism by which it's increased would be locked into a charter language so that it wouldn't be approved with the budget by commission each year.
That's what I meant by the formula, and you
Right.
said no. So
Yeah.
that's what confused.
That's what it is, the formula.
Different formula.
Yeah, but I get that. Okay, yeah, then we're on the same
I'm-
page. So
okay, I get it.
That's how I heard it, so
Yeah.
thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I got a headache now. No, that's what I was getting at for Commissioner Duval. Right now, the way we did it was a two-part raise, last year, this year. Next year, it's automatically froze. So if that's the number that everybody's comfortable at, the 62 or whatever it comes out to be, it's very simple to go ahead and get the language put down for a type of formula to go out there, like as you said, in the referendum, put it out there, okay, every year, we're gonna go by X. Citizens approve that, that's fine. If not, then we're stuck at where it's at until it does get changed. Because it's gonna be froze for, well, elections, you gotta change it at the next election. If not, it's gonna stay at 62 forever and ever and ever and ever. That's the way it's been worded in the ordinance. But
Except for the fact that in the formula that's used right now, there's a population.
correct, I'm not saying we use that formula.
So there could be an increase next year if we go above 5,000 population gain. Every time it gets to 5,000, there would be an increase.
Well, however you work it, if there's a different cost of living aspect of it, and you want to follow that strategy, you can do that. Population, like the mayor, he was against population. So if we get it like commonized on how everybody else does it, you get 2% because that's where Social Security went up, or 1.5%. That's what you're going to get compensated at. But you want to put it on referendum. The public gets to approve it. If they're good with it, it's all good to go. So each year you might get 1.5%. But we finally got it fixed right now to where we can jump off of that going forward. That's all I'm looking at. That's what we wanted to do, was right size everything. Now, the skies are blue. We can go ahead and fix that before the election of next year. Absolutely. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Petro?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, really quick, Mr. Mayor. We just want to make sure that we understand that the formula that we did adopt last year is still based on population, but the numbers that were in the column didn't sort of go to the top of where that could be. So changing it and fixing it, because I think that we heard a lot last year, even when we did it, that the population being based was something that you all wanted to get away from. So just want to make sure we're clear. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Petro?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the record, our salary is $55,255. I was not part of the increase vote last year because I was not elected yet. But I just want to dispel this notion that, government positions or working for the city is somewhat inferior. On the opposite and contrary to that, as I was looking at the salary report of April 17th printout, after I'm turned out, or if I don't run for the re-election, I'll be applying for the city I'll be applying for accounting department or whatever, because they pay a lot better than currently private sector, at least in our area. And I can speak it from the experience because my peers are looking for jobs. And I've been amazed the disparity between the government pay and the private sector. Years ago, it was vice versa. It was the opposite, that, government paid little, but now it's the opposite. Plus, you take into account the benefit packages, insurance and all that stuff. So I just want to dispel that notion that, city employees are underpaid or it's the opposite. And let's just be real to that. But enough of that. As far as my salary or our salaries, I don't know the solution. I guess it was voted in. So how do we change it? It's up to the board. Formula. If we don't vote ourselves, how else we do it? And even putting in the charter, we still have to vote. But my concern is, this is my primary job now, making $55,000 a year as a single breadwinner with 4 kids. I mean, I think it's fair. I don't want to go lower than that for sure. I want to go higher, but you have to be reasonable. But I want to dispel that notion on the public view of our salaries. If the public wants a proper representation of their city, it has to be properly structured and compensated, because otherwise it's a retiree position, part-time position. But wait till you get in. It's not a part-time position. So just want to put my 5 cents into it. And I don't have any other income in that amount. So this is my primary income, so to speak. So you be the judge. 55,000 if it's okay. But looking at that salary report from the city, we are the lowest paid people in the city, yet we're the highest legislature board of the city that is growing. Oh, and I just want to say that we only 45% build out. That means our city is going to grow and grow and grow. And you would be amazed how many people call us, how many people stop us. I mean, they take our time. This is work. Yes, we signed up for that, but there's more and more challenges as the city grows. So that should be taken into consideration, the growth of the city. If the city grows and the demand, the number of people are calling you, demanding you, I mean, everybody knows here in this room at least, the amount of emails we get, and I try to reply to every email. That takes time. That takes work. So tying to the population, it's a consideration, and I think it should be probably considered to the population. But I have not looked at the formula, the proposed formula or the current formula, so I have no of knowing what to do now as of now. So I just wanted to put this out. This is our salary, and that's how we feel. That's how I feel, at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just 2 points, well, 1 point, and then perhaps a consensus. I wasn't sure if I understood Commissioner Petrov correctly when he said comparing compensation of working for city government versus private sector. But I would want to say emphatically that private sector always pays better than public sector, and does, and probably will continue to. If you compare like entities, yes, if you look around Northport and say, gee, what's a small business pay? It's department head for this, that, or the other, yeah, sure, they might not get paid much. let's not forget, and I'll call it a business, but it's not a business. This is a $330 million organization. If you're a department head in a $300 million corporation, you're getting paid some serious money to do your job. If you have 40, 50, 60 people, you look at what our people make, and when the public gets a records request and publishes everybody's salary in the city, and people gasp, well, go out and look at what Fortune 500 companies pay their people to do like jobs, and you will see that public service workers in the cities, municipalities and counties get paid less. It is just a fact. It has always been a fact. It will always probably be a fact because you're talking about taxpayer dollars. And that's just how it is. As far as, not to belabor that point, but just to switch gears, I'd make a consensus that we direct staff, and it doesn't need to be done next month, but sometime this season, yeah, to have, staff come back with a formula. I mean, right now, it compensates inside the population. In my opinion, that's a lousy idea. I don't like it. I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think it has relevance. I think now that we've right-sized it with this October adjustment, I say tie it to what everybody else does in every other department, tie it to the cost of living, and be done with it. And if commission decides it wants to actually create a referendum item to memorialize this in the charter, well, that's a discussion to have for another day. So, my recommendation would be to, I'd like to make that consensus so it's on the record. So, staff is going to work at it over a period of time to bring it back during this fiscal year so we get it decided before we go into the 2026 election season. I don't think that's the time to have that conversation. It's now. So, with that, Mr. Petro? No, I made a consensus. I'm looking for support for.
Mayor, can you restate your consensus? Because
Yes, to direct, to direct staff to come back with a methodology, a recommendation for commission compensation increases going forward before this fiscal year. Yeah, early next year. Okay. Do a yay or a nay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and it'll also give the new candidates something to campaign on, either for or no. That's fine. Absolutely. Give them something to talk about.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Just have one question before I say yes or no. The commissioner's salary right now is based on a formula. And this is my memory. Is that formula in the charter?
No, sir, it's codified in our city.
Right, it's not in the.
What's that?
The formula is codified in our city code, it's not.
It's not in the charter.
Right.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm a yes.
Right. Good. Yes, we got anything else on city commission that we want to talk about? Then we have any public comments?
yes, Debbie McDowell. Okay, yes. The city manager's budget is giving the hardworking staff a recommended salary increase. I quote, salary cost for existing level of service of 3.5% and a continuation of an additional 1% cost of living adjustment to meet the increase in the minimum wage, end quote. Don't forget, all of staff's salary increases are tied directly to an annual performance review. Commissioners do not get an annual review. Using the GovMax page 6 to compare the commissioners' executive salaries for fiscal year 2025 is $218,560, or about $43,200 each, to FY 2026 showing $329,410, or about $65,000 each. This is about a 51% increase. Good Lord, nobody deserves a 51% increase year to year. Nobody, especially with no increase in responsibilities. Please show the citizens you mean business in cutting costs and preparing for the 3 failed referendum projects that are a priority. It starts with your example. Please show staff you are not above their 4.5% increase. You'll have the power to freeze your salaries or take a reduction to match the staff's 4.5% modest salary increases. Do the right thing, reduce your salaries today. And that's on there.
That's it? 2:44, right? All right. Where do we sit? What's your schedule, lunchtime?
We've passed it, but now would be a good time.
Now would be a good time. Then it is 12:40. Let's say we're back here 30, 45 minutes. Yeah, 45 minutes. Can we do it? That brings us back to 1:30.
45 is fine.
Yeah. All right. Back here at 1:30. Yes, sir.
I started my first position in planning and zoning in our development services department. I'm partnered with the building department because the fees are assessed off of the building permits, and it's strictly for new construction, new development. And the first thing I do is to check the spreadsheet, to look at the permits and determine which ones need to estimate their impact fees. And that's where I start with that. Then I go to numbers that I have to put together, and I put together the invoices for our developers. Oftentimes I'll get phone calls to give quotes before the development comes through, and so developers want to know how much they can budget for. So sometimes I put through proposed estimates to help them with that. And the bulk of it is making sure that the fees are in the system as fast as possible. I love the esprit de corps that I experience, just how everybody teamwork together. I enjoy knowing that I can make a difference for the city and that my position can have a positive impact for our city.
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function, an important part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and My goal for the day is just to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes within there, and what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on the recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's
correct?
right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes.
Oh,
I come across a lot of that.
okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staff, all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib. Looking forward to seeing you here. Duty calls.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going that could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers. Sarasota County has 12 evacuation centers. Those can be found on their website.
Stacy Alosio. I'm the Emergency Manager for the City of Northport, and I'm going to discuss first responders after the storm. So it may take a while for first responders to get to after the storm, and that's due to a variety of reasons. One being, we pull first responders off the roads when tropical storm force winds are sustained for their safety. That is a standard usually across the state and other states that have hurricanes as well. So we will have a backlog of calls that have come in during the storm that we will prioritize based on urgency and they'll be responding to those, as well as the calls that are currently coming in if they're urgent as well. Also, the roads might be flooded, there might be debris in the roads. Our tactical first-in teams will be going out right away to clear the roads of any hazards so that our vehicles can get through and respond as quickly as possible. Just keep that in mind when you call after a disaster for assistance. We are coming. You are very important to us. We care about our residents and their safety, but it may just take a while for us to get to you depending on the conditions of the roads.
Hello everyone, my name is Mario Venditti. I am the planner scheduler for the City of Northport Solid Waste. I got into this position, first I was a recycle driver for 5 years for the City of Northport, and then I became the planner scheduler after taking an interest in educating the residents on how to recycle properly. In my position, my day-to-day, usually I start out by visiting the new residents that schedule garbage and recycle containers to be delivered, and I will go see them and educate them on our solid waste guidelines. More or less, I'm more focused on the recycle part of it. After that, I will drive around the city and I actually inspect recycle containers manually for contamination. And then I will take calls from drivers if there's any issues with repeat garbage in the recycle, and I will go educate those people as well. What I love most about the City of Northport is their residents are from all over the world, and I get to learn about the solid waste guidelines, where they come from, as well as educate them on the City of Northport solid waste guidelines and how to recycle properly.
I decided to become a firefighter. I used to work in hospitality and group sales, and I had always had friends that were firefighters, and I decided one day that I wanted to change my job and serve people, so I went ahead and went through an EMT and paramedic program, went to fire academy, and then I saw Northport were hiring, and I really liked what they had on there between their ISO rating and their beliefs and values and everything, so I applied. They gave me an opportunity. Every day is different, but for the most part, we start off the same. We'll get our gear onto the apparatus and make sure everything's operational, like our air pack. And then we also check the inventory, make sure we have all our medical equipment, everything's operational. That way we can respond to any emergency, so we're always stocked and ready to go. I think the best part is that everyone's passionate about their job, so they come to work and they're ready to train and take care of each other and teach each other, so everyone's sharp and on their A game, so it makes the job fun, and I just look forward to coming to work. Yeah.
I'm Stacey Losio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to tell you the difference between flood zones and evacuation zones, or in Sarasota County we call them evacuation levels. So flood zones were generated by FEMA, and they're used to determine the likelihood that you will flood, and they're used to determine if you need flood insurance, if you have a mortgage on your home. Now, the evacuation zones are based on storm surge data that comes from the National Hurricane Center, and they use topography as well as hurricane vulnerability for storm surge for the area, and we use those to determine who needs to evacuate during a storm. So it's important to understand that there is a difference. If you're interested in finding out what evacuation zone you are in, which we highly recommend you do, you can use your search engine of choice and type in Sarasota County Know Your Level, and that'll take you to the Sarasota County government website.
Frank Lamas, Always Manager, City of Northport. Here today with Mario Venditti, Planner Scheduler for the City of Northport, Solid Waste Division. We're going to talk about bulk pickups today, how to schedule bulk pickups, what should go out and what should not go out to the curb, where to place the items, and then what happens if you have more than what's allotted for you for the year for a bulk pickup. So Mario, I know we call 941-240-8050, talk to our customer service reps.
That's correct.
About how to schedule a bulk pickup. How else can we do that?
You can also go on our website, northportfl.gov, click on solid waste, and fill out a bulk request form.
Excellent, excellent. So Mario, what about if a person wants to place it out, what should they place out? What's the right thing, what's the wrong thing?
Basically, Frank, anything that doesn't fit in the container that's garbage is going to go curbside. We're going to stay off driveways. What's not accepted is tires, chemicals, stuff like that. You can put yard waste out, that's considered bulk, but just make sure it's separate from the garbage pile. Yard waste is a separate pickup.
So what happens if I use all my bulk pickups already?
Good question. So you can have more, but you just have to pay. It's going to be $16.50 a cubic yard, and that's length times width times height divided by 27 is 1 cubic yard.
Any questions? Of course, let us know. Give us a call, 941-240-8050.
Water in a swale, that's kind of the ditch by your house, is not flooding. After a storm event, water should be in that swale up to 72 hours after the storm. That allows the water to be filtered, to get the stuff that came off our roofs and off the road out of the water so that when it reaches the habitat, it no longer has those contaminants in it. It also provides an opportunity to slow down water so that the water doesn't go so fast that it erodes the roadways or any other infrastructure. So when you see water in a swale, if it's only been, up to 72 hours since the last rain, that is not flooding, that is doing its job.
Stacy Losio. I'm the emergency manager for the City of Northport, and today we're going to discuss storm surge and flooding and how both of those affect Northport during a hurricane. So storm surge is when strong, sustained winds are constantly blowing over a long period of time over the Gulf and pushing water up onto shore. So when that happens, there is a lot of flooding and beach erosion along the beaches and the homes inland. However, the storm surge can also push water up the river. So it could push storm surge up the Myakka River, for instance, from the Gulf, and then the water coming downstream from the river has nowhere to go. So that can cause water to back up along the rivers and cause flooding. That, along with a lot of rain that comes from these hurricanes, can also cause an increase of water flooding into the rivers and into our water management systems, causing flooding as well. Public Works does a lot of work before the storm to make sure that our water levels are as low as possible so we can handle additional storm surge and flooding in our water systems. If you want additional information about that, we have a great video about our water control structures, and you can visit the Public Works website.
TRX as a full class, TRX Boot Camp, is a new class for me, although I've been using TRX for many years with personal training that I do or in other style classes that I've done. But an actual focus with just TRX, this is a new class for me. I love the camaraderie, I have to say, with all the participants. I think we have a lot of fun. First of all, everyone gets to use the bands, the TRX bands, of course. And being that we have 5 stations, so when we have overflow or more than 5 people, part of the people are on the band, the other people are doing floor work, and then we'll switch. So everybody gets an opportunity to be in all stations. Just come in, have fun with it, make it your own. It's not scary, it doesn't have to be intimidating at all. You're using your body weight, you're using the angles that you choose to use on the bands, and it just varies with how you're comfortable and how you're feeling when you're here.
Hello everyone, my name is Devon Poulis. I'm the aquatics manager within our Parks and Recreation department. We're here today at the Northport Aquatic Center just to talk to everyone about our Float for Life program. We recognize that nationally, unintentional drowning is the leading cause of death for children that are under the age of 4. So we have an awesome program here called Float for Life. Float for Life is a program that we teach that starts with the fundamentals of floating before we actually learn swimming. This program is targeted for those children that ages 6 months to 4, and what we want them to do is we want them to get comfortable in the water, and if they accidentally fall in the water or find themselves in a trouble situation, they can roll over their back and float. When we launched this program, we were the only one in the state that was actually teaching this milestone program. So I want to give a shout out to our Northport Rotary as well, who sponsored this program here at the Aquatic Center and actually paid for a trainer to come in all the way from Nebraska, where this program originates there. We practice and we go through what's called milestones here. So as soon as the kids progress through the milestones, we can continue moving on through them. And at the end of it, it's a pretty awesome program when they graduate. It's one of the final things that they do is they jump in fully clothed, and they have to turn over, roll over on their back, and actually be able to scream for help at that point in time. It's just an awesome segment program that leads right into our Learn to Swim program, so that way we can make sure we're keeping our kids safe in, on, and around the water.
So I always get very excited when anybody asks me about my job and where I work and what I do. It's not a secret that I love working for the city of Northport. I worked for Charlotte County, and I felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted something more, and I wanted to offer my skills. So I said to my friend, I don't know what to do, and I was thinking about my next steps, and she said, Maria, did you think about applying to a job at the city of Northport? They have a different vibe here, and she said, I'd love it. And I said, oh, I didn't think about that. So I applied, and I started my first position in planning and zoning in our development services department. I'm partnered with the building department because the fees are assessed off of the building permits, and it's strictly for new construction, new development. And the first thing I do is to check the spreadsheet, to look at the permits and determine which ones need me to estimate their impact fees. And that's where I start with that. Then I go to numbers that I have to put together, and I put together the invoices for our developers. Oftentimes I'll get phone calls to give quotes before the development comes through, and so developers want to know how much they can budget for. So sometimes I put through proposed estimates to help them with that. And the bulk of it is making sure that the fees are in the system as fast as possible. I love the esprit de corps that I experience, just how everybody teamwork together. I enjoy knowing that I can make a difference for the city and that my position can have a positive impact for our city.
Oh, you're swimming in the pool?
I'm Stacey Locio. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and we're going to talk about why it's important to have a go kit and what should go inside of it. It's important to have a go bag because if you wait last minute to pack, there are definitely going to be items that you're going to forget in the scramble to get everything put together. So it's important to have your documents such as IDs, insurance paperwork, titles for your home and your vehicles and your boats, just so that if your home does flood or your roof blows off, all those documents are with you and they're safe, because you don't want to end up losing those and having to try to replace those later on. Also in your go bag, you should think about what medications you might need to have ahead of time. If we're under a state of emergency, you are able to refill your prescriptions ahead of time, even if they're not due yet. So it's important to do that. Also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flashlight, batteries, a radio that is battery powered and extra batteries. Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
Believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function, an important part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations, so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water, and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes within there. And what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste of the city, and I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container, or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes. I come across a lot of that.
Okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
Welcome to the brand new Northport Podcast Network. We're so excited to introduce you to our revamped lineup of shows, created to keep you connected, informed, and inspired about everything happening in our city.
That's right. With 3 unique shows under one network, there's something for everyone.
First up is Northport Now. Madison and I will rotate hosting this fast-paced, news-driven podcast to bring you the latest city updates, event previews, and important information, all in one quick listen.
Think of it as your weekly guide to staying in the know about what's happening in Northport.
Next, we have Northport Stories. Laura and I will share heartfelt and inspiring tales from around our community, stories that showcase the people, places, and moments that make our city special.
And don't worry, Voices of Northport isn't going anywhere. I'll continue bringing you even more personal stories and interviews with residents who shaped our city.
And last but not least, Northport Living. Cody and I will also rotate hosting this show, which is all about tips, events, and lifestyle ideas to help you make the most of life right here in Northport.
Whether you're looking for family-friendly activities, ways to get involved, or helpful home and garden tips, Northport Living has you covered.
With breaking news, heartfelt stories, or practical tips, the Northport Podcast Network is your go-to source for all things Northport.
Make sure to subscribe to the Northport Podcast Network wherever you listen, and join us as we celebrate and connect with our amazing community.
Northport Now will be released bi-weekly.
Northport Stories and Living will be monthly.
A schedule will be available on social media and our website.
Hello everyone, Devon Poulos here, Aquatics Manager. Welcome to my crib. We have fun here at the crib, programs included. Become a past member, play all year long. Here at the crib, we do have rules. We take all payments here at the crib, Apple Pay, MasterCard, Visa, cash. You pay right here to enjoy the crib. So enter through the gate, child-proof, most adult-proof. Shade. What's that? Our newly installed sunshade available for rent all season long. Here at my crib, you don't have to worry about a place to find a seat. We've added more chairs than ever here at the crib. You're coming to enjoy the cribs and you got little ones, we got the perfect area for them, our Pelican Playground. Newly painted, fresh floor, fresh palm tree, it's looking clean. Looking for a place to work your upper body? Take a shot here at our Stingray Shuffle. Looking to relax? I got you covered here with our Lazy River. Living more on the adventurous side? Check out the slides right behind me. Newly painted, all offer something individual and unique. Check it out. Check out the main pool, kept at a wonderful 84 degrees all year long. I just want you to have a good time. We have safety covered. Lifeguards here, staff, all day, every day when we're open for you to enjoy. Concession is open. Pizza, pretzels, nachos, ice cream, we got it all. My crib is your crib.
Afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We are back in session. Missing Commissioner Langdon, who is, I'm sure, on her way. So with that, let us move on to the next item F, 25-2373, discussion and possible direction regarding fiscal year 26 City Attorney Department recommended budget. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'm Mr. Mayor, sorry.
I got promoted.
Yeah, sorry. The City Attorney's Office recommended budget starts off with their org chart, but you will see that one new position has been requested by the department and the interim city attorney. Of course, this is related back to the growth of the city and the volume of the office that he has observed and recommends for the time that he has been interim. As we all know, that he is still replacing one attorney right now. The city attorney's job advertisement is out there right now as well, and that still leaves the need for a new position to make this department whole as it could be. From a service standpoint, from my perspective, we as a staff and a team have been asking a lot of the city attorney's office lately, and our volume is only going to increase as the city continues to grow. So I see firsthand the needs that his team has and needs, and I'm glad he's requesting some assistance. When you look at, that's the org chart I just referenced, my apologies. 9 positions, 1 new position, which will be an assistant city attorney. The goal of increasing the Timoth Library from to 240 is on target to meet at 244. And when you look at their recommended budget here, you see they're operating in personnel expenses. As you can imagine, their majority of personnel operating expenses are very low, and right-sizing their staffing is the main thing that they are trying to accomplish. Impact of fiscal year 25 funding proposals, the overhire of the assistant attorney, allow for the continued ethical and excellent legal services to the city and preservation of employee engagement and performance by maintaining an appropriate workload balance. That is definitely written by a lawyer, but it is very accurate and well said as to how they handle 25 and 26. This is the new position totaling $179,580, including salaries and benefits. And there were no impacts of any unfunded proposals for fiscal year 26 as well. Myself and interim city attorney are happy to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, anybody want to speak on this department?
Did we get a breakdown?
Anything? Just an informational question. Sam, just got a general question. The police legal advisor, does the police department have their own, anybody from the legal, like any lawyer on staff? I can't remember.
I can help answer that, sir. No, the police legal advisor is housed within the city attorney's office.
Okay. That's good. I got you. All right. Beyond that, I don't. No. Commissioner Petro?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. Given the fact that the city will be hiring the city attorney, it will be less load in the workload in the city attorney's office, or as far as?
I wish that I could make that decision, sir. I expect the load to continue as it is and to increase as the work within the city increases, as the city expands. Everything that this commission sees, whether it's on consent or a general item on the agenda, comes through our office first. As you see more, we see more. As the city does more, we do more. And I don't see that it's slowing down anytime soon.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from anybody on this one? Yeah. Yeah, public comment? In which case, we have no consensus is needed. I guess we can move on. Good job, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, G, 25-2374, discussion possible direction regarding fiscal year 26 Information Technology Division recommended budget. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with our Information Technology Department, as we look at the very first slide, part of their conversation revolves around the one new position that is included in their budget. We've also talked earlier today about converting this division to a department based on some slides we already read and conversations we already had. And I know there may be more questions regarding how the money actually transfers into this equation as well, and we're happy to answer any of those questions. But this is their org chart with the one position included in our request for FTEs. As we talk about their performance measurements, we know that they need to maintain and keep our infrastructure up, and the availability of it being at 98%, and they're on target with that 98.85. The uptime availability of 98% is on target to be met at 99.91, and 90% of service level agreements assigned to categories of service orders is on target for 94.50. This is what their budget would look like. When you look at the operating and the personnel, you will notice that the operations has increased a little bit, and there are a few initiatives in there that are citywide or agency-wide that we need them to handle, as well as the personnel. We talk about the increase of going from a division to a department. The impacts of the fiscal year 25 proposals, you will see that the desktop system administrator, which has increased our support and capacity and strengthened coverage for over 20 key applications. The network analyst has worked out well, enhancing our communication support for expanding infrastructure and mobile connected devices. And also the firewall replacement are some of the impacts of what you funded in the budget that we are currently in. For fiscal year 26, there were 5 position reclasses totaling $106,000 that was included within the recommended budget, as well as 8 other proposals that total $407,000 as well. The unfunded request that came from IT related back to 1 position and 2 proposals. One of those proposals, I believe, was the enterprise resource planning project that we needed to get done which we are going to figure out how to do it. We just don't know how we're going to pay for it yet. But again, we had to make some choices and sacrifices based on the limited amount of resources that we had. But I believe that we are moving in the right direction with IT. I know that they met with our commissioners one-on-one to answer some more sensitive questions. But if you have any other questions, we are happy to answer or explain on our behalf. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Comments? Vice Mayor. Can you go back one slide, please, sir? Okay. No, you're fine, right there. Okay. We are, according to this budget, you are looking at 5 position reclassifications in the total amount of $106,340. That's the impact to the 26 budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is that above and beyond the current salaries that are there? I mean, let's just use the biggest fish in the pond here, and that's the manager to director. It says impacts to the budget is $81,930. How does that break down? Is that an $81,000 raise? Is that where he's at and then he gets promoted up? Because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger as the years go on. So how does that number calculate how it affects the budget of $81,000?
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, for the salary and benefits for the conversion of the IT manager to director, the total of that was $81,930, with $28,720 being for salary and $53,210 for benefits.
Okay.
And the benefits are miscalculated. I'm in a different retirement fund, and so they calculated them out of one fund as opposed to the other, and that number would be drastically reduced based on the investment plan I'm in.
I believe that number is reduced by $11,030 is what he's referring to.
That 1130 would be total.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
So it's going from the 80,000 to 11,000. So that 11,000 would be the benefits plus the salary increase.
So this number's inflated by 70,000 then is what?
Correct.
You're telling me.
Yes.
So maybe in our new sheet going forward or an update to this sheet that we have the proper number there? Because all the other ones look within range because you're reclassing a customer support manager and he impacts 4,000.
Right.
So, I mean, it should be more in line to lower numbers rather than higher numbers because it's quite a mouthful to swallow at $81,000 for a salary adjustment in 1 year.
It's actually 11 total.
Yes. He's correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm looking at some communication from our team on yesterday that tried to clear it up, that I was misquoting, so my apologies. That number that you're looking at will go to $11,030 total for his position for reclassifying it.
Okay, and then we'll get to the next one here because it must be another inflated number that I've seen in a different department that we'll look at, and it goes back to, reclassification from manager to director, and we'll get to that one when we get to that department. But another question that I had is you've brought up multiple times that we're going to be doing a compensation study.
Yes.
We're starting it now, or it's within this year's budget?
Yes, we had to pull it forward because we were trying to figure out, based on our projections that was going to end in fiscal year 25, what we would have available to pull out of 26 to lower that number. And one of those was the compensation study, which I believe is either at $50,000 or $60,000. I think the one that we did when I first got here was $25,000. So this one was a little bit more because it's a little bit deeper and involved into all the positions and all the duties. But it has been pulled forward to this year. If we're in June now, it'll most likely start the process throughout the summer, and then it'll be completed probably normally 6 months after the consulting begins, which will put you into the spring of next year, and then deciding on what you want to include or not exclude in the summer budget proposal.
Okay, now this is probably the humdinger of it all. Why wouldn't we wait for that compensation study to come back to justify either these adjustments or any adjustments throughout the city? Because what if we're wrong in our assessments and they come back and say, no, it shouldn't be 11,000, it should only be 7,000? Why wouldn't we let an outside entity give us that information or that input rather than creating it ourselves?
Because you'd be waiting a year for that information to come back to you. And in a government of our size, we don't wait for a year for a consultant to come back. We have an HR department that has a compensation person who actually performs those duties. And as I said earlier, with the other examples, we use, whether it's the desk audit, whether it's the comparables, whether it's the other tools that HR uses to make those positions correct throughout the year. And that's not a new or unique process. But if they come back and they say, to your point, well, these, we decided or we recommend these to be lower, we adjust accordingly, both up and down. It's not.
When have we taken money away from an employee because it come in saying you should only make 50,000 and they're making 52? We would just freeze their salary at 52 until the compensation caught up. So we've never taken money away from an employee.
I don't know that you have. I have, because when the study comes back and if someone's out of alignment, you make it right. It doesn't do you any good to get the compensation study and say, you know what, I'm not going to follow it. So if something comes back and we've overestimated or overused whatever that grade is for that particular job, you have to make the proper adjustment. And sometimes that might mean someone going down, which is not ideal, but the goal is to make sure that it is a fair and equitable process. And you can't continue to do that internally all the time. You have to have someone come in independently and say, let me benchmark you against other jurisdictions or your peer group or other grades of a similar quality to make sure that there's an equity there.
All right, well, I'm not going to beat this one anymore. I just wanted to get those numbers out there, some clarifications out there, and we'll get new information coming back for our next workshop.
Yes.
But,
and we'll give you that. We'll explain that and give it to you in a memo here today or tomorrow, so that it'll make better sense when you look at these numbers.
well, I'd like to have it updated in the book too, because as citizens get the books too, I want to see them getting the proper information, not seeing, oh, 81,000, what's that about?
Right.
At least they have, it explained. That's all. I mean.
Understood.
All right, I'm good with that. Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, but we can't.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Just a quick question on line 54, books, public, subs, and member. I noticed, like, if you go fiscal 24 actual, I should have asked this really in my briefing, so I apologize. 712,000 jumped up and adopted to 1163, almost 1164. We adjust, then it's going up again a little to 1352. What's in there? Like, why so big? That's kind of a big jump, but.
So under the city manager's direction, we have been consolidating IT from the various departments. So it is predominantly a lot of training. And with the consolidation of various individuals, depending on what department they're coming from, we're carrying a lot of those costs.
That's a lot of money. Like an increase of $400,000, and now it's going to go up another couple hundred. That's a lot of, like, $400,000 to $600,000 for training. That just seems like such a big number. I mean, you look back at 23.
The software cost for the city.
Oh, that's software.
Software cost for the city. I apologize. I misspoke.
If you look in the GovMax worksheets on page 23, Vicki does an excellent job of telling you what everything is in that account.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just curious. All right, and then the accumulation down the bottom where we're transferring, picking up the 633. We're working towards that $1 billion number. Right, hear you. Okay. Commissioner Duval.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question on item 2958, replacement computers. It's replacing 51 computers this year for a total of $48,000. It comes out to $941 a computer. Are we buying those individually, or are we buying like 1,000 computers and getting a deal by volume? I guess that's my question.
We get volume discount with Dell. We have an account with them.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Has there been anything put in the IT budget to compensate for the additional efforts IT needs to make in assisting Commissioner Duval in his technologically challenged ways? I want to make sure you heard that.
We added a person.
I'm just teasing.
Sorry, I got him on standby for after this meeting.
I couldn't resist. That was low-hanging fruit. Anyway.
Lee would pick on a disabled American veteran.
Well, if you look at it that way, I guess I probably shouldn't have said anything. All righty, we can move on to the next one, I guess. Thank you very much. Oh, public comment.
Additional increase in salary.
Don't want to forget about that.
So well.
Yes. I usually catch them. I'm way better than Alice was. And somebody else I know. Moving on. Non-departmental, discussion and possible direction regarding the fiscal year 26 non-departmental recommended budget. CM, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This department is our non-departmental department, which, as we go to the next slide, basically contains our liability insurance as well as non-EMS transfers for R&R, correct? Yeah. Oh, and we took out the contingency form, the $100,000 that was in there that you allowed us to have the last 2 years. We took that out. Yours is still in your division. We took ours out.
Commissioners, anything on this one? Mayor, public comment? There you go. That's your urge. That's your urge. Moving on to I-25-2376, discussion and possible direction regarding the fiscal year 26 Parks and Recreation Department recommended budget. CM, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Parks and Recreation Department. So here we go. They have 76 positions as noted on their org chart. There are no new positions being requested for this particular department. So what you will see on the screen is basically what has been shown over the last year. When you look at their performance measurements, they have and are achieving a lot of their targeted goals. One being probably the main one, achieving 20% of cost recovery, excluding free events, to an anticipated 25% cost recovery, which we'll get into some more of that conversation shortly. Maintaining and exceeding the Achieve Anything memberships are down, expected to be 1,200 as opposed to the prior year of 1,232. Maintaining or exceeding the aquatic facility rental hours. The previous was 1,130, and we believe that we are anticipated to do 1,200 this year. And we're also on target for 90% completion compared to a 75% goal on non-recurring work orders within the 10 business day window. The fiscal year 24 cost recovery, this is one of the big areas that we want to talk about as it relates to our parks and recs. So as you can see, or as you can read, I should say, we talk about, making sure that according to the National Recreation and Park Association, $28.63 in revenue annually per resident with an average cost recovery of 27.2%. When you look at us in the same model, our number is 34.16%. The current industry average in Florida is 20.6%, and our cost recovery, excluding Warm Mill Springs and free events, is 21.7%. When you look at some of the items that we typically think of when we think about Parks and Rec, we talk about Warm Mill Springs Enterprise Fund. We know that it makes money annually, even though it has not recouped its purchase price for the entire project, which happened quite some time ago. The Aquatic Center at 54% and 23% for the Recreation Division. We always talk about how to change or what we should change for the cost recovery method of our parks. And I think that is and remains a valid conversation. The question is, how do we want to do it? You know, doing it incrementally, whether we're talking about hours, whether we're talking about entry prices on things that we pay for. I believe that as we're going to show and discover, we like the events that the department puts on. The question is, where and how can we do better? So Warm Mill Springs cost recovery is 120%. And again, that's because the fund itself operates in the positive, which allows us to be able to not only do the renovations that we have right now underway, but knowing that we should and hopefully will be better held accountable to maintain that property as those completions are fixed. We have made the pledge and we remain with the pledge that we want Warm Mill Springs to stay open as we make any renovations there. We know that that is a critical piece of that community, and we have committed to do so. When we talk about the aquatics recovery on this slide, we are looking at the attendance and revenue as well as expenditure, and we're looking how can we be better and be more efficient. You can see there are some really high numbers of cost recovery during the hotter months. Not that it's not hot here all the time, but when you get through October through February, the recovery drops down to 13.27%. So then we're always trying to figure out how can we make that number higher. The issue that we always want to watch out is how do we price compare with those around us who have a similar facility. And I know all facilities are sort of unique and they have their own fingerprints, but we do want to make sure that we are looking at this cost recovery of 54%. And as we go to have this conversation today about, well, how do we increase our Parks and Recs efficiency, a gradual increase of cost recovery is a good way to go. Just because on the prior slide that I said that we were at 34% or this one's at 54%, I don't want you to think that we're not hearing the voice of making sure that not only Parks and Recs, but every department does better during this time. This is not me picking on parks, but we've all gone through the same level of scrutiny throughout this budget process because there's just nowhere else for us to go other than making sure that we can monitor ourselves as much as possible. When you look at recreation, the 23% of cost recovery, you look at the summer camp, which is 107% going on now. Contracted classes do 159%, and employee-led classes do 112%. So the 24,000 youth that we are keeping safe in the services that we provide, they're at low to no cost for out-of-school activities at our community centers. So it's not a surprise to anyone there of what we do during the summer. And actually, since we've removed some workout equipment in the Mullen Center, we freed up some space at the Mullen Center for a potential another level of activity. That activity could be more students in a summer program. It could be us actually talking about and executing on one of our conversations regarding small business and entrepreneurship expansion in the city. The city does not have a lot of space in order to do one of those activities and one of those initiatives. So if we're going to talk about the space that we have, the Mullen Center is a space that belongs in that conversation. Now, the Mullen Center, of course, we know it has a gym. It has an existing meeting room right now, and those activities and spaces for utilization should be considered and discussed. But if we are going to talk about how do we move this city forward and embrace the business owners that we have. We know we have a lot of home business owners who are at that small business level who might need that extra step up to reach that next level of medium business ownership. It is a good way that communities provide back to the public is an opportunity for space. And if we want to reimagine some of the space that we have, that's where some of that conversation should come in if the board chooses to have it today. Park maintenance, we know how important it is in our fields, and we hear from our public, both sides of it. A lot of them are satisfied with our fields, and then if it's the beginning of a soccer season and something's off, we get those phone calls, or baseball season, you get those phone calls, and, we respond accordingly. We never want them to think that we don't make mistakes or we're perfect, but we do. There's normally a plan in place for what they're calling us about, and hopefully they can have the patience until we get there, or sometimes we have to accelerate things, or sometimes they tell us about things that we weren't even thinking of. We've had a couple of those conversations this year as well, but the goal is always to do better when you hear about it and make sure that their needs are taken care of. So,
I hear about it when I go to the vet with my dog.
yes, there you go. Yes, we love our people who grab us and pull us aside at the weirdest places and say something. But that's the feedback that you truly need, to be honest with you, and it helps us be a better organization. But the median national average for standard park maintenance per acre is approximately $3,700, and park maintenance in-house cost per acre is $3,404. Currently outsourced mowing is $5,392 per acre. Currently, the hourly rental fee for line athletic fields ranges from $5 to $8 for youth organizations, and actual cost for material to line one athletic field could range from $129 to $219, depending on the size and the sport. The value of that is saying, yes, there's room to increase your cost recovery, but the audience that you're trying to save the cost on provides a valuable impact to the city in various places in various ways. You have the families who are coming out to support their child during the during the sporting event. And we know that with an area such as the city of Northport that can always do better and bring more activities, we don't want to penalize the ones that are using the activities that we do provide. So there's a balance there, and I think you see it, and as we continue to talk about it, striking that balance will be important. Our signature events, these are some of the ones that we do that I'm not sure we have sort of put in front of you to discuss at this sort of granular level. This is not an exercise to say, hey, you know what, we're gonna remove the signature events. Our signature events are part of Parks and Recs. It's part of what they provide. It provides that quality of life and that activity, which hopefully brings in an economic impact that you're not going to see measured in the Parks and Recs department. If they were responsible for capturing all the dollars that they provided and brought into the city, you would see a much higher number. But that's not the way the structure of reporting is. And that's not unique to the city of Northport. It's just the way that the industry and government handles those particular activities. But when you look at some of the events like the Easter egg hunts and the Freedom Festival, which is a very big deal, all of these events, the trick or treat, the poinsettia, I know all of us are sitting there thinking like, we can imagine not having these events. So why are you showing them? We're showing you just to put it in perspective of what is done, because the goodwill that these events sort of generate for our entire city is, I don't want to say immeasurable, because I'm sure I could put a dollar amount on it, but these are the things that people look forward to. Even if they don't look forward to many things in our city, I can guarantee you that those are definitely on the list. So here's some things that are impacting our revenues for the city. We do a lot of discounts, and as you all know my philosophy on how we treat our nonprofits. You should be giving discounts to those people who are in need. We're a municipality. We're not a private business for profit. We're supposed to be giving back to those who need our help, because when we need help, we go to the county and they give back to us. When the county needs help, they go to the state. So why would we not sort of try to give back to those who are in our particular area? So this talks about, as you can see, the 501(c)(3) organizations that receive a discount. The DeFi, the drug-free youth program, we're happy to be involved in that this year. I believe citizen came and spoke to you about it, I feel like it was a few weeks ago, but we were already knee deep in the process of the director working with the school, Principal Fusco over at the high school and others, just to make sure that we picked up that program, because we brought it to you and then you said, yes, go do it. So now we're doing it because of the value that it brings. The Scout Troop, we know how important they are. Reservation of 680 hours annually, which is phenomenal. The youth basketball league, that is a grandfather program that at a discounted rate of $2,000 per season. I can tell you that is a huge discount, and it is I would say greatly appreciated by all those who receive a piece of it. But I think you see where we're going here, where we talk about the youth football league cheer and the internal city reservations. The city provides at a discount things that we do because it is how we operate. But there is a cost to that. Do I think that $192,000 would tip the scale of cost recovery in a way that would make you overly joyed? I don't think so. But I think that when it comes to making sure that we provide these things and show our community that we're a partner, I think that that's where the value comes in. And then we talk about efficiencies and opportunity. Expanding the summer camp program, something I just mentioned earlier, something you may or may not want to do. We could adjust the aquatic center hours. Again, making sure that we pay less for our staffing levels. We can modify our inclement weather program so that we minimize staff time, downtime. Increase fees for the study that we brought to you, I believe it was last fall-ish, summer-ish, spring-ish, sometime before now. We brought you the cost recovery fees and you agreed to it. So that's going to help bring up their cost recovery rate as well. That's already been approved by you and in place. You can consolidate the egg hunt. We talked about 1 versus 2. The phase reduction of the warm Middle Spring passes. We've talked about that from the standpoint of a couple different angles. One, we have a large amount of our community that goes to the springs, that lives right next to the springs. That's an unincorporated Sarasota County. So they may not receive the discount of someone who lives in the city. That's a situation that needs to be reviewed and analyzed. And our goal in that conversation is to annex that area. So if you as a board would say, well, yes, we want to extend our city rate to those unincorporated people, and we were to find a good method to do that, we would then sort of want them to get on board with annexing into the city of Northport, because that's exactly what we want. And I don't think that crowd does not want that. They just don't have it right now. That's one thing to look at. And then the passes and the discounts that we have right now are deeply discounted passes when they are bought in bulk. And so there is some room there to sort of play with that to see if it can come better in alignment with what a good discount looks like as opposed to a deep discount, which is what is currently used. We can talk about admission for special events. I think you're going to walk a fine line right there to sort of get that done, but we're happy to entertain that conversation. Operations that are done on the holidays are something else to consider, as well as special event permit application fees. So there are some ways and some things that are within our control that we can discuss if we truly want to get that cost recovery number up. I mean, that's the number I think that we should be judged on. And even if we're doing better than the industry average or what someone believes we can do, we can do better. And having that conversation, I think, is important. So looking at their fiscal year 26 budget, you're going to see that it's quite lower than 25. And when you look at the capital amount that's in there versus what it was, that's where you're going to see the main difference at. The personnel are just regular increases, no more new people, and the operating expenses are lower as well. The impacts of what you funded as a board for fiscal year 25, we're still grateful for those. We got new fitness center and cardio equipment. The GMAC replaced its shed, and the Parks and Recs equipment replacements ensure that reliable, safe, and efficient ground maintenance operations continue. by minimizing failures and reducing maintenance costs. There were 11 proposals totaling $312,000 included in this recommended budget for Parks and Recs. And the impact of unfunded proposals, were 3 totaling $301,000, and we were able to pull that forward in this year so that we could take them out of next year based on our projections from the end of this year. I know we already beat police to death, but just one more, just for a connection. When you have things like this and you see things like this, these are examples where I say that, nothing ever pans out the way you think it's going to pan out. And so when we see that and we adjust for that, then we will be able to give you the confidence that when you're asked to make that decision of how do we fund positions going forward, that the confidence is there. I think that should be the last slide, and it is. So I will stop right there. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, you're up.
Okay, you brought up the annexation and stuff like that, and possibly going out to discount the tickets to them to entice them to annex. Well, if they annex in, they get the lower price by being in the city. So that's an enticement right there.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you are not wrong. My approach was.
I hardly ever am.
It's going to be a long year on the mayorship come November, sir. What I would say is those people are hurting right now to want to be included within our city so they can take advantage right now. The annexation process is not a short-term process.
Oh, I know.
By extending that out to them now and allowing them to take part in that discounted rate, and again, right now we're at a deeply discounted rate. First of all, it needs to change to something that is a little bit more sort of in line with what we're trying to do. But allowing them to take advantage of the discounted rate, I think will go a long way for the goodwill of us with the community that we've had some challenges with getting the renovations done over there. We're still working on the overall outcome over there, whether it's conservation easement, whether it's something that we do or whether it's something else. I just think it would go a long way with showing them that we're serious about working with them and making them happy. But that was just my proposal.
And I got no issues with that. But you got to remember as well, it's the city taxpayers that are funding all of this money. So they get the biggest discount, to where if you went with a discount for unincorporated, it would be less than the city discount.
Okay,
Just to keep it in line. And
it's another one, yeah.
That's all I'm
I
saying.
didn't think about that.
But
Sure.
May she add something, please?
So when we review the fee schedule, the annual fee schedule that's coming forward, we've put together a proposal for commission to look at that adds a category for Sarasota County residents. So you're not getting the discount that a Northport resident would, but you're not paying what a non-resident would. So there's going to be that additional category that would give them more of a discount than they're getting right now. We're also bringing forward a phased plan to get the pass rates into a better position. As the city manager said, it's deeply discounted now from what the regular admission rate is and what you would pay, say, if you bought a 30-visit pass. So we're trying to look at a 3-year plan to take those rates up to where we think they should be just about the time that the buildings hopefully would be constructed and reopened.
And I got no issues with that, and I look forward to that conversation in the future. But since Commissioner Barb over there requested $500,000 to be added onto this list, I'm going to ask to add about $60,000 out of the non-funded. I firmly believe that the audio-video equipment in the Morgan Center, I mean, if you go in there and something's not working and somebody's having an event, it's just.
Oh, in the Morgan Center?
You know.
That's one of the things that we were able to fund in this current year.
So why is it in here for next year saying not funded?
We had requested it for next year, and it was removed as unfunded because we were able to find funding for it in this year.
It's included in that 301?
I got it, but it's still in this sheet. And if it's funded, why are we still looking at it?
The sheet may not have been updated, Mr. Mayor, from the time that we sort of were looking to get those projections in so that we can make that decision.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean.
Yeah, we'll update it.
In the next one, but.
Yes.
The other one that I had too was the security system. Did you
Okay.
fund that one this year already?
That is in the requested budget proposals for next year,
Right, but it was not funded.
not in the current year.
No, this is not funded for next year. This is next year's, but I hope we're not going over this year's budget because we got to start all over again. I think it's a must to have the securities system set up, especially in our park areas.
$65,000? Oh, 3065.
Yeah, 3065, it says 20 grand. And I'm not just looking at, for the instances of vandalism or anything like that. We've got young children in our parks and stuff, and, to keep an eye out and possibly, keep crime out of those parks. I mean, that's where a lot of the predators go. So I want to keep our city as safe as possible. And if we have video surveillance out there, 20 grand is well worth that payment.
256. Oh, I see where you're at, Mr. Mayor, not Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it's in there still for next year.
Right,
It
but it's
hasn't been
not
removed.
funded.
Yeah.
Or was it? No. Okay, it's
No, it's
approved,
approved,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good, as long as it's approved. I wanted
Yeah.
to make sure it was there.
He said he'll take the money anyway.
Okay,
All right.
give him 20 grand. Out of your 5. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Commissioner Duval.
Yes, thank you. On one of the slides, there was an item that showed $3,404 versus $5,393 for mowing. And that's in-house versus contractor. Does that figure, that $3,404, does that include the $201,000 that comes for equipment replacement later on another sheet? Or is that $3,404 cost per acre, does that include, I guess, does it include that equipment we got to replace or not?
It doesn't include the 201,000, but it includes a cost to use the equipment for the mowing.
Okay, like what we're paying the employees per hour?
It includes labor, truck, trailer, mower, all of that was calculated into that.
Okay, so based on those two figures, what's your recommendation as far as in-house mowing versus contractor? Keep things the same, more in-house mowing, or?
Right now, we'd like to keep things the same. Part of the reason that we're in a better position is we've had quite a few longtime employees that have retired, 30-year employees that were with us. So that changes the employee cost in that equation. If it continues where we're much lower than outsourcing it, we would eventually come back and say we'd like additional staff to take on that outsourced mowing, but we would do that analysis and bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Good, Commissioner? Right. Can you go back to which one? It's the one that shows like competitive pool, like the pool, the aquatic center costs. That one. I assume that in part of the, that's the big item, competitive pool only, where you see the recovery is disaster. The 572, how much is overhead or fixed cost in there? In other words, if we just simply shut it down October through November, how much of that 572 would we continue to incur?
We can bring that back for you. I think the bigger concern would be shutting it down. We would not be able to likely staff the facility the way that we do now. Because you're not having any staff during that time at all, and then you're trying to bring them back for part of a year.
Well, I'm wondering, could you create any efficiencies since October through February, I think would be upticks for Mineral Springs because it's the high season. It's time when you'd have more people down here in Florida. Is there a way to redeploy? I mean, you look at it, I mean, that's a big spread. You're talking about a $500,000 loss in the aquatic center right there. If there's a way to mitigate that without hurting your staff and redeploy those people to somewhere else in the city between our community centers and the Mineral Springs, and let's say, you know, hell, we only save 350 or 400,000. That's huge money for us overall. It'll jump your recovery way up and help. I'm just, you know, it like leaped out at me. In connection with that, on Warm Mineral Springs, we're looking at 120% cost recovery, but should we maybe not shoot for 150? And the reason I say is before this year's out, theoretically, we'll have a conservation easement in place for 60 acres. Mineral Springs has to pay for that whole 80 acres. So should we start preparing? Should we start reserving? Would there be some value in doing that? I'm just asking. I'm not so concerned, frankly, with the people who live in unincorporated. I don't have any problems increasing the cost. I heard what the vice mayor said, and quite frankly, and I know it sounds harsh because I appreciate the value of Mineral Springs to our city, to the people who use it, to the world at large, because this is a unique, special place. But the vast majority of our tax-paying citizens, from what I believe, aren't willing to spend their tax dollars on that place. They're not. And we're going to create a conservation easement on 60 acres of property, or really, when it's all said and done, probably 40. And we're going to have to take care of it. We're going to have investment in it to make it something that's of value, that attracts people to it. And I'm just wondering, should we start planning for it now? Because we're a few years off, but I'm just saying, you know, what could we do? How much would an additional rate increase mean to us? And if it costs those people who use it more, then it costs those people who use it more. I mean, I know that's harsh, but they do not live in this city, vast majority of them.
Right, I couldn't tell, is your question on the Springs or the Aquatic Center?
Well, it's a piece of both.
All right, okay.
It's
Okay.
two areas that the opportunity to increase cost recovery exists, that I think is low-hanging fruit. The other stuff, you guys did great. I mean, you look at the special events we do. I'm not looking for cost recovery. Those events people love. What you did with your budget and the tightening up, believe me, I personally appreciate everything you guys have done. I'm just trying to look at where could we pop that cost recovery number without, you know, that's just glaring. Is it viable? I mean, you got to tell us more than us just making that kind of decision.
I'm here to do so.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So the cost recovery, it's kind of like when we talk about those special events that we're providing that service. The competition pool that we have and the philosophy from it from the beginning is that it is a municipal pool. You take away the rest of it, it is just a body of water in which we pour money into. And that is every municipal pool. If you ask our neighboring county to the south, they do it to a tune of over $3 million a year, which is also a very direct competitor for our pool from October to February, when it becomes just that place for that fitness swimmer to go to, they can drive down to Centennial Drive at 41 and before you get to Toledo, and they can pay $3 to enter that facility and swim. Or you can come to the Aquatic Center and pay the same price of that $9 or $10 that you would pay for a full facility. So we've got a little bit of disparity there that we have to talk about with that. So there could be a little bit to fixing that, to do some, past drives that would increase usage during that time of year. The staff crossover, we've had to utilize it when we opened War Mineral Springs. And the Enterprise Fund paid back the Aquatic Center for the use of that. So it wasn't a shared, because they are two different funds. So although we say Aquatics Division, we have very much two separate entities there. The training level is different. I need to have a water park lifeguard at the Aquatic Center. I need to have a waterfront lifeguard who can deal with the difference in water. So there's a little bit of a difference there. And doing anything to take away the year round really, really causes a direct hit to staffing, because you're trying to maintain full-time jobs for the trainers and the people who keep them going. And through the entire 2022-2023 seasons, where the nation was struggling for lifeguards, I never once had to shut a door because I didn't have enough lifeguards to show up. And that's because of this model that we have. So it is one of those lost leaders. Are there things we can do to mitigate it? For sure, we've had some suggestions in there about the extra day a week closure, making sure maybe endorsing different things that they can do to support. But those people also work all of those special events and seasonal time off. So we do try to cross-utilize what's happening at that point. Maybe we do look at a reduction or a campaign for the use during that time for fitness passes that encourage more use, so that at least we're getting more money out of the hours that they're still there. Because I will tell you that amount, if you take away my staff that day, just to keep those waters safe and not have a huge influx when it's time to open it back up again, is not going to save you as much as you really think.
Appreciate that, and that helps answer my question, and mitigate, the proposal that we close it from October to February
In April of this year, War Mineral Springs also had 20,000 people while the water park was open at the Aquatic Center. So you kind of run into that challenge too.
Yep, because I'm wondering, is, if commission were to, we talk about trying to maintain a high level and talk about cost recovery percentages, I think it's admirable that you guys increase your overall cost recovery number, and believe me, it didn't go unnoticed by me, so I appreciate it. And I know it's still a little below the average, but if commission gave direction to take this category, this particular aquatics cost recovery, October through February, and said, get it up another 3, 4, 5%. Is it realistic to do that to you, or are we micromanaging it too much for you?
I think I would prefer to say overall to get it up, because it might be a little more attainable. One thing, like Sandy just reminded me, you have to remember, I think it's kind of lost perspective over the years, because we opened the Aquatic Center and it became the big, shiny new thing. But we also absorbed $40,000 a year in the cost for the Atwater splash pad. And that staff still does that all year as well. So there's still the requirements for the maintenance and taking care of the splash pad, which are all included in that aquatics cost recovery. So if we were going to look at an overall wanting to push it up, I'd rather you say you'd like me to go from 54 to 64 or 58 or something, but to pull it out per season would be much more of a challenge.
Got you. Because, I just worry, like I say, you look at, trying to look at revenues. I don't think we see it on this budget, because we don't have revenues offsetting it, but I'm imagining we're still at about, what, 600, in the $600,000 to $700,000 range.
The differential between the two? Yeah, the differential between the Aquatic Center revenues and expenditures for the overall. No, just the overall, the differential of what we at the end of the year. I don't have it right there, but
it's somewhere in there.
Prior to the chlorine fiasco of 2022, COVID, our, Hurricane Ian and all of the supply chain demands we had it mitigated down to about 370. Now, what you've seen incrementally go up is because of all those things. Chlorine, when we opened the center, chlorine it's now like 200% higher than what it was when we opened it. So you see these increases. Do you have it, Lisa? 618 now. So we've seen that go up, and that is a direct result of those costs, as well as, the things that we have to do with the increased cost to everything.
And it's sort of, and it's a philosophical thing. You look at, everywhere I grew up and lived, every municipality I lived in had a municipal pool. 100% of the cost came out of property taxes. I mean, that was just a given. Usually had a ball field attached and other things. I mean, that's reality. And here, the aquatic center is a great idea. I mean, a good portion of the cost is covered, but that number has been growing. And as our city grows, and more of our city's growth is tied to higher density developments, apartments, condos, private associations, gated communities, less and less people take advantage of this. The people who take advantage of our aquatic center are the people who really need to be able to enjoy this aquatic center and have it and utilize those resources. But if you look at the private communities and the gated communities, they pay a price for those amenities. They pay a price in their dues. It's very hard to compare apples to apples, but the cost of running pools in a gated community and having all the same chemicals and the security and all the other things that go on, repairs and maintenance and upkeep, there's a price to pay, and it's still extremely affordable to go to the aquatic center. And maybe there's a way to look at somehow mitigating some of that cost. It's just important. We extended some hours. It's probably not significant in terms of dollars, but it's not like chemical costs are going down. It's not like repairs and maintenance are going down. It's not like labor's going down or the benefits associated. In a couple of years, this will be $1 million deficit. And we have to somehow figure what we can add, what can we utilize this facility for that's going to generate revenue for adult uses, for whatever. We got to get outside this box in order to do something, or it will become a number that the citizens of the city, a growing number of the citizens of the city, will say they don't want to pay for it. That's my concern. I'll fight for this always. Before I ran, I fought for this aquatic center and believe in it because I think it's a necessary quality of life amenity that taxpayers should pay for. But when enough taxpayers say they don't want to pay for it, commissions are going to listen. And $1 million deficit is a big number when citizens who aren't going to use this, it's like Mineral Springs. Don't spend my millions of dollars on Mineral Springs. I don't use it. See, so I'm just conceptualizing it.
If I could just flag, though, the 7,000 individuals that have been through the educational swim lessons and things since opening, 90% of that takes place between October and February. That is where the schools get in. That is where a high school swim team gets to swim during that time. There are other things happening during that time, just to put it out there.
You're preaching to the choir because I'm totally supportive. I just want you to know that for many, many citizens, it's dollars and cents issue. It's a low-hanging fruit item that people, I get it all the time. People say to me, why do we keep spending our money on this thing? I say, because there are people who aren't as fortunate as you and don't have a gated community or your own pool in the backyard. But it's just something to bear in mind. The cost deficit just can't continue to grow year after year without some mitigation. That's all I'm saying. On Warren Mineral Springs, again, I am very concerned that, notwithstanding even recoup of the original investment and the investment we're going to make in fixing this place up, we're going to have a truly unknown cost of maintaining, as we heard when we had conversations regarding the conservation easement. So there's worth thinking about whether it's this year or next year, providing for a larger cost recovery there, and it's gonna cost somebody. It's gotta cost the people who are using that mineral springs, as far as I'm concerned. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I know I'm hogging some time, but, you know, I have some issues here. Well, you all can continue to speak after me, but artificial turf, I brought it up once. I was shot down because I was told that, you know, people die from artificial turf. It has all these chemicals. That has been debunked. That is not the truth anymore. Municipalities, counties, recreational areas are going to this. It is a significant investment to do it, but it's worth looking at the return on investment. We have 2 small soccer fields that are going to go in at Dallas White. They might be good pilot projects for it. It's not a health concern. That is just not the truth. There's technology and product out there that do not cause health issues because they're using artificial turf pretty much all over the place these days. I think it's worth looking at just to see if there's a cost-effective return on investment for that.
I asked the related question
Yeah.
to the artificial turf. Thank you. What about the heat factor? I have heard that artificial turf is a lot hotter than grass would be.
It is, but
Is that
there's
a
new
factor here in
technology.
South
There's new
Florida?
technology, and it's gotten better. I don't know, Jeff and Tom, if you want to speak to it at all.
We did receive a quote when we looked at Dallas White Park, and we were looking at an additional $1 million that Parks does not have at this point to fund that.
It would be interesting to see, though, a cost analysis over a 5-year period, how much it costs to cut those properties and maintain them and keep up the grass, because that's where the benefit is. There's no doubt it costs a lot more to put artificial turf in.
There
But-
is still maintenance involved in the turf, though, with
So-
washing it and cleaning it and those things, so
Absolutely. All I'm saying
we
is,
could do that.
everywhere I hear new park areas are going in and fields are being built, I hearing artificial surfaces. So that just makes me wonder, why don't we think that way? I mean, it's one thing if you don't have the money to make the initial investment, I get that.
We think that way, believe
What's
me.
that?
That would be our first choice. It's just been cost prohibitive.
Okay. Makes sense. Well, I wouldn't say that's all I have. I would say that's enough. Mr. Langton? City manager.
Just to follow up on the pros and cons of the artificial turf, as someone who served on a task force at a prior location, unless they have removed all the little black pellets that you see when people slide or run on those do emit a gas that are hazardous to your health. So unless those are gone, there is still a health concern there. And I do know that I think more injuries happen on artificial turf than grass as well. But again, there's also the lower maintenance cost that you get as a trade-off that you're going for when you say, hey, let's not rule this out either. So I just want to make sure that if and when we come back to you with a proposal, that it would be a balanced proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, any Warm Mineral Springs, anything over cost recovery, like we're at 120%, so that 20% has to be spent on Warm Mineral Springs.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, and this is sort of dovetailing on some earlier questions. For us to collect enough money to maintain the buildings and perhaps improve and maintain whatever acreage might go under conservation easement yet to be determined, what would our cost recovery overage look like, your best guesstimate? Would it be 140% to cover all of those things? So maintenance of the buildings and the property and whatever improvement and maintenance might happen to the conservation area.
So the property itself, the mowing, the landscape and all that is already covered within that budget. There is some funding for maintaining the buildings. Obviously, we're in modular units right now. But part of the reason we're bringing that phase plan forward is to show you, one, what we'd like to do with changing the discounts, but to show you the money, the additional revenue that would be generated that then could be put into the fund for that building maintenance down the road.
Right. Because I would really like to get to a place where Warm Mineral Springs is totally self-funding all of the costs associated with. I think that would be a good goal. A question, we were talking about annexing in the folks to the north of, a lot of older homes up there, a lot of septic systems up there that I've been concerned about. We're improving the water and sewer situation out there. Would there be any opportunity, if they wanted to annex in, that we could provide water and sewer and they would be required to take advantage of that?
Depending on the size of the utility lines that we're going to bring to the springs, that was kind of the vision, is to make sure the lines are there big enough to accommodate.
It's also down Ortiz and to be able to handle commercial.
Right.
would
So,
require a bigger
yes.
pipe.
So that was the vision, is that we put in utility lines of sufficient size. Now, I don't know the number of residential units out there, but I mean, if you size something for commercial, you can handle hundreds and hundreds of homes typically. So,
Does our current design, are we sizing for commercial?
if I remember, and this project's been going on so long, I apologize, but,
Forever.
well, you said it, I didn't say that. It's pretty robust size, if I remember right.
Okay, good. Yeah, you piqued my interest. Some of the improvements that you might make was modification to the inclement weather policy. Would that be having it open during inclement weather or shutting it more? I'm not quite sure.
So we actually did 2 of those things already. We implemented them in May.
Okay.
And it's really to allow us to, right now, if there's inclement wet weather and we close, there's not really a good plan to reopen. Or if there's inclement weather in the morning, and we just shift our entire time frame that we're, instead
Like
of only
afternoon and evening kind of
yes.
thing?
So if we're going to be open 8 hours, we could still be open 8 hours, but it might go into the evening a little bit.
Okay.
So we're not losing that opportunity
Right.
of people that were going to come there. And the other one was the operating hours. We've switched the Friday, Saturday time slots so that there's more rental opportunities on Saturday. And we've had a very good response to rentals. It's one of our
Birthday parties and that kind of.
yeah, renting the whole facility, a portion of it. So those have been implemented. It's a little too soon to give you feedback since we just did it in May, but we should be able to come back at the end of fiscal year and see where we're at with those changes.
Very cool. I know I've said this in the past, but I'll take any opportunity I can to say it again. I've always been impressed with the Aquatic Center. You're coming in the numbers and, using attendance data to really drive when you're open and when you're closed and when you do certain kinds of things. I've always been impressed with that. So thank you. I'm done.
Mr. Bell.
Yes, I forgot to mention one thing that I noticed in the slides. You had some information there that said it, rent out the baseball fields for about $8 an hour, and it costs, I forget the number, something like $140 to line the fields. So I guess my question is, are you looking for direction to say raise the prices, or don't you have the ability to just do that on your own?
So we're not asking to raise the prices. We just are trying to increase your awareness of what some of the costs are, why the cost recovery isn't what it could be, because we're providing all these services, not only to the local, youth athletic groups, but also to nonprofits and other organizations, which is part of what we do.
Thank you.
Mr. Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things on Warm Mineral Springs. I know we've talked about it privately about playing with the hours to accommodate more people, thus getting more income. Have you tried that specifically with the?
So that's also on here on the efficiencies and opportunities. We are looking at closing on Thanksgiving Day and taking those hours and offering as a trial basis 4 different later evening operating hours. So we're going to do that in the next fiscal year, see how that goes. If it goes well, then we come back and look at more of a structured evening program.
That could supplement a lot of cost recovery funds. So basically, do we have to do that to shift one day and spread it over that, or can we just?
Well, last time there was a trial evening hour, it did not bring in the revenue that was thought to happen with that. So, Cheryl, do you remember when it was done? About 4 years ago. And so there was a whole separate rate, I believe, for evening hours. They could come in then. It just didn't generate enough attendance to be feasible to do that. So we thought if we do it this way, we're just taking a day that would have cost us more. Right, would have cost for holiday pay on Thanksgiving. We're closing that day, taking those hours, and then trying out that evening, kind of like we did at the Aquatic Center when we started the Friday evening hours. And if it goes well, then expand from there. I'm not sure there's that much of a need from what the staff are hearing at the site, that there's that much of a need for evening hours on a regular basis.
And, it's a common sense to be closed on Thanksgiving. But I'm talking about extending 1 hour later. Well, I was not talking about evening hours, like the whole evening. Extending 1 hour and starting at 7, I believe, right? The reason I'm asking this is because I've got a lot of requests from the constituents asking for that service, and they will bring more money. So it's up to the staff to determine if it's going to be financially beneficial and feasible to do that. I don't want to pay over. I don't want the city pay overtime for the workers. But if we can just do 2 shifts, or maybe 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening, extending, it will bring an influx of people. And this is just the feedback from my constituents or users of that park specifically. So I don't know if you can look into that more. We'll bring our cost recovery better to a better aligning with the industry standards. And another thing I was going to say, the Warm Mineral Springs, and Commissioner Langdon touched on that, we have to bring it to a profitable level to that extent that it will make more money. It's very doable. I don't know if you have any consulting services, or I know you like hiring outside consulting firms. Have you looked into like how can bring more revenue besides raising the prices? How to do it efficiently? And I know we have to make an initial investment into renovating those buildings. So that's going to eat up a lot of it. But in the long run, and that's when it comes in handy that, I forget, is it 7 or 8 acres we asked? Or 10. So those acreages can serve for bringing more income to the city. Whatever we build there, restaurant or whatever, this will suffice financially, and it diversifies the services the city can offer to the citizens. Right now, the place is not attractive at all. So have you guys looked into consulting services, or maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just talking to myself a little bit, but as far as, have you looked into how to generate more income, in short?
So we're going through the master plan process right now. So some of that will focus on Warm Mineral Springs and what opportunities could be out there. There's also really we need to get the buildings renovated before, I really think before we do anything else. We need to have the buildings that people want to come to, that then we can even do more marketing to attract people, because we're not doing all that marketing right now because
For that reason.
we don't have the facilities there. But I think there's a lot of things that'll happen in conjunction with the new buildings opening. And then if we do the conservation easement, pull out the 20 acres that was recommended, then we can put something out, you know, a request for letter of interest on who wants to do a restaurant or has a project that maybe they want to do on that. But it has to go through a process to go out so that it is competitive and fair.
Right. And yeah, I didn't mean to say I was talking to myself, but I'm just kind of giving ideas, and because we got to make this place attractive and profitable. And moreover, citizens want that place to be attractive.
We
So
agree.
Whatever we do, we got to do it more efficiently, quicker. Yeah, it's a good, good word. So I guess I'm done.
All right. Anything else? Any public comment? Well, man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on. Barely creeping on. J, 25-2377. Discussion of possible direction regarding fiscal year 26 Social Services Division recommended budget. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our next area of conversation is our Social Services Division. Great photo, by the way. So this is their division org chart and what it looks like. They currently have 6 individuals. We are not asking to increase that number at all. So as they stay the same there, here are some of the performance measures to discuss. One is the funding, dispersing the funding of the NP Squared program at 100%. And right now, we've dispersed it at 66%. And knowing that this program is not fairly new, but still sort of catching on to people, we still want to make sure that it's available to offer to the public because of its impact. The goal to participate in 24 outreach activities, we're on target to do just that. And the goal for the Skills in Life training program is below 25 at 22. When you look at their budget, they do a lot on a very limited budget as well, especially when they've had some damage to their facility in the past months where they were sort of displaced for a little while. But we would thank our facilities crew and team for getting them up and running as soon as possible, as they did. But as you can see, their operating expenses are fairly minimum and their staffing makes up the majority of their costs. There were no impacts of fiscal year 25 funding proposals, and there were no recommended funding proposals for 26. So we are happy to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Mayor, but that is their complete budget conversation.
Thank you, thank you. Anybody have anything? I just had a quick question for you. I'm not quite sure whether the county is increasing, but my gut tells me decreasing social services. Do you foresee some challenges or gaps in support services if the county downsizes their social services investment and commitment, which will fall to the city? I mean, or potentially fall to the city? Like, what do you see in there? Anything?
I'll go first. This is an off-the-record conversation and no one will know what I said. It does not look good for us in the city of Northport as their service model continues to evolve. They have a model where they provide those dollars to the different agencies and those agencies sort of disperse those funds out. It is just not ideal for us based on our proximity to those services and their service providers for the majority of the money that is spent. That's not to say that the county is doing that on purpose. It's not to say that anyone out there is not supporting the city. It's just a fact, intended or unintended consequence of the model that we have to live in. Now, in my mind and in my world, we would give a lot more resources to our social services division so that we can help more often. It's just a constraint of the model that we're in. I'll let you expand on that if you want to, but.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think whenever you have, any type of funding that's either being minimized or removed, it's going to have ripple effects no matter what across the county. So will our, service need increase? Absolutely. I've been here 8 years. In the last 8 years, I feel like the funding always decreases. It never really increases for us. And we find ways. We have to really think outside the box and be critical thinkers on how we're going to approach this, how we're going to do it. Is it by partnering with external agencies? Is it by, like the MP Square program? Is it to be able to provide support to the nonprofits that are helping us do the day-to-day work? We do think outside the box. Will there be ripple effects and will it affect us? Absolutely. I cannot say no to that.
Keep us tuned in, because I know it's an ever-increasing, challenging situation for you all.
Yes.
And we have people in our city who really need that support. And with all that goes on in this city, it's just so easy to miss those people who are in the most need. So keep it on our radar screens. Let us know.
Absolutely.
And not to say we can solve all the problems, but where we can help, we will try to help.
Yeah.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that you discussed sort of that different model. I get questioned all the time. Why does the city have a social services department? Isn't that a county function? So I think it's really good to get the message out there that what the residents of this city need and the extent of that need is not met by the county's model. And that's just a fact. And I think you've always run a tight ship. You do a lot of great work. You leap into the breach when something's going on at the Willow
Yes.
senior housing development or whatever. And it's really much appreciated by all the people you touch.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I have a great staff. I do have to say that I don't do the work by myself. I have fantastic staff. Yes. And they are the ones that are on the front lines, providing the direct services. So we do run a tight ship, but it's because I have the correct people on board.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Public comment?
Easy.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Mhm.
Moving on. K, 25-2369, discussion and possible direction regarding fiscal year 26 Finance Department recommended budget. CM, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Finance Department recommended budget discussion. As it relates to the org chart, they are asking for one new position, which is an accountant 3 position. This team has been intact for the positions that they had until recently, where we've tried to give some resources to them to expand them to be able to handle the workload of, again, the growing city. It's just volume, as we talked about, and we helped right-size them with some payroll assistance before and the creation of the deputy director position as well, assistant finance director position as well. We just need to make sure that we keep up and are able to maintain our response times and level of service as we know the city deserves and desires. When we look at their performance measures, right now they're all on target. One is for paying 95% of our property documented and submitted invoices within 10 business days. We're on target for 96% of that. We're on target for 92%, which is the exact same amount of the goal of closing monthly reporting by the 10th business day of the next month, making sure we're timely. And we're also on target with an anticipated 95% of our purchasing requisitions submitted within 3 business days for a 90% goal. So they are looking good there. Their budget, as you can tell from the actual numbers of the years past, is pretty much in alignment. Their operating expenses have gone down in the recommended budget to $192,000, and their personnel is just merit increases plus the one budget proposal that has been included. No impacts of fiscal year 25 funded proposals to report. The recommended budget includes today one position, which is the accountant 3 I mentioned, and there's no impact for not funding any of the other things that were not requested. So, Mr. Mayor, we're happy to answer any questions you may have, but that's your finance department.
Super. Anybody? Nothing.
Ooh, good job.
Public comment?
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. No comments on the next one either.
Moving on.
Yes.
L
No comments.
25-2370, discussion and possible direction regarding fiscal year
It's a gorgeous
26.
head, though.
City
I know.
Manager Communications and Emergency Management Department recommendation.
It looks like a handsome guy from behind.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Manager's Department, Emergency Management Division, and Communications Department are all sort of wrapped in here for this conversation. One, because we've had a lot of conversations regarding the divisions of department, which I'm sure we will jump right back in there. But when you look at our actual department, you're looking at 15 authorized positions and the 3 new positions. One is in grants, that would help out Val's team, and then the other 2 are the 2 I mentioned earlier as we talk about making sure that our emergency management gets the attention that we believe that it deserves. And some of the models, you're probably saying, well, why is this under now the city manager's office? We've talked to Chief Titus, and for the last year or so, we've recommended that the emergency management falls under the city manager because when it's outside of fire, it has a different context of the importance of it as opposed to being sort of a little bit below under fire. Because when she becomes the emergency manager during an actual event, she is actually in charge of everything that sort of happens on the operational level for the storm. And it's a very important role, and it's very different and very unique, but we believe that us making sure that she's in the city manager's office as a discipline of emergency management is the right thing to do. So when you look at these goals of our emergency management division, they are on target for all of them, which is great, knowing how important this function is during the season we're currently in. But the goal of maintaining 80% or better rate for submitting timely and complete agendas to the clerk is on time for 85%. The increasing of the win rate of grants awarded to our city, 63%, on target of 65%. We're also on target to provide at least 15 emergency management trainings to staff by doing 17. And our goal of attending 55 community outreach events is now also on target to have 70. Let me pause right here and just make one quick note. So recently, it was as it relates to some of the agenda items and you as a board and what we provide you as a board. It was recently brought to my attention that you may feel like we are not giving you enough information to make all the decisions that we ask of you. And that just means, when I say that, I mean, we give you enough information from our side, from a staff standpoint. What we don't do are give you the alternatives or the options that you may want to consider, even if we don't agree with them, and maybe some of the consequences for you to choose and make that choice. So we're going to revise some of our agenda summaries so that you'll be able to see our recommendation, and then the other side of the coin say, well, these are some things you can consider, and we'll give our input on those as well. So you will have a full picture of being able to say, I saw both sides of it. I understand why staff recommended it. I agree with it. I don't agree with it. But at least I saw it, and at least the public saw it, because we have a lot of conversations that may not be public knowledge, and you may ask your questions there, but no one may see you ask those questions there. And we may have information that we provide, but no one may see that information that we provide. So we want to be better with making sure that you feel like you have been given a fair shot at all the information that we have available, and some either alternatives or options that might trigger you to think in a different way so that you can make the best decision going forward as a board. That's a process improvement that I was glad to have the conversation for, and I think that you'll all enjoy the results of that as we move forward. Okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. So as we look at our budget summary as a department, you'll notice that our operating expenses are $118,300. Staffing is 1.9. That includes the two new positions as well as the three positions, I'm sorry, not two. All right. And here is the new emergency management division. They don't have any prior year information to compare it to because we're just starting it. And I do believe that, like I said earlier, one day it could be its very own department depending on how we handle storm management going forward. There were no impacts of fiscal year 25 funded proposals in this particular budget. Next year's requests are the three positions I outlined earlier, as well as two proposals totaling $19,660. And there were no impacts of fiscal year 26 unfunded proposals. The last thing I'll say before I ask questions, Mr. Mayor, is that we did receive some questions over the weekend, and it related to some of the percentages that were shown in our particular office, and like with my salary and the deputy salary, and we had to make sure that we reminded you all, as I showed that compensation slide earlier, and I'm still grateful for what you all did in foresight of what the others around us were doing, which has proven to come true. But that 15% of a raise did sort of skew some of the numbers when you look at percentages of why it went up or down. So I do want to acknowledge that and hopefully answer any more questions that you may have about our department regarding some of those costs or increases. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commission. Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir. Question, not about emergency management, but it said we were discussing city manager communications and emergency management.
Yes.
So this was the other section that I had brought up about those numbers being possibly skewed, and it's the reclassification of the communication manager to director or whatever it was. It lists it at $41,000.
Yes.
So is that another number that was
Yes.
inflated due to?
It is an inaccurate number that we just talked about earlier, and I'm looking at Julie, unless she's got an answer right now, we're going to have to follow back up with the correct information. Oh, I'm sorry.
Communications amount is correct, and let me explain why. To go from a division to a department director, your FRS contribution goes from 13.6% to 34.5%. That's the big jump. The one in IT, he stayed in a different plan. We couldn't assume that until we knew. So we had to budget for that jump in the regular FRS plan. So that's why that one is going to change and change drastically.
But of the 41,000, only 12,000 of that should be salaries if it was the way I remember reading it. And that means the rest of it are the benefits increase that she's talking about.
Plus benefits.
Increase that really
Still
knocks
the
it
whole
up.
package too.
Yeah, so apparently I misspoke. My mistake. The 41,000 is correct. 12,000 for salary, and then the rest is benefits.
Okay.
Is that a peak?
Yeah, we'll discuss it later on in further conversation.
There you go, Commissioner Lang.
Okay, thank you. I just have a follow-along question on FRS. With that kind of a jump, and I first saw this in the FRS contribution for commissioners, and when I first looked at it, I said, wow, this is great. I'm going to be able to retire in 2 years, but that's not the case. Can you explain when there's that set aside for FRS, what percent actually goes into the employee-specific retirement fund, and how much of it goes in to cover the overall program? Am I asking that question clearly?
I think I understand your question, and there's 0% chance I could tell you how the FRS funds your retirement.
They have their own calculations.
Right. This is what we're required to put in for you to get out what they promise you. How it gets from one to the other,
Right.
I
Because
don't
my
even want to try.
understanding is a good portion of that allocation stays with the program itself to fund the program, not, it doesn't all go to the employee.
No, because not everybody stays long enough to vest.
Right.
So still, cities are putting in money for people who leave after 4 years.
Or people who stay forever and longer, or live forever and collect more than the actual.
Then you get more than, than we put in, yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sure just like with our pension plans, they have actuarial studies that they perform to project what the plan looks like and if the rates need to be increased, what that looks like as well.
Good. Thank you. That's
all. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. Can you go back, couple questions. Can you go back to the slide with the emergency personnel? Yes. So we had nothing before. I mean, there had to be some expense on their own. What were the expenses on that?
Pay for out of fire?
They were part of the fire department. It would be near impossible to get their actuals out of the fire general fund and the fire district budget.
And the percentage increase, do we know any? Probably not, since we don't know the amount.
If we can't pull it out, then I can't tell you what the increase is.
And also, the percentage increase in salary for the executive personnel. I just want to find out and publicly state, if you can tell us, for the city manager, how much it is, how much is it for the deputy city manager and assistant city manager?
For our fiscal year 26 numbers?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. I believe that was on what we said. So, 1 second, sir. Does it have a breakdown? Yeah, they get a breakdown on it.
For the 3 executive staff, the deputy city manager and the assistant city manager are in the projections for the 2.5% COLA, which is 1% for the minimum wage, 1.5% for the CPI, and for 3.5% merit on their review date. Right now, the city manager is only projected, what we put in the projections is for 2.5% increase. What he actually gets is what you guys decide.
Okay. And on communication division, is that the time to talk about it? Is it part of the city manager's
Yes.
umbrella? And this is my first budget meeting or workshop. How does it get decided? Do we specifically transferring from division manager to director?
How does it get decided?
Yes.
You're going to have to vote to agree to it or disagree to it. Because right now, we put it in the budget as the conversion is acceptable. If you say that it's unacceptable, then we'll have to make the adjustments to pull it back to where it was. But that is a board decision based on what we've outlined.
Yes, I understand that. The process, the actual process. There are a couple of things I disagree. For example, how do we vote? Do we call out individual items that I do not support, or as an individual board member, or how do we do that? I just do not know the process.
Related to the conversion.
or in general?
Well, specifically transferring the division manager
Yes.
to the
So,
department.
so on a slide that was in my introduction, there was a slide that outlined the steps in the process. And one of the first ones was the advertising of the process. The second was bringing it to you as a board for your confirmation and approval. If you, as the board, say no, do not go forward with it, then the next time you see it, it will be gone from there, because this is the recommended budget. Your feedback on what you want to include or exclude is how we move forward. Similar to what Commissioner Langdon said earlier with the $500,000 for police, the next time we see you, that change is going to be in there, and we're going to tell you what we did in order to make that change happen. If you say now, some or none of the process that you want to move forward, then we will adjust accordingly.
So it's not the time yet to.
Yeah, this is it. I would say it now. Yeah, because that communication division is under the city manager's department. We want them to be their own department so that they could have the things that I outlined earlier as far as being better at what they do.
I guess that brings me to a question, and then I'll come back to this one. The FRS, how do we even, what's the methodology from 13 to 30%? How is it, who gets, who decides that?
It should be a state. Who decides the difference between the 13% to the 30% and FRS? That should be a state rule. Yeah, the state. Right. But that's the benefit also of the people that we want to be recognized from a division or department. The director level comes with certain benefits. That's one of them. And when you're performing a duty that is very similar to the other people in the agency who are doing a similar role, you should have that same benefit. But there's a cost to it, whether it's the increase in salary that we talked about in communications. If we're using communications as an example, the $12,000 that he gets is still going to put him way behind the other departments. He's not coming up to meet them where they are. He's coming up enough to be in the pay grade and in the conversation as one of the newest directors within our organization. So it's not well, let's just take them from the bottom to the middle. That's not what we're doing here. I believe the 12,000 represents a 10% increase, which is something that we in HR believe is the right number to go to. But he is not being risen to the level of a Parks and Recs department head based on what we're doing for this project. Ms. Belia just said that, similar to Eric Ryan, who was sitting in front of you earlier, who said he was on a certain retirement plan that was going to affect the benefit number that you saw. Mr. Barlow's on that same plan. And that's an individual specific choice, which is why we don't sort of know all of that. And she's talking about it right now. But we will get that adjusted as well. So there'll be a decrease as well in, I think, some of the benefits, but not necessarily the $12,000 in salary that I just talked to Vice Mayor about.
I just want to make it clear, make it public. I do see that the level of importance for the IT division manager to become a department involves factors. It involves a lot of factors, such as the security and overall IT provision for the entire city personnel. I do not have anything against that. I do, however, want to make it clear that I do think it's maybe premature to do the same with communication department for a variety of reasons. And the first one is the level of importance. I just don't see it that important at this time, specifically this budget time. And I'm not in the support of that transition. We just want to be on the record, and I don't know. So I want to ask for a consensus not to promote division manager to department manager or director of a communication team, division, as of right now. Financial reasons, the time we're in, level of importance, many reasons. I can go on, but not this time. I just want to ask my fellow commissioners to be.
Before you vote, I just want to make sure that I made it clear for the communication department to where you as a city were to where we are now are light years apart from each other. And I understand that there may be a feeling, and there always is going to be a feeling, if I'm honest, that, well, our communication needs to be better. I have heard communication needs to be better in every place I've ever worked in. I would ask you to make sure that we are judging this division that deserves to be a department on their impact, the creative things and programs that they brought to our city, how they have increased our transparency, our reaction to the social media that we incur on a very heavy basis, the creativity they brought to some of the programs that I think most of you have either seen or participated in, and the impact on it throughout our entire community. It is impactful, and I do believe that they should be a department because they meet all the criteria to be recognized as such.
And
Thank
by
you.
no means I diminish the distinguished services that they do. It's the other reasons that I listed. But I understand what
Yep.
you're saying.
Thank you, sir. Yep.
In speaking to that, because you've offered up a consensus, but I'd like to comment before we vote. I do support making it a department. I quite honestly, it doesn't take me too many years to look back, as city manager said, to what was, in my opinion, a real lack of transparency, inclusiveness, communications. I think our communications department is incredible. It's funny because there's one area of it that I would love to see a much more aggressive stance taken, and that's in the area of social media. We do a great job messaging, branding ourselves, communicating on a slightly higher level to the bulk of our community. And I would say that the vast majority, in my personal opinion, vast majority of this community appreciates it greatly and recognizes that change. But there is a core group of people in this city who have aggressively and vocally addressed the issues of the day. And they are very opinionated, they are very strong, and I would not negate their positions, they're entitled to them. But I think our communications department could do a whole lot more in the area of social media, addressing this, whether it's our own Facebook pages, not just city pages, but pages that aggressively interact with that portion of the community that disseminates misinformation and confusing information and uninformed information, if that's even makes sense. And the idea being that these days people, I hate to, I'll say this politely, people tend to go the easiest route and pick up tremendous amounts of information, rightly or wrongly, opinion or fact, on social media. And I think it's important that we expand our communications department in that venue. We need to be on the same level as our citizens are. They go to Facebook and other social media areas to get their information. And I've always said it, social media is long on opinion and short on fact. And it's time that we are as effective as some of those pages, like Northport Concerns and some of the others that are constantly out there making an impression on our citizens who want to know more, but who may not be getting all the facts and information. So I digressed a little in the sense that I really support our communications department. I think you guys are killing it, and I totally support it being a department. I think it's important. And, you know, yes, there's an incremental cost in doing it, but, you know, we are a growing city. We have much more messaging to do in a lot of areas that we haven't even begun to touch in terms of our development, exposing our city to the rest of this country and the rest of this world. And I think it's important that we keep up with that. And I think your department's every bit as important as any other department, and should be a department, not a division. So,
And if I could just add on to that, Mr. Mayor, what I will say is what you just outlined as being better in social media is a job performance task that I believe we take the people out of the positions when we talk about something like this. So take Bartolone and his good team out of it. The expectation for anyone in that chair would to make sure that they have a better, stronger social media presence. Now, I have all the confidence that they could do what you just asked for, but irregardless, the expectation should be there none the same. And I was trying to think of an example to use, but maybe not a great one, is, when we inherited Warm Middle Springs in 2014-ish, before a lot of us were here, and we looked at it in 2024 and 25, and it looks terrible and looks bad. I didn't hear anyone say, well, let's break up the Parks and Recs department and make them something smaller because they didn't take care of one piece. We all have areas that we need to improve upon, and we're taking the steps of improving Warm Middle Springs in my example. But for them as a division and a department, their skills, the complexity and the volume and their reach is just the same as any other department that we have in our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment. I also support it. I think communicating effectively with residents and outside the city is vitally important to the financial future of this city. And I can honestly say I've only been here about 11 years, but the narrative on the city of Northport when I first came here, the types of comment, the kinds of stories that would infrequently make it to the press or on TV or radio were embarrassing at best. And today, everywhere you look, Northport up and coming, just positive, positive, positive. And if we don't think for 1 minute that when a company is thinking of locating here, that that's not an important factor in their decision making, then you're wrong. So vitally important, both for transparency, connecting with the community, but also in terms of how we are perceived outside of the city, vitally important and light years better than it was 10 or 11 years ago.
And if I could say something really briefly, I think Mr. Barlow wants to say something as well. That part of that identity and rebranding and the refreshing that we've talked to you all about recently, that goes hand in hand exactly with the value of how people see you or perceive you, and how you recognize yourself. We are a larger city now. We have so many great things that people don't know about, and we are branding ourselves to be confident in what we provide and why people should want to be here. And he and his team are a big part of that. I'll stop.
Well, thank you, sir, and I appreciate the positive comments. We have worked really hard in the last 3 years to restructure how we do communications here since the city manager brought me on board, and we've expanded our team mostly by reorganizing positions without the city that were doing communications in different areas, bringing them together, trying to build the expertise and the level of professionalism to what we do to communicate and the different areas that we're doing that. So I know we haven't gotten to the presentation yet of the communications team yet, but I hope you'll see that we've made a lot of positive strides in the last few years.
Mr. Petrov, you were in the middle of making a consensus, and anytime you want to have city clerk reread it.
I just want to finish with that. I don't minimize the importance of the communication division and all the work they do. I do believe they do a phenomenal job communicating the message to the residents. In the end, I do believe that the actions will speak louder than words of the city leadership. So I just want to, I just don't feel personally, it's not the right time to do it now, especially we're trying to squeeze and save every dollar. So, but I do appreciate the work and the importance of the communication division, and I thank you for that, actually. I'm really impressed about the work you guys do and communicate the message through social media, flyers, and all the communication means. By no means I undermine the importance of the division, but I just feel that this is not time. And as a taxpayer myself, I don't think it's really the right time to do it. So if we can make it.
Understood. Before you make your motion, I'm sorry, one more wrinkle.
This is twice now.
Yeah. I apparently didn't go down far enough in the same slide deck of the same department. There's actually a couple more slides. I'll go through them really quickly. There are 11 positions in the communications department. I think that you've all either engaged with them or seen some of them. That is under Mr. Barlone's watch. But, you know, they are on target to hit 70% of their goal of increased percentage of calls handled live in the customer call center from 66% to 70%. They are going to fall short of the 3123 number of service tickets submitted through the Northport app for last year. We anticipate 2,000 this year. The goal of 475 increased media contacts, they're going to beat the number from last year of 431, and they are on target for 320,000 as the increased number of social media followers across all platforms from 272,000 last year, and that's a pretty big accomplishment. The operating expenses are pretty much flat for the most part, and then the personnel, we're just doing the increases because they're not asking for any new positions. And the one reclassification totals for $47,000 is in there now, and that's the number that we'll make sure that we take care of in one proposal, and then that's it. So, sorry about that, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Vice Mayor.
Now, Mr. Petro, do you had a census out there? Do you want to?
Direct the city manager to not include the change of the communications division to a department in the FY26 budget.
Mr. Petro, if you're a yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor,
I'm a yes.
keep going. For what, you're a yes, to not.
Correct. I know what I'm voting.
Wanted to make sure, you know, I'm a no.
I'm a no.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment?
There is none.
Moving on to our final item of the day, F 25-2379, discussion of possible direction regarding the fiscal year 26 Development Services Department recommended budget. CM, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Development Services Department recommended budget for fiscal year 26. You will remember that they have 82 authorized positions throughout their several divisions, including planning and zoning, code enforcement, economic development, natural resources, and building divisions. There is a request for 2 proposals included within this budget, both of which are code enforcement that will allow us to be closer to a proactive rather than reactive department. You all, especially, I know weekly, get emails about areas that need our attention, and we see them, and we recognize that we can't get out in front of them, but so much based on what I believe is a very limited number of staff for the volume of people and the space that we have. It is a challenge. If I remember correctly, you requested 4 positions, and I cut it down to 2 based on the need in order to get our budget to where it is. But when you talk about the performance measurements of the department, they are doing well with an anticipated goal of processing and reviewing 90% of single-family resident permit applications within 30 days. They're on target to do 96.5%. The goal of to plant or donate 500 trees throughout the city, we're on target to do just that in this year. The goal of 90 more business attraction contacts made, we're on target because we're looking at 100. And to maintain a rate of at least 90% active cases brought into compliance without property owners having to go before the hearing officer is on target for 92.7%. The budget summary for this particular department, you will see that there's a little bit of capital in there for this year as well as operating expense, but the personnel is just the 2 positions that we asked for, as well as natural merit increases. Let me go back and just say something. Their personnel cost is probably not going to make it there because they're down to 1 planner in their department right now. We just had another resignation late last week. It is really challenging to keep the people in some of her places in their seats, and you know we're trying to work through it the best way we can. knowing that we have a large volume of work that needs to be done and that people expect the timelines to be adhered to regardless of how many people you have in the seat. It is what it is, but just want to make sure that you are aware that they are going through something very unique. The unimproved lot program, this is some direction that we need to see from the board. If you remember, we have engaged our city attorney's office through outside counsel, provided recommendations for options and alternatives. An alternative may be easier to implement an assessment on vacant lots. This would involve placing code enforcement lien recovery on tax bills each year. That takes you as a city out of the trying to be in the collections business and getting it right on the tax bill and knowing that you're only charging the vacant lots. Outside general counsel is working on a document to include those options, but the earliest time frame that we can implement it would be fiscal year 27 because it is a tax bill situation, and we've already passed the time deadline for it to be included on fiscal year 26's bill. So we will be looking at another year. But this could be one of the programs that not only will we service vacant lots that are not currently being serviced, but we will be able to ensure that some extra revenue does come into the city of Northport for those people who just have vacant lots and aren't doing anything particularly with them. Impacts of the funding proposals that were included in fiscal year 25 include the economic impact analysis report. That report was very good to tell us exactly where we thought some future revenue was coming in. And I think that it's given us some comfort knowing that our community is growing and money is on the way. And I know that we're in that sort of gap time where we are waiting for that money to come in. I almost feel like we need to just hold on. If we can, like Commissioner Petro said, the timing may not be right for some things, but if we can just hold on until some of that extra revenue comes in, then I think the city will be in a better place in a couple of years based on us trying to increase our commercial footprint in the city. The floodplain administrator was a good addition to our team. We had an enhanced review of development applications for floodplain compliance and placed additional focus on the city's rating through the community rating system and national flood insurance program. And the citywide tree planting program, always underway with the completion of design for multiple areas where trees will be planted and irrigation installed to ensure long-term survivability in multiple city parks, Sumter entry feature, as well as the aquatic center and the dog parks. The proposals that are included in this budget that you're looking at from Development Services include those 2 positions that I mentioned earlier, as well as 10 other proposals totaling $1.1 million. The unfunded are the 2 positions, and I believe those 2 vehicles are associated with those same positions. So that's about $432,000, $450,000 approximately of costs that came out of the budget as a result of that decision. This does leave us in a spot where we have fewer inspectors per 10,000 residents, as I mentioned. It will increase the workload and stress on the remaining staff, and I think that we have to sort of chip away at this and make sure that we get to the number over time. Again, none of us are strangers to issues that involve code enforcement, and hopefully we get to them before they become egregious, like some of the ones we've seen lately. But when we see them, we react to them and make sure that we do the best we can. Some of them are ongoing. I'm thinking about the Hive over near the Pawn Center. Those are ones that you just got to stay on, and it goes from one process, one step in the process to another step in the process. But we're not ignoring it, and we're certainly not giving up on making sure that we provide the best code enforcement and customer service throughout the city. So I'll stop right there, Mr. Mayor. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Commissioners. Duval.
Thank you, Mayor. The departmental level of 80 people and asking for a budget of 2 more. It's a task. But when it comes to the fact that those 2 positions are code enforcement, I think it should have been 5 more.
I'll take them.
I can take you down to my house. I could show you a new house being built across the street that's had multiple violations for a year and a half. Further down the street, I have a house that somebody started and then they abandoned it 2-3 years ago. Still half empty. There's a brand new house being built right now, and they're using the lot across the street for their dumpster and stuff like this. What I'm getting at is these code violation positions, I'm not kidding, it should have been 5. And this is hard to say when, you're trying to save the taxpayers' money. And again, I'm on my soapbox here. I want to see every employee do a little bit of code enforcement work. When they show up on a street and see violations such as this, they should be doing a little bit of code enforcement work, even if it's just reporting it to their supervision. I just think we could do better, and these 2 positions, I hope, will help. Thank you.
Mr. Langman.
Oh, so many things. I'll start from the bottom up. I was having a conversation with a neighbor who was originally from New Jersey. And this was relative to builders abandoning home lots. And thank you. The dump on Bellingham Lane has finally been cleared up. But he was sharing with me that when a developer is going to build a home in New Jersey, they have to buy a bond. And if they don't finish, then the bond sort of kicks in to finish the property. Just going to throw that out. I'm sure it would be incredibly unpopular here in Northport. But just food for thought. It's such an issue here. I mean, these are not isolated cases. You go to any neighborhood area in the city and you'll see at least one of these. So, so two new code enforcement officers. I think I know the answer to that question. We're still going to be reactive in strategy. If you got 5, that would, in my mind, mark a shift to a more proactive.
Absolutely. Even before that we'd originally requested gets us more on a proactive footing. As it stands now, we have fewer code enforcement officers per 10,000 residents than any local jurisdiction in the area. With the addition of 2, our next city that has a low number of code enforcement officers is Bradenton. With the addition of 2, it puts us just above Bradenton.
How many? 7? We have now 5?
We have 5 currently. At 7, Bradenton we currently have 0.53 code enforcement officers per 10,000. Bradenton has 0.70. The addition of 2 puts us at 0.74, so just barely above Bradenton. That still puts us considerably behind the city of Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Venice, and Cape Coral. They all have, Venice has twice as many as we do per 10,000. So when you look at our competitor neighbors, and bearing in mind these are the competitors that businesses are looking at to relocate to, we're on that type of footing. We are definitely on a reactive footing right now. We want to be on a proactive, and I think when you drive around our neighborhoods, you can clearly see the evidence of our reactive footing. It's not a place where we want to be. Most of our code enforcement officers live in the city. They don't like it either. So, but I think that what you're seeing is the incredible growth that we have had in our population, in the number of build sites that we have, in the number of properties that we have that are not being maintained, compared with not keeping up with the number of code enforcement officers over a period of years. The issues that we have with code enforcement didn't just manifest themselves overnight. It's been a couple of decades in the making of growth, yet not being able to keep up with the number of code enforcement officers.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a quick question on the unimproved lot. We went through it quickly. I didn't quite grasp the change. Is it that we would do our normal thing? We would take care of the dangerous tree, send a bill, and if they didn't pay it, rather than chasing them through the courts, it would facilitate just putting a lien on the property? Is that?
Correct. So we had a pretty lengthy discussion. The interim city attorney and I had a pretty lengthy discussion with our outside counsel, who is familiar with these types of issues. And the registration program for the unimproved lots, while we can do it, it's going to be more complicated. It's going to take a lot more research on the part of our outside legal team, and it will take longer to implement than what we would really like. Plus, there are some legal hurdles that we need to overcome. The outside attorney put us on the trail of an alternative that sort of gets us what we're wanting to accomplish, which is cleaning up these properties, getting dangerous trees off lots, all of those types of things. And the way he suggested to do that, which has been vetted, it does work, it's legally sound, it meets all of our criteria, is yes, we would go out, we would take care of those trees, we would take care of the dangers, we would take care of these properties, and then we put it on as a lien through our code enforcement process, and at the end of the year, all of those liens go to the tax bills. So instead of sitting on a lien for 5, 10, 30 years, however long, and possibly, more likely, probably never recovering those funds, we would recover our funds at the next tax bill. And if it's, for instance, not on these vacant lots, if the tax bill isn't paid, it goes to a tax sale. So it is a much faster way of recovering funds. It's done throughout the state. Many cities and counties do this.
Sounds like a lot less work.
It's a lot less. It is a lot less work on the city's part. It's a lot less cumbersome once you set the program up. All you have to do, we bring a list to the city commission each year in an ordinance. I believe it was an ordinance, either ordinance or resolution. With a list of the liens and the properties, and the city commission would either approve or deny that list, and then it goes to the property appraiser, tax assessor, and then they put those liens on the tax bill.
Like that.
It's much more efficient. It assures that the city collects what we're owed. Currently, our lien recovery is only about 30%. So we have hundreds of thousands of liens sitting out there, and we would be able to go back. So when you first start the program, we would be able to go back over the last 4 years and recover all of those liens that have been sitting out there for the last 4 years, and it's substantial. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
The value of those liens?
There's a certain, we can collect the certain fees. We can't necessarily collect the interest, but we can collect what the city paid, all of our administrative costs, the cost to file the lien, all of those types of things, the actual cost that we had to levy and the fines.
Okay, that sounds terrific. Thank you for that.
Can I ask a question just specifically on that related? So how much would someone be charged who's not taking care of their property if we had to go out and we have, 50 complaints a week? We go out and we have to cut down 2 trees and it's $2,000. That $2,000 is going to be assessed.
Correct.
Okay, so it's.
And the administrative costs.
And the administrative costs.
Correct.
And so the people who are not doing it and not taking care of their properties are the ones going to suffer with this. They're going to pay the piper.
Correct, rather than our current residents or people who are taking care of their properties or don't have any issues.
And once a year, it'll roll over from a lien to an assessment on their tax bill.
Correct.
Oh, that works for me.
Beautiful. Yeah, one last question. What should we be doing or doing better to attract and retain planners? Is there something about us?
That is a multifaceted problem. Planners, there's been a sort of a history over the last decade of fewer and fewer planners being attracted to cities like Northport, counties like we're in. Many of the planners coming out of schools and the younger planners, they want to go to metropolitan areas. They don't want to come to Northport or Venice or Punta Gorda. They want to go to Tampa, Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, the exciting places. I think we're exciting, but pay is an issue. Even though we do offer competitive salaries compared to our other local jurisdictions. It's the private providers, the consultants that we don't compete with. I will tell you, we've lost several planners within the city to private providers. They're now with the consultants that are providing us services because we don't have any planners. So we are contracting out, we're outsourcing almost all of our land development review right now to private consultants. Guess who work for those private consultants? The people who used to work for us. So that's an issue. My people that are in the planning field are recruited on a monthly basis from outside sources.
What's the pay differential from being a planner for the city and being a planner for a consulting agency?
It varies based on experience. Obviously, the more experience you have at the upper levels, leadership level down to probably principal planner, you could be talking anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 a year when you factor in all of the compensation that's provided with bonuses and things like that. It can be very substantial when you factor those bonuses in. Most of us who stay in the private sector don't do it for the money. We do it because we love the public sector. We do it because we love being in local government. I've worked for a consultant. I enjoy this side of it because I'm working in my community, the community I live in. That's why we do it. But a lot of people chase the money, and when the economy's doing great, they all run to the private providers because they're paying really well. When things go south in the market, they tend to trickle back to the local government.
So it might get easier over the
Might
next
get
few
easy.
years.
You never want the economy to turn down. We certainly don't want that. But that is the issue that we have. And it's not just us. If you look on the job boards for the American Planning Association, any of our local jurisdictions, they all have planner positions open. It is just the world that we're in right now. We are doing everything we can to recruit.
Are we going to any college campuses? I mean, it must be tough to be hiring all green peas, but.
Right. We're not going to the college campuses. We are reaching out to some of those, but we are going to the planning conferences. We're talking to all of our networks, and we have substantial networks. What we hear over and over again is we're looking to. We've got all these positions open, and we don't have anybody. But we also suffer a bit where some of our other jurisdictions don't suffer, in that people who are in their 20s, early 30s, this is a hard area to recruit to. If they want to live somewhere where they've got lots of stuff to do, like Sarasota or Tampa, they're going to have a major commute. We've hired, I think, 3 people who lived in Fort Myers. We hired them, they worked for us for a while, and then they went back to Fort Myers because it was a long commute. So we're trying everything we can. In the meantime, we are outsourcing to consultants so that we can meet our statutory obligations. And
starting bonuses that they have to stay X years. I mean,
there's issues with offering bonuses. There's issues with finance and HR and that kind of thing when you start trying to do that. But we've offered flexible schedules, partial remote work. We really have tried everything. Right now, outsourcing to private consultants, and running project management is about what we are, that's where we are at right now.
Thank you for that.
Good. Just a couple of quick things. Happy to see we put on the Natural Resource Division $2.5 million for sensitive land acquisition. Will any of those, any dollars spent out of that 2.5 come before commission to approve?
All of it.
All of it, good.
We will be bringing you a list of properties that we have vetted that we think have environmental value in preserving. We will be bringing that list to the commission for you to look at it and consider properties. And if there are any on there that catch your eye that you would like for us to pursue.
When you say environmental, you're also considering strategic as well. So like properties along like possibly tier 2s along Nyack-Hatchie.
Correct.
Anything that can help us with stormwater management, things like that. I mean, to me, that's a huge, huge, huge category of property that I'd love to see us make a dent. And there's things we can do to help some of our
Right, especially,
low-lying areas.
you know, especially if there's some property that has environmental value that's adjacent to the Myakka or adjacent to other properties that we already own that can provide a larger area for us to utilize for those types of things. My dream is to have a mini celery fields someday in Northport. I think that would be an incredible asset, not only for stormwater management that we desperately need, but also an ecotourism attraction.
You're not kidding. That would be great. And then I will ask the pregnant question. 2/3 of our tree fund budget is going to support the Natural Resource Division. I mean, I don't know where else we would get the money to support this important division. I mean, it is an important division, and I don't think anybody would want to see it go away. This is just a reality of life. We have to accept that what's right now, 66 and a third, I mean, 2/3, and will continue to grow. We generated $3 million in tree assessments. How are we going to I mean, I don't want to see every dollar in a tree fund go to support this department, but that's what's going to happen. That's where we're headed. So the question is, how are we going to create revenue sources to be able to plant trees, do some of the other things that the tree fund was intended to do, land purchase and whatnot. So, you know, what's the strategy?
So
Because
absolutely. And where it would come from, the general fund. That is the only place that it could come from. But I can tell you that based on our revenues each year and our expenses, we would still, about half of our budget would, on an annual basis, would go towards either land acquisition, planting trees, habitat management, those types of things.
Here's my question. Do we know how much of the tree assessments are coming from planned developed communities, specifically that the Welland Park areas and areas like that? Because my concern is that we're building a great natural resource division. And my concern is that do we run the risk at some point, if development wanes, if a project like Welland Park starts to build out, or the economy tanks, like, do we see this revenue disappear on us or shrink?
Most of it is not from Welland Park. Most of it is outside of planned developments. I can tell you that based on the revenue that we have, the expenditures that we have, on an average, if we were going to say we're just going to put everything to the general fund instead of using the environmental fund for our salaries and our operating expenses, we would have to plant in the neighborhood of 4,000 trees every year to spend all the money that we have coming in. The city doesn't own enough land to plant 4,000 trees every year and have those trees be planted in a way they're going to survive.
I don't know if you talk to Allison Barber. I don't know.
Well, I'm a former, I used to be an arborist, so I've got a little bit of experience in that and how you have to plant trees and where you plant them and how far apart. And just to use the funds that we have in our environmental fund right now, we would have to plant in the neighborhood of 14,000 to 15,000 trees just to use those funds. That doesn't count the revenue that we have coming in every year. We can't plant enough trees. That's why we also, the support of this division is something that is very typical of all jurisdictions that have these types of funds. They use those funds to support these divisions because these divisions are what make those funds possible, and utilizing those funds. It allows us to improve habitat. That's one of the things, as I said, we don't have enough land to plant all the trees that we would need to plant to use up all of those funds. But we can restore habitat. We can protect some environmental land. We can do a lot of things, for instance, helping people plant trees on their property. There are a lot of things that we can do to keep, maintain, and improve our tree canopy, improve our habitats for our scrub jays, our gopher tortoises, and our other wildlife that don't involve just planting trees. It's a multifaceted approach to environmental sustainability in the city.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Petter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to thank your department for all your hard work and your expertise. You do a phenomenal job. I want to make a point on unimproved lot registration. And that's a perfect example of when the city manager said, we only get presented one side of an option. And I want to be on the record for that. From the beginning, I said, let's do liens. And I was shut down by everybody, both sides, my fellow commissioners and the staff, saying it's not feasible, it's not right, it's not going to work right now. And you well aware of my position on the stand on unimproved lot registration. Right now, it appears that's the way we're going to go. And I'm still in the favor of on complaint basis. I just don't feel it's fair on investors or property owners of vacant lots to bear the cost. And I do believe it's not, well, first of all, I do believe it's about 9% of the increased taxes on for vacant lots last year. They still pay taxes. They still, they still contribute to the city, and yet we're trying to tax them again. I'm glad to hear that it's not going to be implemented to 2027. But I just, and I'm not legal expert on that, but it appears to be that's the route we're still going to go. And it's just want to point out that regardless of where I stand, we have to be presented with many options. And have we consulted the outside counsel before? We would have known this information at that time of that presentation, but we did not know that. And I do believe that other municipalities utilizing that system, lien, and then recover the entire cost of whatever the cost the city incurred. And thus, otherwise, and this is actually, I spoke for both the city's sake and the property owners, because we would be overrun by the number of dollars we're going to spend. This way, we're going to shift all that money burden to the homeowner, I mean the lot owner, and he or she has to pay that much money, whatever we spend. I would even add a more commission percentage onto it to recover our administrative cost.
There is an administrative fee that is charged that we're allowed to charge by state statute, and that would be recovered as well as there's a cost to file a lien even, and that would be included in that recovery cost.
Yeah, and I just want to conclude with that I'm still in favor on a complaint basis only. I don't want to charge people because it's another tax. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You, Commissioner Duval.
Yes. As far as the lot registration program, I'll wait to see what we come up with. We had one plan, and then we started talking about another plan, and now this is a new revelation. So I'll delay any judgment on that. Getting back to the tree fund, a revenue of $4,704,000 and expenditures of the Natural Resources Division of $4,704,000. Earlier this year, I asked some folks, and I was told we were going to plant 500 trees this year. How many of those trees have been planted so far? And I understand that this, Environmental Resource Division, can do a lot of good for the city. But I just don't want to see tree fund just devoid of funds to plant trees. It's of those 500 trees, our goal for planting for the year, how many have been planted?
I'll need to look at that, but the majority of them are going to be planted in the next few months. We had to go through the design and procurement. So that's where we can't just go buy the trees. We've got to go through a procurement process because of the number of trees that we're purchasing and the cost of that. So we're looking at planting all of those, or the majority of them this fall during the planting season. That's the other thing. We can't plant during the dry season because of irrigation costs. So we typically the fall is really the best time to plant trees in this area. So we had to get all of the designs. We now have all of the designs done. Our arborist worked on that for months with Parks and Public Works to ensure that we plant the trees in the best place possible. And then we had to work with the irrigation companies to ensure we can get irrigation to those trees. And so now we're essentially at this point, we're waiting for all of our purchasing documents, and then we will purchase and plant. But we intend to plant, likely it'll be more than the 500. A lot of, we had, I want to say, $1.5 million already encumbered for tree planting. And we do intend to spend all of that.
Very good. Anything else? Any public comment?
Yes. Debbie McDowell. Good morning. After reviewing budget proposal 2961 for 2 new code enforcement inspectors, I noticed 3 things. First, the budget proposal 2961 states a vehicle will be required for each position. However, there is no line item designating the funding source for the vehicles. In other words, the vehicles associated with budget proposal 2961 are nowhere to be found in the budget. Second, the budget proposal states each position is slated to begin January 1 with an annual salary of $70,000 each. The GovMax budget proposal line item 12-01 detail shows a total of $46,750 for 2 inspectors. This figure is inaccurate for a 1/1/26 start date for 2 inspectors, which brings me to the third item. Looking further and comparing the GovMax regular salary shows fiscal year 2026 has a proposed budget of $467,000. Compare this with the amended fiscal year 2025 approved budget of $286,000. There is a difference of $181,000, or a 63% increase year over year, which already includes the 2 new positions. Something is wrong with this line item. Maybe the vehicles were added inadvertently to salaries. Please review further for accuracy. Thanks. And that's all, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, any other general public comments? In which case it is 4:07. Adjourning this workshop. See you all bright and early.